Heart, I, the Marseillaise. My heart trembles like a poor leaf. The planets whirl in my dreams, the stars press against my window. I rotate in my sleep. My bed is a warm planet. Marvin Mercer, P.S. 153, 5th grade, Harlem, New York City, NY, 1981, Chapter 1, Transcendental Numbers. Little fly, thy summers play, my thoughtless hand has brushed away. Am not I a fly like thee, or art not thou a man like me? For I dance, and drink, and sing, till some blind hand shall brush my wing. William Blake. Songs of Experience, The Fly, stanzas, 1-3, 1795. By human standards, it could not possibly have been artificial. It was the size of a world. But it was so oddly and intricately shaped, so clearly intended for some complex purpose that it could only have been the expression of an idea. Gliding in polar orbit about the great blue-white star, it resembled some immense imperfect polyhedron, encrusted with millions of bowl-shaped barnacles. Every bowl was aimed at a particular part of the sky. Every constellation was being attended to. The polyhedral world had been performing its enigmatic function for eons. It was very patient. It could afford to wait forever. When they pulled her out, she was not crying at all. Her tiny brow was wrinkled, and then her eyes grew wide. She looked at the bright lights, the white and green-clad figures, the woman lying on the table below her. On her face was an odd expression for a newborn. Puzzlement, perhaps. When she was 2 years old, she would lift her hands over her head and say very sweetly, "Dada, up." His friends expressed surprise. The baby was polite. "It's not politeness," her father told them. "She used to scream when she wanted to be picked up." So once I said to her, "Ellie, you don't have to scream. Just say, 'Daddy up, kids are smart, right, Presh?'" So now she was up all right at a giddy altitude, perched on her father's shoulders and clutching his thinning hair. Life was better up here, far safer than crawling through a forest of legs. Somebody could step on you down there. You could get lost. She tightened her grip. Leaving the monkeys, they turned a corner and came upon a great spindly-legged, long-necked, dappled beast with tiny horns on its head. I towered over them. "Their necks are so long, the talk can't get out," her father said. She felt sorry for the poor creature, condemned to silence. But she also felt a joy in its existence, a delight that such wonders might be. "Go ahead, Ellie," her mother gently urged her. There was a lilt in the familiar voice. Read it. Her mother's sister had not believed that Ellie, age 3, could read. The nursery stories the aunt was convinced had been memorized. Now they were strolling down State Street on a brisk March day and had stopped before a store window. Inside, a burgundy-red stone was glistening in the sunlight. Jeweler, Ellie read slowly, pronouncing 3 syllables. Guiltily, she let herself into the spare room. The old Motorola radio was on the shelf where she remembered it. It was very big and heavy, and hugging it to her chest, she almost dropped it. On the back were the words "Danger. Do not remove." But she knew that if it wasn't plugged in, there was no danger in it. With her tongue between her lips, she removed the screws and exposed the innards. As she had suspected, there were no tiny orchestras and miniature announcers quietly living out their small lives in anticipation of the moment when the toggle switch would be clicked to on. Instead, there were beautiful glass tubes, a little like light bulbs. Some resembled the churches of Moscow she had seen pictured in a book. The prongs at their bases were perfectly designed for the receptacles they were fitted into. With the back off and the switch on, she plugged the set into a nearby wall socket. If she didn't touch it, if she went nowhere near it, how could it hurt her? After a few moments, tubes began to glow warmly, but no sound came. The radio was broken and had been retired some years before in favor of a more modern variety. One tube was not glowing. She unplugged the set and pried the uncooperative tube out its receptacle. There was a metallic square inside, attached to tiny wires. The electricity runs along the wires, she thought vaguely, but first it has to get into the tube. One of the prongs seemed bent, and she was able after a little work to straighten it. Reinserting the tube and plugging the set in again, she was delighted to see it begin to glow, and an ocean of static arose around her. Glancing toward the closed door with a start, she lowered the volume. She turned the dial marked frequency and came upon a voice talking excitedly, as far as she could understand, about a Russian machine that was in the sky, endlessly circling the Earth. Endlessly, she thought. She turned the dial again, seeking other stations. After a while, fearful of being discovered, she unplugged the set, screwed the back on loosely, and with still more difficulty lifted the radio and placed it back on the shelf. As she left the spare room, a little out of breath, her mother came upon her, and she started once more. "Is everything all right, Ellie?" "Yes, Mom." She affected a casual air, but her heart was beating, her palms were sweating. She settled down in a favorite spot in the small backyard and, her knees drawn up to her chin, thought about the inside of the radio. Are all those tubes really necessary? What would happen if you removed them one at a time? Her father had once called them vacuum tubes. What was happening inside a vacuum tube? Was there really no air in there? How did the music of the orchestras and the voices of the announcers get in the radio? They liked to say, "on the air." Was radio carried by the air? What happens inside the radio set when you change stations? What was frequency? Why do you have to plug it in for it to work? Could you make a kind of map showing how the electricity runs through the radio? Could you take it apart without hurting yourself? Could you put it back together again? "Ellie, what have you been up to?" asked her mother, walking by with laundry for the clothesline. "Nothing, Mom, just thinking." In her 10th summer, she was taken on vacation to visit 2 cousins she detested at a cluster of cabins along a lake in the northern peninsula of Michigan. Why people who lived on a lake in Wisconsin would spend 5 hours driving all the way to a lake in Michigan was beyond her, especially to see 2 mean and babyish boys, only 10 and 11, real jerks. How could her father, so sensitive to her in other respects, want her to play day in and day out with twerps? She spent the summer avoiding them. One sultry, moonless night after dinner, she walked down alone to the wooden pier. A motorboat had just gone by, and her uncle's rowboat tethered to the dock was softly bobbing in the starlit water. Apart from distant cicadas and an almost subliminal shout echoing across the lake, it was perfectly still. She looked up at the brilliant spangled sky and found her heart racing. Without looking down, with only her outstretched hand to guide her, she found a soft patch of grass and laid herself down. The sky was blazing with stars. There were thousands of them, most twinkling, a few bright and steady. If you looked carefully, you could see faint differences in color. That bright one there, wasn't it bluish? She felt again for the ground beneath her. It was solid, steady, reassuring. Cautiously, she sat up and looked left and right, up and down the long reach of lakefront. She could see both sides of the water. The world only looks flat, she thought to herself. Really? It's round. This is all a big ball turning in the middle of the sky once a day. She tried to imagine it spinning, with millions of people glued to it, talking different languages, wearing funny clothes, all stuck to the same ball. She stretched out again and tried to sense the spin. Maybe she could feel it just a little. Across the lake, a bright star was twinkling between the topmost branches. If you squinted your eyes, you could make rays of light dance out of it. Squint a little more, and the rays would obediently change their length and shape. Was she just imagining it? Or the star was now definitely above the trees. Just a few minutes ago, it had been poking in and out of the branches. Now it was higher, no doubt about it. That's what they meant when they said a star was rising, she told herself. The Earth was turning in the other direction. At one end of the sky, the stars were rising. That way was called the east. At the other end of the sky behind her, the cabins, the stars were setting. That way was called west. Once every day the Earth would spin completely around, and the same stars would rise again in the same place. But if something as big as the Earth turned once a day, it had to be moving ridiculously fast. Everyone she knew must be whirling at an unbelievable speed. Though she could now actually feel the Earth turn, not just imagine it in her head, but really feel it in the pit of her stomach. It was like descending in a fast elevator. She craned her neck back further, so her field of view was uncontaminated by anything on Earth, until she could see nothing but black sky and bright stars. Gratifyingly, she was overtaken by the giddy sense that she had better clutch the clumps of grass on either side of her and hold on for dear life, or else fall up into the sky, her tiny, tumbling body dwarfed by the huge, darkened sphere below. She actually cried out before she managed to stifle the scream with her wrist. That was how her cousins were able to find her. Scrambling down the slope, they discovered on her face an uncommon mix of embarrassment and surprise, which they readily assimilated, eager to find some small indiscretion to carry back and offer to her parents. The book was better than the movie. For one thing, there was a lot more in it, and some of the pictures were awfully different from the movie. But in both, Pinocchio, a life-sized wooden boy who magically is roused to life, wore a kind of halter, and there seemed to be dowels in his joints. When Geppetto is just finishing the construction of Pinocchio, he turns his back on the puppet and is promptly sent flying by a well-placed kick. At that instant, the carpenter's friend arrives and asks him what he is doing, sprawled on the floor. "I'm teaching," Geppetto replies with dignity, "the alphabet to the ants." It seemed to Ellie extremely witty, and she delighted in recounting it to her friends. But each time she quoted it there was an unspoken question lingering at the edge of her consciousness. Could you teach the alphabet to the ants, and would you want to, down there with hundreds of scurrying insects who might crawl all over your skin, or even sting you? What could ants know anyway? Sometimes she would get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and find her father there in his pajama bottoms, his neck craned up, a kind of patrician disdain accompanying the shaving cream on his upper lip. "Hi, Presh," he would say. It was short for precious, and she loved him to call her that. Why was he shaving at night, when no one would know if he had a beard? Because he smiled. Your mother will know. Years later, she discovered that she had understood this cheerful remark only incompletely. Her parents had been in love. After school, she had ridden her bicycle to a little park on the lake. From a saddlebag, she produced the Radio Amateur's Handbook and a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. After a moment's consideration, she decided on the latter. Twain's hero had been conked on the head and awakened in Arthurian England. Maybe it was all a dream or a delusion, but maybe it was real. Was it possible to travel backwards in time? Her chin on her knees, she scouted for a favorite passage. It was when Twain's hero is first collected by a man dressed in armor who he takes to be an escapee from a local booby hatch. As they reach the crest of the hill, they see a city laid out before them. "Bridgeport," said I. "Camelot," said he. She stared out into the blue lake, trying to imagine a city which could pass as both 19th century Bridgeport and 6th century Camelot, when her mother rushed up to her. "I've looked for you everywhere. Why aren't you where I can find you?" "Oh, Ellie," she whispered, "something awful's happened." In the 7th grade, they were studying pi. It was a Greek letter that looked like the architecture at Stonehenge in England, 2 vertical pillars with a crossbar at top pi. If you measured the circumference of a circle and then divided it by the diameter of the circle, that was pi. At home, Ellie took the top of a mayonnaise jar, wrapped a string around it, straightened the string out, and with a ruler measured the circle's circumference. She did the same with the diameter and by long division divided the one number by the other. She got 3.21. That seemed simple enough. The next day, the teacher, Mr. Weisbrod, said that pi was about 22 sevens, about 3.1416. But actually, if you wanted to be exact, it was a decimal that went on and on forever without repeating the pattern of numbers. Forever, Ellie thought. She raised her hand. It was the beginning of the school year, and she had not asked any questions in this class. How could anybody know that the decimals go on and on forever? "That's just the way it is," said the teacher with some asperity. "But why? How do you know? How can you count decimals forever?" Miss Arroway, he was consulting his class list. "This is a stupid question. You're wasting the class's time." No one had ever called Ellie stupid before, and she found herself bursting into tears. Billy Horstman, who sat next to her, gently reached out and placed his hand over hers. His father had recently been indicted for tampering with the odometers on the used cars he sold, so Billy was sensitive to public humiliation. Ellie ran out of the class sobbing. After school, she bicycled to the library at the nearby college to look through books on mathematics. As nearly as she could figure out from what she read, her question wasn't all that stupid. According to the Bible, the ancient Hebrews had apparently thought that pi was exactly equal to 3. The Greeks and Romans, who knew lots of things about mathematics, had no idea that the digits in pi went on forever without repeating. It was a fact that had been discovered only about 250 years ago. How was she expected to know if she couldn't ask questions? But Mr. Weisbrod had been right about the first few digits. Pi wasn't 3.21. Maybe the mayonnaise lid had been a little squashed, not a perfect circle. Or maybe she'd been sloppy in measuring the string. Even if she'd been much more careful, though, they couldn't expect her to measure an infinite number of decimals. There was another possibility, though. You could calculate pi as accurately as you wanted. If you knew something called calculus, you could prove formulas for, that would let you calculate it to as many decimals as you had time for. The book listed formulas for pi divided by 4. Some of them she couldn't understand at all. But there were some that dazzled her. Pi over 4, the book said, was the same as 1 minus 1/3 plus 1/5 minus 1/7 plus, with the fractions continuing on forever. Quickly, she tried to work it out, adding and subtracting the fractions alternately. The sum would bounce from being bigger than pi over 4 to being smaller than pi over 4, but after a while you could see that this series of numbers was on a beeline for the right answer. You could never get there exactly, but you could get as close as you wanted if you were very patient. It seemed to her a miracle that the shape of every circle in the world was connected with this series of fractions. How could circles know about fractions? She was determined to learn calculus. The book said something else. P was called a transcendental number. There was no equation with ordinary numbers in it that could give you P unless it was infinitely long. She had already taught herself a little algebra and understood what this meant. And P wasn't the only transcendental number. In fact, there was an infinity of transcendental numbers. More than that, there were infinitely more transcendental numbers than ordinary numbers, even though pi was the only one of them she had ever heard of. In more ways than one, pi was tied to infinity. She had caught a glimpse of something majestic. Hiding between all the ordinary numbers was an infinity of transcendental numbers whose presence you would never have guessed unless you looked deeply into mathematics. Every now and then one of them, like pi, would pop up unexpectedly in everyday life. But most of them, an infinite number of them, she reminded herself, were hiding, minding their own business, almost certainly unglimpsed by the irritable Mr. Weisbrod. She saw through John Stoughton from the first how her mother could ever contemplate marrying him. Never mind that it was only 2 years after her father's death, was an impenetrable mystery. He was nice enough looking, and he could pretend, when he put his mind to it, that he really cared about you. But he was a martinet. He made students come over weekends to weed and garden at the new house they had moved into, and then made fun of them after they left. He told Ellie that she was just beginning high school and was not to look twice at any of his bright young men. He was puffed up with imaginary self-importance. She was sure that as a professor he secretly despised her dead father, who had been only a shopkeeper. Stoughton had made it clear that an interest in radio and electronics was unseemly for a girl, that it would not catch her a husband, that understanding physics was for her a foolish and aberrational notion. Pretentious, he called it. She just didn't have the ability. This was an objective fact that she might as well get used to. He was telling her this for her own good. She'd thank him for it in later life. He was, after all, an associate professor of physics. He knew what it took. These homilies would always infuriate her, even though she had never before, despite Stoughton's refusal to believe it, considered a career in science. He was not a gentleman, as her father had been, and he had no idea what a sense of humor was. When anyone assumed that she was Stoughton's daughter, she would be outraged. Her mother and stepfather never suggested that she change her name to Stoughton. They knew what her response would be. Occasionally there was a little warmth in the man, as when in her hospital room just after her tonsillectomy, he had brought her a splendid kaleidoscope. "When are they going to do the operation?" she had asked, a little sleepily. "They've already done it," Stoughton had answered. "You're going to be fine." She found it disquieting that whole blocks of time could be stolen without her knowledge, and blamed him. She knew at the time it was childish. That her mother could truly love him was inconceivable. She must have remarried out of loneliness, out of weakness. She needed someone to take care of her. Ellie vowed she would never accept a position of dependence. Ellie's father had died, her mother had grown distant, and Ellie felt herself exiled to the house of a tyrant. There was no one to call her Presh anymore. She longed to escape. "Bridgeport," said I. "Camelot," said he. Chapter 2. Coherent Light. Since I first gained the use of reason, my inclination toward learning has been so violent and strong that neither the scoldings of other people nor my own reflections have been able to stop me from following this natural impulse that God gave me. He alone must know why, and he knows too that I have begged him to take the light of my understanding, leaving only enough for me to keep his law, for anything else is excessive in a woman, according to some people, and others say it is even harmful. Juana Inés de la Cruz replied to the Bishop of Puebla, 1691, who had attacked her scholarly work as inappropriate for her sex. "I wish to propose for the reader's favorable consideration a doctrine which may, I fear, appear wildly paradoxical and subversive. The doctrine in question is this, that it is undesirable to believe a proposition when there is no ground whatever for supposing it true. I must, of course, admit that if such an opinion became common, it would completely transform our social life and our political system. Since both are at present faultless, this must weigh against it." Bertrand Russell, Skeptical Essays, I, 1928. Surrounding the blue-white star in its equatorial plane was a vast ring of orbiting debris, rocks and ice, metals and organics, reddish at the periphery and bluish closer to the star. The world-sized polyhedron plummeted through a gap in the rings and emerged out the other side. In the ring plane, it had been intermittently shadowed by icy boulders and tumbling mountains, but now carried along its trajectory toward a point above the opposite pole of the star. The sunlight gleamed off its millions of bowl-shaped appendages. If you looked very carefully, you might have seen one of them make a slight pointing adjustment. You would not have seen the burst of radio waves washing out from it into the depths of space. For all the tenure of humans on Earth, the night sky had been a companion and an inspiration. The stars were comforting. They seemed to demonstrate that the heavens were created for the benefit and instruction of humans. This pathetic conceit became the conventional wisdom worldwide. No culture was free of it. Some people found in the skies an aperture to the religious sensibility. Many were awestruck and humbled by the glory and scale of the cosmos. Others were stimulated to the most extravagant flights of fancy. At the very moment that humans discovered the scale of the universe and found that their most unconstrained fancies were in fact dwarfed by the true dimensions of even the Milky Way galaxy, they took steps that ensured that their descendants would be unable to see the stars at all. For 1,000,000 years, humans had grown up with a personal daily knowledge of the vault of heaven. The last few thousand years they began building and emigrating to the cities. In the last few decades, a major fraction of the human population had abandoned a rustic way of life. As technology developed and the cities were polluted, the nights became starless. New generations grew to maturity wholly ignorant of the sky that had transfixed their ancestors and that had stimulated the modern age of science and technology. Without even noticing, just as astronomy entered a golden age, most people cut themselves off from the sky, a cosmic isolationism that ended only with the dawn of space exploration. Ellie would look up at Venus and imagine it was a world something like the Earth, populated by plants and animals and civilizations, but each of them different from the kinds we have here. On the outskirts of town, just after sunset, she would examine the night sky and scrutinize that unflickering bright point of light. By comparison with nearby clouds just above her, still illuminated by the sun, it seemed a little yellow. She tried to imagine what was going on there. She would stand on tiptoe and stare the planet down. Sometimes, she could almost convince herself that she could really see it. A swirl of yellow fog would suddenly clear, and a vast jeweled city would briefly be revealed. Air cars sped among the crystal spires. Sometimes she would imagine peering into one of those vehicles and glimpsing one of them. Or she would imagine a young one glancing up at a bright blue point of light in its sky, standing on tiptoe and wondering about the inhabitants of Earth. It was an irresistible notion, a sultry, tropical planet brimming over with intelligent life and just next door. She consented to rote memorization, but knew that it was at best the hollow shell of education. She did the minimum work necessary to do well in her courses and pursued other matters. She arranged to spend free periods and occasional hours after school in what was called shop, a dingy and cramped small factory established when the school devoted more effort to vocational education than was now fashionable. Vocational education meant more than anything else working with your hands. There were lathes, drill presses, and other machine tools which she was forbidden to approach because no matter how capable she might be, she was still a girl. Reluctantly, they granted her permission to pursue her own projects in the electronics area of the shop. She built radios more or less from scratch and then went on to something more interesting. She built an encrypting machine. It was rudimentary, but it worked. It could take any English language message and transform it by a simple substitution cipher into something that looked like gibberish. Building a machine that would do the reverse, converting an encrypted message into clear when you didn't know the substitution convention. That was much harder. You could have the machine run through all the possible substitutions. A stands for B, A stands for C, A stands for D, or you could remember that some letters in English were used more often than others. You could get some idea of the frequency of letters by looking at the sizes of the bins for each letter of type in the print shop next door, et au in Chartleau. The boys in print shop would say, giving pretty closely the order of the 12 most frequently used letters in English. In decoding a long message, the letter that was most common probably stood for an E. Certain consonants tended to go together. She discovered vowels distributed themselves more or less at random. The most common three-letter word in the language was the. If within a word there was a letter standing between a T and an E, it was almost certainly H. If not, you could bet on R or a vowel. She deduced other rules and spent long hours counting up the frequency of letters in various school books before she discovered that such frequency tables had already been compiled and published. Her decrypting machine was only for her own enjoyment. She did not use it to convey secret messages to friends. She was unsure to whom she might safely confide these electronic and cryptographic interests. The boys became jittery or boisterous, and the girls looked at her strangely. Soldiers of the United States were fighting in a distant place called Vietnam. Every month, it seemed, more young men were being scooped off the street or the farm and packed off the Vietnam. The more she learned about the origins of the war and the more she listened to the public pronouncements of national leaders, the more outraged she became. The President and the Congress were lying and killing, she thought to herself, and almost everyone else was mutely assenting. The fact that her stepfather embraced official positions on treaty obligations, dominoes, and naked communist aggression only strengthened her resolve. She began attending meetings and rallies at the college nearby. The people she met there seemed much brighter, friendlier, more alive than her awkward and lusterless high school companions. John Stoughton first cautioned her and then forbade her to spend time with college students. They would not respect her, he said. They would take advantage of her. She was pretending to a sophistication she did not have and never would. Her style of dress was deteriorating. Military fatigues were inappropriate for a girl and a travesty. A hypocrisy for someone who claimed to oppose the American intervention in Southeast Asia beyond pious exhortations to Ellie and Stoughton not to fight. Her mother participated little in these discussions. Privately, she would plead with Ellie to obey her stepfather, to be nice, Ellie. Now suspected Stoughton of marrying her mother for her father's life insurance. Why else? He certainly showed no signs of loving her, and he was not predisposed to be nice. One day, in some agitation, her mother asked her to do something for all their sakes, attend Bible class. While her father, a skeptic on revealed religions, had been alive, there was no talk of Bible class. How could her mother have married Stoughton? The question welled up in her for the 1000th time. Bible class, her mother continued, would help instill the conventional virtues, but even more important, it would show Stoughton that Ellie was willing to make some accommodation out of love and pity for her mother. She acquiesced. So every Sunday for most of one school year, Ellie went to a regular discussion group at a nearby church. It was one of the respectable Protestant denominations untainted by disorderly evangelism. There were a few high school students, a number of adults, mainly middle-aged women, and the instructor, the minister's wife. Ellie had never seriously read the Bible before, and had been inclined to accept her father's perhaps ungenerous judgment that it was half barbarian history, half fairy tales. So over the weekend preceding her first class, she read through what seemed to be the important parts of the Old Testament, trying to keep an open mind. She at once recognized that there were two different and mutually contradictory stories of creation in the first 2 chapters of Genesis. She did not see how there could be light and days before the sun was made, and had trouble figuring out exactly who it was that Cain had married. In the stories of Lot and his daughters, of Abraham and Sarah in Egypt, of the betrothal of Dinah, of Jacob and Esau, she found herself amazed. She understood that cowardice might occur in the real world, that sons might deceive and defraud an aged father, that a man might give craven consent to the seduction of his wife by the king, or even encourage the rape of his daughters. But in this holy book there was not a word of protest against such outrages. Instead, it seemed the crimes were approved, even praised. When class began, she was eager for a discussion of these vexing inconsistencies, for an unburdening illumination of God's purpose, or at least for an explanation of why these crimes were not condemned by the author, but in this she was to be disappointed. The minister's wife blandly temporized. Somehow these stories never surfaced in subsequent discussion. When Ellie inquired how it was possible for the maidservants of the daughter of Pharaoh to tell just by looking that the baby in the bulrushes was Hebrew, the teacher blushed deeply and asked Ellie not to raise unseemly questions. The answer dawned on Ellie at that moment. When they came to the New Testament, Ellie's agitation increased. Matthew and Luke traced the ancestral line of Jesus back to King David. But for Matthew, there were 28 generations between David and Jesus. For Luke 43, there were almost no names common to the two lists. How could both Matthew and Luke be the Word of God? The contradictory genealogies seemed to Ellie a transparent attempt to fit the Isaianic prophecy after the event. Cooking the data, it was called in chemistry lab. She was deeply moved by the Sermon on the Mount, deeply disappointed by the admonition to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and reduced to shouts and tears after the instructor twice sidestepped her questions on the meaning of "I bring not peace, but the sword." She told her despairing mother that she had done her best, but wild horses wouldn't drag her to another Bible class. She was lying on her bed. It was a hot summer's night. Elvis was singing "One Night with You." That's what I'm begging for. The boys at the high school seemed painfully immature, and it was difficult, especially with her stepfather's strictures and curfews, to establish much of a relationship with the young college men she met at lectures and rallies. John Stoughton was right. She reluctantly admitted to herself, at least about this. The young men, almost without exception, had a penchant for sexual exploitation. At the same time, they seemed much more emotionally vulnerable than she had expected. Perhaps the one caused the other. She had half expected not to attend college, although she was determined to leave home. Stoughton would not pay for her to go elsewhere, and her mother's meek intercessions were unavailing. But Ellie had done spectacularly well on the standardized college entrance examinations, and found to her surprise her teachers telling her that she was likely to be offered scholarships by well-known universities. She had guessed on a number of multiple-choice questions and considered her performance a fluke. If you know very little, only enough to exclude all but the 2 most likely answers, And if you then guess at 10 straight questions, there is about 1 chance in 1,000, she explained to herself, that you'll get all then correct. For 20 straight questions, the odds were 1 in 1,000,000, but something like 1,000,000 kids probably took this test. Someone had to get lucky. Cambridge, Massachusetts, seemed far enough away to elude John Stoughton's influence, but close enough to return from on vacation to visit her mother, who viewed the arrangement as a difficult compromise between abandoning her daughter and incrementally irritating her husband. Ellie surprised herself by choosing Harvard over the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She arrived for orientation period, a pretty dark-haired young woman of middling height with a lopsided smile and an eagerness to learn everything. She set out to broaden her education, to take as many courses as possible apart from her central interests in mathematics, physics, and engineering. But there was a problem with her central interests. She found it difficult to discuss physics, much less debate it, with her predominantly male classmates. At first they paid a kind of selective inattention to her remarks. There would be a slight pause, and then they would go on as if she had not spoken. Occasionally they would acknowledge her remark, even praise it, and then again continue undeflected. She was reasonably sure her remarks were not entirely foolish, and did not wish to be ignored, much less ignored and patronized alternately. Part of it, but only a part, she knew was due to the softness of her voice. So she developed a physics voice, a professional voice, clear, competent, and many decibels above conversational. With such a voice, it was important to be right. She had to pick her moments. It was hard to continue long in such a voice, because she was sometimes in danger of bursting out laughing, so she found herself leaning towards quick, sometimes cutting interventions, usually enough to capture their attention. Then she could go on for a while in a more usual tone of voice. Every time she found herself in a new group, she would have to fight her way through again, just to dip her oar into the discussion. The boys were uniformly unaware even that there was a problem. Sometimes she would be engaged in a laboratory exercise or a seminar when the instructor would say, "Gentlemen, let's proceed," and sensing Ellie's frown would add, "Sorry, Miss Arroway, but I think of you as one of the boys." The highest compliment they were capable of paying was that in their minds she was not overtly female. She had to fight against developing too combative a personality or becoming altogether a misanthrope. She suddenly caught herself. Misanthrope is someone who dislikes everybody, not just men, and they certainly had a word for someone who hates women, misogynist, but the male lexicographers had somehow neglected to coin a word for the dislike of men. They were almost entirely men themselves, she thought, and had been unable to imagine a market for such a word. More than many others, she had been encumbered with parental proscriptions. Her newfound freedoms, intellectual, social, sexual, were exhilarating. At a time when many of her contemporaries were moving toward shapeless clothing that minimized the distinctions between the sexes, she aspired to an elegance and simplicity in dress and makeup that strained her limited budget. There were more effective ways to make political statements, she thought. She cultivated a few close friends and made a number of casual enemies who disliked her for her dress, for her political and religious views, or for the vigor with which she defended her opinions. Her competence and delight in science were taken as rebukes by many otherwise capable young women, but a few looked on her as what mathematicians call an existence theorem, a demonstration that a woman could, sure enough, excel in science, or even as a role model. At the height of the sexual revolution, she experimented with gradually increasing enthusiasm, but found she was intimidating her would-be lovers. Her relationships tended to last a few months or less. The alternative seemed to be to disguise her interests and stifle her opinions, something she had resolutely refused to do in high school. The image of her mother, condemned to a resigned and placatory imprisonment, haunted Ellie. She began wondering about men unconnected with the academic and scientific life. Some women, it seemed, were entirely without guile and bestowed their affections with hardly a moment's conscious thought. Others set out to implement a campaign of military thoroughness, with branched contingency trees and fallback positions, all to catch a desirable man. The word desirable was the giveaway, she thought. The poor jerk wasn't actually desired, only desirable a plausible object of desire in the opinion of those others on whose account this whole sorry charade was performed. Most women, she thought, were somewhere in the middle, seeking to reconcile their passions with their perceived long-term advantage. Perhaps there were occasional communications between love and self-interest that escaped the notice of the conscious mind, but the whole idea of calculated entrapment made her shiver. In this matter, she decided, she was a devotee of the spontaneous. That was when she met Jesse. Her date had taken her to a cellar bar off Kenmore Square. Jesse was singing rhythm and blues and playing lead guitar. The way he sang and the way he moved made clear what she had been missing. The next night, she returned alone. She seated herself at the nearest table and locked eyes with him through both his sets. 2 months later, they were living together. It was only when his booking took him to Hartford or Bangor that she got any work done at all. She would spend her days with the other students, boys with the final generation of slide rules hanging like trophies from their belts, boys with plastic pencil holders in their breast pockets, precise, stilted boys with nervous laughs, serious boys spending all their waking moments becoming scientists, absorbed in training themselves to plumb the depths of nature. They were almost helpless in ordinary human affairs, where, for all their knowledge, they seemed pathetic and shallow. Perhaps the dedicated pursuit of science was so consuming, so competitive, that no time was left to become a well-rounded human being. Or perhaps their social disabilities had led them to fields where the want would not be noticed, except for science itself. She did not find them good company. At night there was Jessie, leaping and wailing, a kind of force of nature that had taken over her life. In the year they spent together, she could not recall a single night when he proposed they go to sleep. He knew nothing of physics or mathematics. He was wide awake inside the universe, and for a time so was she. She dreamed of reconciling her two worlds. She had fantasies of musicians and physicists in harmonious social concert, but the evenings she organized were awkward and ended early. One day he told her he wanted a baby. He would be serious. He'd settle down. He'd get a regular job. He might even consider marriage. "A baby?" she asked him. "But I'd have to leave school. I have years more before I'm done. If I had a baby, I might never go back to school." "Yeah," he said, "but we'd have a baby. You wouldn't have school, but you'd have something else." "Jesse, I need school," she told him. He shrugged, and she could feel their lives together slip off his shoulders and away. It lasted another few months, but it all had really been settled in that brief exchange. They kissed each other goodbye, and he went off to California. She never heard his voice again. In the late 1960s, the Soviet Union succeeded in landing space vehicles on the surface of Venus. They were the first spacecraft of the human species to set down in working order on another planet. Over a decade earlier, American radio astronomers confined to Earth had discovered that Venus was an intense source of radio emission. The most popular explanation had been that the massive atmosphere of Venus trapped the heat through a planetary greenhouse effect. In this view, the surface of the planet was stifling hot, much too hot for crystal cities and wandering Venusians. Ellie longed for some other explanation and tried unsuccessfully to imagine ways in which the radio emission could come from high above a clement Venus surface. Some astronomers at Harvard and MIT claimed that none of the alternatives to a broiling Venus could explain the radio data. The idea of so massive a greenhouse effect seemed to her unlikely and somehow distasteful, a planet that had let itself go. But when the Venera spacecraft landed and in effect stuck out a thermometer, the temperature measured was high enough to melt tin or lead. She imagined the crystal cities liquefying, although Venus wasn't quite that hot, the surface awash in silicate tears. She was a romantic. She had known it for years. But at the same time, she had to admire how powerful radio astronomy was. The astronomers had sat home, pointed their radio telescopes at Venus, and measured the surface temperature just about as accurately as the Venera probes did 13 years later. She had been fascinated with electricity and electronics as long as she could remember, but this was the first time she had been deeply impressed by radio astronomy. You stay safely on your own planet and point your telescope with its associated electronics. Information about other worlds then comes fluttering down through the feeds. She marveled at the notion. Ellie began to visit the university's modest radio telescope in nearby Harvard, Massachusetts, eventually getting an invitation to help with the observations and the data analysis. She was accepted as a paid summer assistant at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory in Green Bank, West Virginia, and upon arrival, gazed in some rapture at Grote Reber's original radio telescope, constructed in his backyard in Wheaton, Illinois in 1938, and now serving as a reminder of what a dedicated amateur can accomplish. Reber had been able to detect the radio emission from the center of the galaxy when no one nearby happened to be starting up the car and the diathermy machine down the street was not in operation. The galactic center was much more powerful, but the diathermy machine was a lot closer. The atmosphere of patient inquiry and the occasional rewards of modest discovery were agreeable to her. They were trying to measure how the number of distant extragalactic radio sources increased as they looked deeper into space. She began to think about better ways of detecting faint radio signals. In due course, she graduated cum laude from Harvard and went on for graduate work in radio astronomy at the other end of the country at the California Institute of Technology. For a year, she apprenticed herself to David Drumlin. He had a worldwide reputation for brilliance and for not suffering fools gladly, but was at heart one of those men you can find at the top of every profession who are in a state of unrelieved anxiety that someone, somewhere might prove smarter than they. Drumlin taught Ellie some of the real heart of the subject, especially its theoretical underpinnings. Although he was inexplicably rumored to be attractive to women, Ellie found him frequently combative and unremittingly self-involved. She was too romantic, he would say. The universe is strictly ordered according to its own rules. The idea is to think as the universe does, not to foist our romantic predispositions and girlish longings, he once said, on the universe. Everything not forbidden by the laws of nature, he assured her, quoting a colleague down the hall, is mandatory. But he went on, almost everything is forbidden. She gazed at him as he lectured, trying to divine this odd combination of personality traits. She saw a man in excellent physical condition, prematurely gray hair, sardonic smile, half-moon reading glasses perched toward the end of his nose, bow tie, square jaw, and remnants of a Montana twang. His idea of a good time was to invite the graduate students and junior faculty over for dinner, unlike her stepfather who enjoyed a student entourage but considered having them to dinner an extravagance. Drumlin would exhibit an extreme intellectual territoriality, steering the conversation to topics in which he was the acknowledged expert, and then swiftly dispatching contrary opinions. After dinner, he would often subject them to a slideshow of Dr. D scuba diving in Cozumel or Tobago or the Great Barrier Reef. He was often smiling into the camera and waving, even in the underwater images. Sometimes there would be a submarine vista of his scientific colleague, Dr. Helga Bork. Drumlin's wife would always object to these particular slides on the reasonable grounds that most of the audience had already seen them at previous dinner parties. In truth, the audience had already seen all the slides. Drumlin would respond by extolling the virtues of the athletic Dr. Bork, and his wife's humiliation increased. Many of the students gamely went along, seeking some novelty they had previously missed among the brain corals and the spiny sea urchins. A few would writhe in embarrassment or become absorbed in the avocado dip. A stimulating afternoon for his graduate students would be for them to be invited over, it twos or threes, to drive him to the edge of a favorite cliff near Pacific Palisades. Casually attached to his hang glider, he would leap off the precipice toward the tranquil ocean a few hundred feet below. Their job was to drive down the coast road and retrieve him. He would swoop down upon them, beaming exultantly. Others were invited to join him, but few accepted. He had and delighted in the competitive advantage. It was quite a performance. Others looked on graduate students as resources for the future, as their intellectual torchbearers to the next generation. But Drumlin, she felt, had quite a different view. For him, graduate students were gunslingers. There was no telling which of them might at any moment challenge him for the reigning title of fastest gun in the West. They were to be kept in their places. He never made a pass at her, but sooner or later she was certain. He was bound to try. In her second year at Caltech, Peter Valerian returned to campus from his sabbatical year abroad. He was a gentle and unprepossessing man. No one, least of all he himself, considered him especially brilliant. Yet he had a steady record of significant accomplishment in radio astronomy because, he explained when pressed, he kept at it. There was one slightly disreputable aspect of his scientific career. He was fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. Each faculty member, it seemed, was allowed one foible. Drumlin had hang gliding, and Valerian had life on other worlds. Others had topless bars, or carnivorous plants, or something called transcendental meditation. Valerian had thought about extraterrestrial intelligence, abbreviated ETI, longer and harder, and in many cases more carefully than anyone else. As she grew to know him better, it seemed that ETI provided a fascination, a romance that was in dramatic contrast with the humdrum business of his personal life. This thinking about extraterrestrial intelligence was not work for him, but play. His imagination soared. Ellie loved to listen to him. It was like entering Wonderland or the Emerald City. Actually, it was better, because at the end of all his ruminations, there was the thought that maybe this could really be true, could really happen. Someday, she mused, there might, in fact, and not just in fantasy, be a message received by one of the great radio telescopes, but in a way it was worse, because Valerian, like Drumlin on other subjects, repeatedly stressed that speculation must be confronted with sober physical reality. It was a kind of sieve that separated the rare useful speculation from torrents of nonsense. The extraterrestrials and their technology had to conform strictly to the laws of nature, a fact that severely crimped many a charming prospect. But what emerged from this sieve, and survived the most skeptical physical and astronomical analysis, might even be true. You couldn't be sure, of course. There were bound to be possibilities that you had missed, that people cleverer than you would one day figure out. Valerian would emphasize how we are trapped by our time and our culture and our biology, how limited we are by definition in imagining fundamentally different creatures or civilizations, and separately evolved on very different creatures or civilizations, and separately evolved on very different worlds. They would have to be very different from us. It was possible that beings much more advanced than we might have unimaginable technologies. This was, in fact, almost guaranteed, and new laws of physics. It was hopelessly narrow-minded, he would say, as they walked past a succession of stucco arches, as in a De Chirico painting, to imagine that all significant laws of physics had been discovered at the moment our generation began contemplating the problem. There would be a 21st century physics and 22nd century physics, and even a fourth millennium physics. We might be laughably far off in guessing how a very different technical civilization would communicate. But then, he always reassured himself, the extraterrestrials would have to know how backward we were. If we were any more advanced, they would know about us already. Here we were just beginning to stand up on our 2 feet, discovering fire last Wednesday, and only yesterday stumbling on Newtonian dynamics, Maxwell's equations, radio telescopes, and hints of superunification of the laws of physics. Valerian was sure they wouldn't make it hard for us. They would try to make it easy, because if they wanted to communicate with dummies, they would have to have a fighting chance if a message ever came. His lack of brilliance was, in fact, his strength. He knew he was confident. What dummies knew, as a topic for her doctoral thesis, Ellie chose with the concurrence of the faculty, the development of an improvement in the sensitive receivers employed on radio telescopes. It made use of her talents in electronics, freed her from the mainly theoretical Drumlin, and permitted her to continue her discussions with Valerian, but without taking the professionally dangerous step of working with him on extraterrestrial intelligence. It was too speculative a subject for a doctoral dissertation. Her stepfather had taken to denouncing her various interests as unrealistically ambitious or occasionally as deadeningly trivial. When he heard of her thesis topic through the grapevine, by now she was not talking to him at all, he dismissed it as pedestrian. She was working on the ruby maser. A ruby is made mainly of alumina, which is almost perfectly transparent. The red color derives from a small chromium impurity distributed through the alumina crystal. When a strong magnetic field is impressed on the ruby, the chromium atoms increase their energy, or, as physicists like to say, are raised to an excited state. She loved the image of all the little chromium atoms called to feverish activity in each amplifier, frenzied in a good practical cause, amplifying a weak radio signal. The stronger the magnetic field, the more excited the chromium atoms became. Thus, the maser could be tuned so that it was particularly sensitive to a selected radio frequency. She found a way to make rubies with lanthanide impurities in addition to the chromium atoms, so a maser could be tuned to a narrower frequency range and could detect a much weaker signal than previous masers. Her detector had to be immersed in liquid helium. She then installed her new instrument on one of Caltech's radio telescopes in Owens Valley and detected at entirely new frequencies, what astronomers call the 3-degree black-body background radiation, the remnant in the radio spectrum of the immense explosion that began this universe, the Big Bang. "Let's see if I've got this right," she would say to herself. "I've taken an inert gas that's in the air, made it into a liquid, put some impurities into a ruby, attached a magnet, and detected the fires of creation." She would then shake her head in amazement. To anyone ignorant of the underlying physics, it might seem the most arrogant and pretentious necromancy. How would you explain this to the best scientists of 1,000 years ago, who knew about air and rubies and lodestones, but not about liquid helium, stimulated emission, and superconducting flux pumps? In fact, she reminded herself, they did not have even the foggiest notion about the radio spectrum, or even the idea of a spectrum, except vaguely from contemplating the rainbow. They did not know that light was waves. How could we hope to understand the science of a civilization 1,000 years ahead of us? It was necessary to make rubies in large batches, because only a few would have the requisite properties. None were quite of gemstone quality, and most were tiny. But she took to wearing a few of the larger remnants. They matched her dark coloring well. Even if it was carefully cut, you could recognize some anomaly in the stone set in a ring or a brooch, the odd way, for example, that it caught the light at certain angles from an abrupt internal reflection, or a peach-colored blemish inside the ruby red. She would explain to non-scientist friends that she liked rubies but couldn't afford them. It was a little like the scientist who first discovered the biochemical pathway of green plant photosynthesis, and who forever after wore pine needles or a sprig of parsley in his lapel. Colleagues, their respect for her growing, considered it a minor idiosyncrasy. The great radio telescopes of the world are constructed in remote locations for the same reason Paul Gauguin sailed to Tahiti. For them to work well, they must be far from civilization. As civilian and military radio traffic has increased, radio telescopes had to hide sequestered in an obscure valley in Puerto Rico, say, or exiled to a vast scrub desert in New Mexico or Kazakhstan. As radio interference continues to grow, it makes increasing sense to build the telescopes off the Earth altogether. The scientists who work at these isolated observatories tend to be dogged and determined. Spouses abandon them. Children leave home at the first opportunity. But the astronomers stick it out. Rarely do they think of themselves as dreamers. The permanent scientific staff in remote observatories tend to be the practical ones, the experimentalists, the experts who know a great deal about antenna design and data analysis, and much less about quasars or pulsars. Generally speaking, they had not longed for the stars in childhood. They had been too busy repairing the carburetor in the family car. After receiving her doctorate, Ellie accepted an appointment as research associate at the Arecibo Observatory, a great bowl 305 meters across fixed to the floor of a karst valley in the foothills of northwestern Puerto Rico. With the largest radio telescope on the planet, she was eager to employ her maser detector to look at as many different astronomical objects as she could, nearby planets and stars, the center of the galaxy, pulsars and quasars. As a full-time member of the observatory staff, she would be assigned a significant amount of observing time. Access to the great radio telescopes is keenly competitive, there being many more worthwhile research projects than can possibly be accommodated. So reserved telescope time for the resident staff is perquisite beyond price. For many of the astronomers, it was the only reason they would consent to live in such God-forsaken places. She also hoped to examine a few nearby stars for possible signals of intelligent origin. With her detector system, it would be possible to hear the radio leakage from a planet like Earth, even if it was a few light years away. And an advanced society intending to communicate with us would doubtless be capable of much greater power transmissions than we were. If Arecibo, used as a radar telescope, was capable of transmitting 1 megawatt of power to a specific locale in space, then a civilization only a little bit in advance of ours might, she thought, be capable of transmitting 100 megawatts or more. If they were intentionally transmitting to the Earth with a telescope as large as Arecibo, but with a 100-megawatt transmitter. Arecibo should be able to detect them virtually anywhere in the Milky Way galaxy. When she thought carefully about it, she was surprised that in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, what could be done was so far ahead of what had been done. The resources that had been devoted to this question were trifling, she thought. She was hard-pressed to name a more important scientific problem. The Arecibo facility was known to the locals as El Radar. Its function was generally obscure, but it provided more than 100 badly needed jobs. The indigenous young women were sequestered from the male astronomers, some of whom could be viewed at almost any time of day or night, full of nervous energy jogging along the circumferential track that surrounded the dish. As a result, the attentions directed at Ellie upon her arrival, while not entirely unwelcome, soon became a distraction from her research. The physical beauty of the place was considerable. At twilight, she would look out the control windows and see storm clouds hovering over the other lip of the valley, just beyond one of the 3 immense pylons from which the feed horns and her newly installed maser system were suspended. At the top of each pylon, a red light would flash to warn off any airplanes that had improbably strayed upon this remote vista. At 4 a.m., she would step outside for a breath of air and puzzle to understand a massed chorus of thousands of local land frogs called coquis in imitations of their plaintive cry. Some astronomers lived near the observatory, but the isolation compounded by ignorance of Spanish and inexperience with any other culture tended to drive them and their wives toward loneliness and anomie. Some had decided to live at Ramy Air Force Base, which boasted the only English-language school in the vicinity, but the 90-minute drive also heightened their sense of isolation. Repeated threats by Puerto Rican separatists convinced erroneously that the observatory played some significant military function increased the sense of subdued hysteria of circumstances barely under control. Many months later, Valerian came to visit. Nominally, he was there to give a lecture, but she knew that part of his purpose was to check up on how she was doing and provide some semblance of psychological support. Her research had gone very well. She had discovered what seemed to be a new interstellar molecular cloud complex and had obtained some very fine high-time resolution data on the pulsar at the center of the Crab Nebula. She had even completed the most sensitive search yet, performed for signals from a few dozen nearby stars, but with no positive results. There had been 1 or 2 suspicious regularities. She observed the stars in question again and could find nothing out of the ordinary. Look at enough stars, and sooner or later, terrestrial interference or the concatenation of random noise will produce a pattern that for a moment makes your heart palpitate. You calm down and check it out. If it doesn't repeat itself, you consider it spurious. This discipline was essential if she was to preserve some emotional equilibrium in the face of what she was seeking. She was determined to be as tough-minded as possible without abandoning the sense of wonder that was driving her in the first place. From her scant supply in the community refrigerator, she had made a rudimentary picnic lunch, and Valerian sat with her along the very periphery of the bowl-shaped dish. Workmen repairing or replacing the panels could be seen in the distance, walking on special snowshoes so they did not tear the aluminum sheets and plunge through the ground below. Valerian was delighted with her progress. They exchanged bits of gossip and current scientific tidbits. The conversation turned to SETI as the search for extraterrestrial intelligence was beginning to be called. "Have you ever, though, about doing it full-time, Ellie?" he asked. "I haven't thought about it much, but it's not really possible, is it? There's no major facility devoted to SETI full-time anywhere in the world as far as I know." "No, but there might be. There's a chance that dozens of additional dishes might be added to the very large array and make it into a dedicated SETI observatory. They do some of the usual kind of radio astronomy also, of course. It would be a superb interferometer. It's only a possibility. It's expensive. It needs real political will, and it's years away at best. Just something to think about." "Peter, I've just examined some 40-odd nearby stars of roughly solar spectral type. I've looked in the 21-centimeter hydrogen line, which everybody says is the obvious beacon frequency because hydrogen is the most abundant atom in the universe, and so on, and I've done it with the highest sensitivity ever tried. There's not a hint of a signal. Maybe there's no one out there. Maybe the whole business is a waste of time, like life on Venus. That's just disillusionment talking. Venus is a hellhole of a world. It's just one planet. But there's hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy. You've looked at only a handful. Wouldn't you say it's a little premature to give up? You've done 1/1000th of the problem, probably much less than that, if you consider other frequencies." I know. But don't you have the sense that if they're anywhere, they're everywhere? If really advanced guys live 1,000 light years away, shouldn't they have an outpost in our backyard? You could do the SETI thing forever, you know, and never convince yourself that you'd completed the search. Oh, you're beginning to sound like Dave Drumlin, if we can't find them in his lifetime. He's not interested. We're just beginning SETI. You know how many possibilities there are? This is the time to leave every option open. This is the time to be optimistic. If we lived in any previous time in human history, we could wonder about this all our lives, and we couldn't do a thing to find the answer. But this time is unique. This is the first time when anybody's been able to look for extraterrestrial intelligence. You've made the detector to look for civilizations on the planets of millions of other stars. Nobody's guaranteeing success. But can you think of a more important question? Imagine them out there sending us signals, and nobody on Earth is listening. That would be a joke, a travesty. Wouldn't you be ashamed of your civilization if we were able to listen and didn't have the gumption to do it? 256 images of the left world swam by on the left. 256 images of the right world glided by on the right. He integrated all 512 images into a wraparound view of his surroundings. He was deep in a forest of great waving blades, some green, some etiolated, almost all larger than me. But he had no difficulty clambering up and over, occasionally balancing precariously on a bent blade falling to the gentle cushion of horizontal blades below, and then continuing unerringly on his journey. He could tell he was centered on the trail. It was tantalizingly fresh. He would think of nothing, if that's where the trail led, of scaling an obstacle 100 or 1,000 times as tall as he was. He needed no pylons or ropes. He was already equipped. The ground immediately before him was redolent with a marker odor left recently. It must be by another scout of his clan. It would lead to food. It almost always did. The food would spontaneously appear. Scouts would find it and mark the trail. He and his fellows would bring it back. Sometimes the food was a creature rather like himself. Other times it was only an amorphous or crystalline lump. Occasionally it was so large that many of his clan would be required, working together, heaving and shoving it over the folded blades to carry it home. He smacked his mandibles in anticipation. "What worries me the most," she continued, "is the opposite. The possibility that they're not trying. They could communicate with us, all right, but they're not doing it because they don't see any point to it. It's like—" She glanced down at the edge of the tablecloth they had spread over the grass. "Like the ants. They occupy the same landscape that we do. They have plenty to do, things to occupy themselves. On some level, they're very well aware of their environment, but we don't try to communicate with them. So I don't think they have the foggiest notion that we exist. A large ant, more enterprising than his fellows, had ventured onto the tablecloth and was briskly marching along the diagonal of one of the red and white squares. Suppressing a small twinge of revulsion, she gingerly flicked it back onto the grass where it belonged. Chapter 3. White noise. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. John Keats. Ode on a Grecian Urn, 1820. The cruelest lies are often told in silence. Robert Louis Stevenson, Virginibus Puerisque 1081. The pulses had been journeying for years through the great dark between the stars. Occasionally they would intercept an irregular cloud of gas and dust, and a little of the energy would be absorbed or scattered. The remainder continued in the original direction. Ahead of them was a faint yellow glow, slowly increasing in brightness among the other unvarying lights. Now, although to human eyes it would still be a point, it was by far the brightest object in the black sky. The pulses were encountering a horde of giant snowballs. Entering the Argus administration building was a willowy woman in her late 30s. Her eyes, large and set far apart, served to soften the angular bone structure of her face. Her long dark hair was loosely gathered by a tortoise barrette at the nape of her neck. Casually dressed in a knit t-shirt and khaki skirt, she strolled along a hallway on the first floor and entered a door marked E. Arroway, Director. As she removed her thumb from the fingerprint deadlock, an observer might have noticed a ring on her right hand with an oddly milky red stone unprofessionally set in it. Turning on a desk lamp, she rummaged through a drawer, finally producing a pair of earphones. Briefly illuminated on the wall beside her desk was a quotation from the Parables of Franz Kafka. Now the sirens have a still more fatal weapon than their song, namely their silence. Someone might possibly have escaped from their singing, but from their silence certainly never. Extinguishing the light with a wave of her hand, she made for the door in the semi-darkness. In the control room, she quickly reassured herself that all was in order. Through the window, she could see a few of the 131 radio telescopes that stretched for tens of kilometers across the New Mexico scrubbed desert, like some strange species of mechanical flower straining toward the sky. It was early afternoon, and she had been up late the night before. Radio astronomy can be performed during daylight, because the air does not scatter radio waves from the sun as it does ordinary visible light, to a radio telescope pointing anywhere but very close to the sun. The sky is pitch black except for the radio sources. Beyond the Earth's atmosphere, on the other side of the sky, is a universe teeming with radio emission. By studying radio waves, you can learn about planets and stars and galaxies, about the composition of great clouds of organic molecules that drift between the stars, about the origin and evolution and fate of the universe. But all these radio emissions are natural, caused by physical processes, electrons spiraling in the galactic magnetic field, or interstellar molecules colliding with one another, or the remote echoes of the Big Bang red-shifted from gamma rays at the origin of the universe to the tame and chill radio waves that fill all of space in our epoch. In the scant few decades in which humans have pursued radio astronomy, there has never been a real signal from the depths of space, something manufactured, something artificial, something contrived by an alien mind. There have been false alarms. The regular time variation of the radio emission from quasars and especially pulsars had at first been thought, tentatively, tremulously, to be a kind of announcement signal from someone else, or perhaps a radio navigation beacon for exotic ship that plied the spaces between the stars. But they had turned out to be something else, equally exotic, perhaps, as a signal from beings in the night sky. Quasars seemed to be stupendous sources of energy, perhaps connected with massive black holes at the centers of galaxies. Many of them observed more than halfway back in time to the origin of the universe. Pulsars are rapidly spinning atomic nuclei the size of a city, and there had been other rich and mysterious messages that had turned out to be intelligent after a fashion, but not very extraterrestrial. The skies were now peppered with secret military radar systems and radio communication satellites that were beyond the entreaty of a few civilian radio astronomers. Sometimes they were real outlaws, ignoring international telecommunications agreements. There were no recourses and no penalties. Occasionally, all nations denied responsibility. But there had never been a clear-cut alien signal. And yet the origin of life now seemed to be so easy, and there were so many planetary systems, so many worlds, and so many billions of years available for biological evolution, that it was hard to believe the galaxy was not teeming with life and intelligence. Project Argus was the largest facility in the world dedicated to the radio search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Radio waves traveled with the speed of light, faster than which nothing, it seemed, could go. They were easy to generate and easy to detect. Even very backward technological civilizations like that on Earth would stumble on radio early in their exploration of the physical world. Even with the rudimentary radio technology available now, only a few decades after the invention of the radio telescope, it was nearly possible to communicate with an identical civilization at the center of the galaxy. But there were so many places in the sky to examine, and so many frequencies on which an alien civilization might be broadcasting, that it required a systematic and patent observing program. Argus had been in full operation for more than 4 years. There had been glitches, bogeys, intimations, false alarms, but no message. Afternoon, Dr. Arroway. The lone engineer smiled pleasantly at her, and she nodded back. All 131 telescopes of Project Argus were controlled by computers. The system slowly scanned the sky on its own, checking that there were no mechanical or electronic breakdowns, comparing the data from different elements of the array of telescopes. She glanced at the billion-channel analyzer, a bank of electronics covering a whole wall, and at the visual display of the spectrometer. There was not really very much for the astronomers and technicians to do as the telescope array over the years slowly scanned the sky. If it detected something of interest, it would automatically sound an alarm, altering project scientists in their beds at night if need be. Then Arroway would go into high gear to determine if this one was an instrumental failure or some American or Soviet space bogey. Together with the engineering staff, she would devise ways of improving the sensitivity of the equipment. Was there any pattern, any regularity in the emission? She would delegate some of the radio telescopes to examine exotic astronomical objects that had been recently detected by other observatories. She would help staff members and visitors with projects unrelated to SETI. She would fly to Washington to keep interest high at the funding agency, the National Science Foundation. She would give a few public talks on Project Argus at the Rotary Club in Socorro or the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, and occasionally greet an enterprising reporter who would arrive, sometimes unannounced, in remotest New Mexico. Ellie had to take care that the tedium did not engulf her. Her co-workers were pleasant enough, but even apart from the impropriety of a close personal relationship with a nominal subordinate, she did not find herself tempted into any real intimacies. There had been a few brief, torrid, but fundamentally casual relationships with local men unconnected with the Argus project. In this area of her life, too, a kind of ennui, a lassitude had settled over her. She sat down before one of the consoles and plugged in the earphones. It was futile, she knew, a conceit to think that she, listening on 1 or 2 channels, would detect a pattern when the vast computer system monitoring 1 billion channels had not. But it gave her a modest illusion of utility. She leaned back, eyes half closed, an almost dreamy expression enveloping the contours of her face. She's really quite lovely. The technician permitted himself to think. She heard, as always, a kind of static, a continuous echoing random noise. Once, when listening to a part of the sky that included the star AC plus 793888 in Cassiopeia, she felt she heard a kind of singing, fading tantalizingly in and out, lying just beyond her ability to convince herself that there was something really there. This was the star toward which the Voyager 1 spacecraft, now in the vicinity of the orbit of Neptune, would ultimately travel. The spacecraft carried a golden phonograph record on which were impressed greetings, pictures, and songs from Earth. Could they be sending us their music at the speed of light, while we are sending ours to them only 1/10,000th as fast? At other times, like now, when the static was clearly patternless, she would remind herself of Shannon's famous dictum in information theory, that the most efficiently coded message was indistinguishable from noise unless you had the key to the encoding beforehand. Rapidly, she pressed a few keys on the console before her and played two of the narrow band frequencies against each other on in each earphone. Nothing. She listened to the two planes of polarization of the radio waves and then to the contrast between linear and circular polarization. There were a billion channels to choose from. You could spend your life trying to outguess the computer, listening with pathetically limited human ears and brains, seeking a pattern. Humans are good, she knew, at discerning subtle patterns that are really there, but equally so at imagining them when they are altogether absent. There would be some sequence of pulses, some configuration of the static that would for an instant give a syncopated beat or a brief melody. She switched to a pair of radio telescopes that were listening to a known galactic radio source. She heard a glissando down the radio frequencies, a whistler due to the scattering of radio waves by electrons in the tenuous interstellar gas between the radio source and the Earth. The more pronounced the glissando, the more electrons were in the way, and the further the source was from the Earth. She had done this so often that she was able, just from hearing a radio whistler for the first time, to make an accurate judgment of its distance. This one, she estimated, was about 1,000 light-years away, far beyond the local neighborhood of stars, but still well within the great Milky Way galaxy. Ellie returned to the sky survey mode of Project Argus. Again, no pattern. It was like a musician listening to the rumble of a distant thunderstorm. The occasional small patches of pattern would pursue her and intrude themselves into her memory with such insistence that sometimes she was forced to go back to the tapes of a particular observing run to see if there was something her mind had caught and the computers had missed. All her life, dreams had been her friends. Her dreams were unusually detailed, well-structured, colorful. She was able to peer closely at her father's face, say, or the back of an old radio set, and the dream would oblige with full visual details. She had always been able to recall her dreams down to the fine details, except for the times when she had been under extreme pressure before her PhD oral exam, or when she and Jessie were breaking up. But now she was having difficulty recalling the images in her dreams. And disconcertingly, she began to dream sounds as people do who are blind from birth. In the early morning hours, her unconscious mind would generate some theme or ditty she had never heard before. She would wake up, give an audible command to the light on her night table, pick up the pen she had put there for the purpose, draw a staff, and commit the music to paper. Sometimes, after a long day, she would play it on her recorder and wonder if she had heard it in Ophiuchus or Capricorn. She would admit to herself ruefully, being haunted by the electrons and the moving holes that inhabit receivers and amplifiers, and by the charged particles and magnetic fields of the cold, thin gas between the flickering, distant stars. It was a repeated single note, high-pitched and raucous around the edges. It took her a moment to recognize it. Then she was sure she hadn't heard it in 35 years. It was the metal pulley on the clothesline that would complain each time her mother gave a tug and put out another freshly washed smock to dry in the sun. As a little girl, she had loved the army of marching clothespins, and when no one was about, would bury her face in the newly dried sheets. The smell, at once sweet and pungent, enchanted her. Could that be a whiff of it now? She could remember herself laughing, toddling away from the sheets, when her mother in one graceful motion swooped her up to the sky, it seemed, and carried her away in the crook of her arm, as if she herself were just a little bundle of clothes to be neatly arranged in the chest of drawers in her parents' bedroom. Dr. Arroway? Dr. Arroway? The technician looked down on her fluttering eyelids and shallow breathing. She blinked twice, removed the headphones, and gave him a small apologetic smile. Sometimes her colleagues had to talk very loudly if they wished to be heard above the amplified cosmic radio noise. She would in turn compensate for the volume of the noise. She was loath to remove the earphones for brief conversations by shouting back. When she was sufficiently preoccupied, a casual or even convivial exchange of pleasantries would seem to an inexperienced observer like a fragment of a fierce and unprovoked argument unexpectedly generated amidst the quiet of the vast radio facility. But now she only said, "Sorry, I must have drifted off. It's Dr. Drumlin on the phone. He's in Jack's office and says he has an appointment with you. Holy Toledo, I forgot." As the years had passed, Drumlin's brilliance had remained undiminished, but there were a number of additional personal idiosyncrasies that had not been in evidence when she had served briefly as his graduate student at Cal-Tech, for example. He had the disconcerting habit now of checking, when he, though himself unobserved, whether his fly was open. He had over the years become increasingly convinced that extraterrestrials did not exist, or at least that they were too rare, too distant to be detected. He had come to Argus to give the weekly scientific colloquium, but, she found, he had come for another purpose as well. He had written a letter to the National Science Foundation urging that Argus terminate its search for extraterrestrial intelligence and devote itself full-time to more conventional radio astronomy. He produced it from an inside pocket and insisted that she read it. But we've only been at it 4.5 years. We've looked at less than a third of the northern sky. This is the first survey that can do the entire radio noise minimum at optimum bandpasses. Why would you want to stop now? No, Ellie, this is endless. After a dozen years, you'll find no sign of anything. You'll argue that another Argus facility has to be built at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars in Australia or Argentina to observe the southern sky. And when that fails, you'll talk about building some paraboloid with a free-flying feed in Earth orbit so you can get millimeter waves. You'll always be able to think of some kind of observation that hasn't been done. You'll always invent some explanation about why the extraterrestrials like to broadcast where we haven't looked. Oh, Dave, we've been through this 100 times. If we fail, we learn something of the rarity of intelligent life, or at least intelligent life that thinks like we do and wants to communicate with backward civilizations like us. And if we succeed, we hit the cosmic jackpot. There's no greater discovery you can imagine. There are first-rate projects that aren't finding telescope time. There's work on quasar evolution, binary pulsars, the chromospheres of nearby stars, even those crazy interstellar proteins. These projects are waiting in line because this facility, by fat the best phased array in the world, is being used almost entirely for SETI. 75% for SETI, Dave, 25% for routine radio astronomy. Don't call it routine. We've got the opportunity to look back to the time that the galaxies were being formed, or maybe even earlier than that. We can examine the cores of giant molecular clouds and the black holes at the centers of galaxies. There's a revolution in astronomy about to happen, and you're standing in the way. Dave, try not to personalize this. Argus would never have been built if there wasn't public support for SETI. The idea for Argus isn't mine. You know, they picked me as director when the last 40 dishes were still under construction. The NSF is entirely behind. Not entirely, and not if I have anything to say about it. This is grandstanding. This is pandering to UFO kooks and comic strips and weak-minded adolescents. By now, Drumlin was fairly shouting, and Ellie felt an irresistible temptation to tune him out because of the nature of her work and her comparative eminence. She was constantly thrown into situations where she was the only woman present except for those serving coffee or making a stenotypic transcript. Despite what seemed like a lifetime of effort on her part, there was still a host of male scientists who only talked to each other, insisted on interrupting her, and ignored when they could what she had to say. Occasionally there were those like Drumlin who showed a positive antipathy, but at least he was treating her as he did many men. He was even-handed in his outbursts, visiting them equally on scientists of both sexes. There were a rare few of her male colleagues who did not exhibit awkward personality changes in her presence. She ought to spend more time with them, she thought. People like Kenneth Derheer, the molecular biologist from the Salk Institute who had recently been appointed presidential science advisor, and Peter Valerian, of course. Drumlin's impatience with Argus, she knew, was shared by many astronomers. After the first 2 years, a kind of melancholy had pervaded the facility. There were passionate debates in the commissary or during the long and undemanding watches about the intentions of the putative extraterrestrials. We could not guess how different from us they might be. It was hard enough to guess the intentions of our elected representatives in Washington. What would the intentions be of fundamentally different kinds of beings on physically different worlds, hundreds or thousands of light years away? Some believed that the signal would not be transmitted in the radio spectrum at all, but in the infrared or the visible or somewhere among the gamma rays. Or perhaps the extraterrestrials were signaling avidly but with a technology we would not invent for 1,000 years. Astronomers at other institutions were making extraordinary discoveries among the stars and galaxies, picking out hose objects which, by whatever mechanism, generated intense radio waves. Other radio astronomers published scientific papers, attended meetings, were uplifted by a sense of progress and purpose. The Argus astronomers tended not to publish and were usually ignored when the call went out for invited papers at the annual meeting of the American Astronomical Society or the triennial symposia and plenary sessions of the International Astronomical Union. So in consultation with the National Science Foundation, the leadership at Argus had reserved 25% of the observing time for projects unconnected with the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Some important discoveries had been made on the extragalactic objects that seemed, paradoxically, to be moving faster than light, on the surface temperature of Neptune's big moon, Triton, and on the dark matter in the outer reaches of nearby galaxies where no stars could be seen. Morale began to improve. The Argus staff felt they were making a contribution at the cutting edge of astronomical discovery. The time to complete a full search of the sky had been lengthened. It was true, but now their professional careers had some safety net. They might not succeed in finding signs of other intelligent beings, but they might pluck other secrets from the treasury of nature. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, everywhere abbreviated SETI, except by those who talked somewhat more optimistically about communication with extraterrestrial intelligence, CETI, was essentially an observing routine, the dull staple for which most of the facility had been built. But a quarter of the time you could be assured of using the most powerful array of radio telescopes on Earth for other projects. You had only to get through the boring part. A small amount of time had also been reserved for astronomers from other institutions. While the morale had improved noticeably, there were many who agreed with Drumlin. They glanced longingly at the technological miracle that Argus W31 radio telescopes represented and imagined using them for their own doubtless meritorious programs. She was alternately conciliatory and argumentative with Dave, but none of it did any good. He was not in an amiable mood. Drumlin's colloquium was in part an attempt to demonstrate that there were no extraterrestrials anywhere. If we had accomplished so much in only a few thousand years of high technology, what must a truly advanced species, he asked, be capable of? They should be able to move stars about, to reconfigure galaxies, and yet in all of astronomy there was no sign of a phenomenon that could not be understood by natural processes, for which an appeal to extraterrestrial intelligence had to be made. Why hadn't Argus detected a radio signal by now? Did they imagine just one radio transmitter in all of the sky? Did they realize how many billions of stars they had examined already? The experiment was a worthy one, but now it was over. They didn't have to examine the rest of the sky. The answer was in. Neither in deepest space, not near the Earth, was there any sign of extraterrestrials. They did not exist. In the question period, one of the Argus astronomers asked about the zoo hypothesis, the contention that the extraterrestrials were out there all right, but chose not to make their presence known in order to conceal from humans the fact that there were other intelligent beings in the cosmos, in the same sense that a specialist in primate behavior might wish to observe a troop of chimpanzees in the bush but not interfere with their activities. In reply, Drumlin asked a different question. Is it likely that with 1 million civilizations in the galaxy, the sort of number he said was bandied about at Argus, there would not be a single poacher? How does it come about that every civilization in the galaxy abides by an ethic of non-interference? Is it probable that not one of them would be poking around on the Earth? But on Earth, Ellie replied, poachers and game wardens have roughly equal levels of technology. If the game warden is a major step ahead with radar and helicopters, say, then the poachers are out of business. The remark was greeted warmly by some of the Argus staff, but Drumlin only said, "You're reaching, Ellie? You're reaching?" To clear her head, it was her practice to go for long solo drives in her one extravagance, a carefully maintained 1957 Thunderbird with removable hardtop and little glass portholes flanking the rear seat. Often she would leave the top at home and speed through the scrub desert at night, with the windows down and her dark hair streaming behind her. Over the years, it seemed, she had gotten to know every small, impoverished town, every butte and mesa, and every state highway patrolman in southwestern New Mexico. After a night observing run, she would love to zoom past the Argus guard station. That was before the cyclone fencing went up, rapidly changing gears and drive north. Around Santa Fe, the faintest glimmerings of dawn might be seen above the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Why should a religion, she asked herself, name its places after the blood and body, heart and pancreas of its most revered figure? And why not the brain, among other prominent but uncommemorated organs? This time she drove southeast toward the Sacramento Mountains. Could Dave be right? Could SETI and Argus be a kind of collective delusion of a few insufficiently hard-nosed astronomers? Was it true that no matter how many years went by without the receipt of a message, the project would continue, always inventing a new strategy for the transmitting civilization, continually devising novel and expensive instrumentation? What would be a convincing sign of failure? When would she be willing to give up and turn to something safer, something more guaranteed of results? The Nobayama Observatory in Japan had just announced the discovery of adenosine, a complex organic molecule, a building block of DNA sitting out there in a dense molecular cloud. She could certainly bust herself usefully in looking for life-related molecules in space, even if she gave up searching for extraterrestrial intelligence on the high mountain road. She glanced at the southern horizon and caught a glimpse of the constellation Centaurus. In that pattern of stars, the ancient Greeks had seen a chimerical creature, half man, half horse, who had taught Zeus wisdom. But Ellie could never make out any pattern remotely like Centaur. It was Alpha Centauri, the brightest star in the constellation that she delighted in. It was the nearest star, only 4¼ light-years away. Actually, Alpha Centauri was a triple system, 2 suns tightly orbiting one another, and a third more remote, circling them both. From Earth, the 3 stars blended together to form a solitary point of light, on particularly clear nights like this one. She could sometimes see it hovering somewhere over Mexico. Sometimes, when the air had been laden with desert grit after several consecutive days of sandstorms, she would drive up into the mountains to gain a little altitude and atmospheric transparency, get out of the car and stare at the nearest star system. Planets were possible there, although very hard to detect. Some might be closely orbiting any one of the triple suns. A more interesting orbit, with some fair celestial mechanical stability, was a figure 8, which wrapped itself around the 2 inner suns. What would it be like, she wondered, to live on a world with 3 suns in the sky, probably even hotter than New Mexico? The 2-lane blacktop highway, Ellie noticed with a pleasant little tremor, was lined with rabbits. She had seen them before, especially when her drives had taken her as far as West Texas. They were on all 4s by the shoulders of the road, but as each would be momentarily illuminated by the Thunderbird's new quartz headlights, it would stand on its hind legs, its forelimbs hanging limply, transfixed. For miles there was an honor guard of desert conies saluting her, so it seemed as she roared through the night. They would look up, 1,000 pink noses twitching, 2,000 bright eyes shining in the dark as this apparition hurled toward them. Maybe it's a kind of religious experience, she thought. They seemed to be mostly young rabbits. Maybe they had never seen automobile headlights. To think of it, it was pretty amazing, the 2 intense beams of light speeding along at 130 kilometers an hour. Despite the thousands of rabbits lining the road, there never seemed to be even one in the middle, near the lane marker. Never a forlorn dead body. The ears stretched out along the pavement. Why were they aligned along the pavement at all? Maybe it had to do with the temperature of the asphalt, she thought. Or maybe they were only foraging in the scrub vegetation nearby and curious about the oncoming bright lights. But was it reasonable that none of them ever took a few short hops to visit his cousins across the road? What did they imagine the highway was? An alien presence in their midst, its function unfathomable, built by creatures that most of them had never seen. She doubted that any of them wondered about it all. The whine of her tires on the highway was a kind of white noise, and she found that involuntarily she was here, too, listening for a pattern. She had taken to listening closely to many sources of white noise, the motor of the refrigerator starting up in the middle of the night, the water running for her bath, the washing machine, when she would do her clothes in the little laundry room off her kitchen, the roar of the ocean during a brief scuba diving trip to the island of Cozumel off Yucatan, which she had cut short because of her impatience to get back to work. She would listen to these everyday sources of random noise and try to determine whether there were fewer apparent patterns in them than in the interstellar static. She had been to New York City the previous August for a meeting of URSI, the French abbreviation for the International Scientific Radio Union. The subways were dangerous, she had been told, but the white noise was irresistible. In the clacka-clacka of this underground railway, she had thought she heard a clue, and resolutely skipped half a day of meetings, traveling from 34th Street to Coney Island, back to Midtown Manhattan, and then on a different line, out to remotest Queens. She changed trains at a station in Jamaica and then returned a little flushed and breathless. It was, after all, a hot day in August, she told herself to the convention hotel. Sometimes when the subway train was banking around a steep curve, the interior bulbs would go out and she could see a regular succession of lights, glowing in electric blue, speeding by as if she were in some impossible hyper-relativistic interstellar spacecraft, hurtling through a cluster of young blue supergiant stars. Then, as the train entered a straightaway, the interior lights would come on again, and she would become aware once again of the acrid smell, the jostling of nearby strafangers, the miniature TV surveillance cameras, locked in protective cages and subsequently spray-painted blind, the stylized multicolored map showing the complete underground transportation system of the city of New York, and the high-frequency screech of the brakes as they pulled into the stations. This was a little eccentric, she knew, but she had always had an active fantasy life. All right, so she was a little compulsive about listening to noise. It did no harm that she could see. Nobody seemed to notice much. Anyway, it was Job-related. If she had been so minded, she could probably have deducted the expense of her trip to Cozumel from her income tax because of the sound of the breakers. Well, maybe she was becoming obsessive. She realized with a start that she had arrived at the Rockefeller Center station. As she quickly stepped out through an accumulation of daily newspapers abandoned on the floor of the subway car, a headline of the News Post had caught her eye. Guerrillas capture Joburg Radio. If we like them, they're freedom fighters, she thought. If we don't like them, they're terrorists. In the unlikely case we can't make up our minks, they're temporarily only guerrillas. On an adjacent scrap of newspaper was a large photo of a florid, confident man with the headline, How the World Will End, excerptice from the Rev. Billy Joe Rankin's new book, exclusively this week in the News Post. She had taken the headlines in at a glance and tried promptly to forget them. Moving through the bustling crowds to the meeting hotel, she hoped she was in time to hear Fujita's paper on homomorphic radio telescope design. Superposed on the whine of the tires was a periodic thump at the joins of swathes of pavement, which had been resurfaced by different New Mexico road crews in different epochs. What if an interstellar message were being received by Project Argus? But very slowly, one bit of information every hour, say, or every week, or every decade. What if there were very old, very patient murmurs of some transmitting civilization, which had no way of knowing that we get tired of pattern recognition after seconds or minutes? Suppose they lived for tens of thousands of years, and there's a AAALKEDVERRYSLOOOOWWWLY. Argus would never know. Could such long-lived creatures exist? Would there have been enough time in the history of the universe for creatures who reproduced very slowly to evolve to high intelligence? Wouldn't the statistical breakdown of chemical bonds, The deterioration of their bodies, according to the second law of thermodynamics, forced them to reproduce about as often as human beings do, and to have lifespans like ours. Or might they reside on some old and frigid world, where even molecular collisions occur in extreme slow motion, maybe only a frame a day? She idly imagined a radio transmitter of recognizable and familiar design sitting on a cliff of methane ice, feebly illuminated by a distant red dwarf sun, while far below waves of an ammonia ocean beat relentlessly against the shore, incidentally generating a white noise indistinguishable from that of the surf at Cozumel. The opposite was possible as well. The fast talkers, manic little creatures perhaps, moving with quick and jerky motions, who transmitted a complete radio message, the equivalent of hundreds of pages of English test, in a nanosecond. Of course, if you had a very narrow bandpass to your receiver, so you were listening only to a tiny range of frequencies, you were forced to accept the long-time constant. You would never be able to detect a rapid modulation. It was a simple consequence of the Fourier integral theorem and closely related to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So, for example, if you had a bandpass of a kilohertz, you couldn't make out a signal that was modulated at faster than a millisecond. It would be kind of a sonic blur. The Argus bandpasses were narrower than a hertz, so to be detected the transmitters must be modulating very slowly, slower than 1 bit of information a second. Still, slower modulations, longer than ours, say, could be detected easily, provided you were willing to point a telescope at the source for that length of time, provided you were exceptionally patient. There were so many pieces of the sky to look at, so many hundreds of billions of stars to search out. You couldn't spend all your time on only a few of them. She was troubled that in their haste to do a full sky survey in less than a human lifetime, to listen to all of the sky at 1 billion frequencies, they had abandoned both the frantic talkers and the laconic plodders. But surely, she thought, they would know better than we what modulation frequencies were acceptable. They would have had previous experience with interstellar communication and newly emerging civilizations. If there was a broad range of likely pulse rates that the receiving civilization would adopt, the transmitting civilization would utilize such a range. Modulate at microseconds, modulate at hours. What would it cost them? They would, almost all of them, have superior engineering and enormous power resources by Earth standards. If they wanted to communicate with us, they would make it easy for us. They would send signals at many different frequencies. They would use many different modulation timescales. They would know how backward we are and would have pity. So why had we received no signal? Could Dave possibly be right? No extraterrestrial civilizations anywhere. All those billions of worlds going to waste, lifeless, barren. Intelligent beings growing up only in this obscure corner of an incomprehensibly vast universe, no matter how valiantly she tried. Ellie couldn't make herself take such a possibility seriously. It dovetailed perfectly with human fears and pretensions, with unproved doctrines about life after death, with such pseudosciences as astrology. It was the modern incarnation of the geocentric solipsism, the conceit that had captured our ancestors, the notion that we were the center of the universe. Drumlin's argument was suspect on these grounds alone. We wanted to believe it too badly. Wait a minute, she thought. We haven't even examined the northern skies once with the Argus system. In another 7 or 8 years, if we've still heard nothing, that'll be the time to start worrying. This is the first moment in human history when it's possible to search for the inhabitants of other worlds. If we fail, we've calibrated something of the rarity and preciousness of life on our planet, a fact, if it is one, very much worth knowing, and if we succeed, we'll have changed the history of our species, broken the shackles of provincialism. With the stakes this high, you have to be willing to take some small professional risks, she told herself. She pulled off the side of the road and did a shallow racing turn, changed gears twice, and accelerated back toward the Argus facility. The rabbits, still lining the roadside, but now pinked by dawn, craned their necks to follow her departure. Chapter 4. Prime Numbers. Are there no Moravians in the moon? that not a missionary has yet visited this poor pagan planet of ours to civilize civilization and Christianize Christendom. Herman Melville, White Jacket, 1850. Silence alone is great, all else is weakness. Alfred de Vigny, La Mort du Loup, 1864. The cold black vacuum had been left behind. The pulses were now approaching an ordinary yellow dwarf star and had already begun spilling over the retinue of worlds in this obscure system. They had fluttered by planets of hydrogen gas, penetrated into moons of ice, breached the organic clouds of a frigid world on which the precursors of life were stirring, and swept across a planet a billion years past its prime. Now the pulses were washing against a warm world, blue and wit spinning against the backdrop of the stars. There was life on this world, extravagant in its numbers and variety. There were jumping spiders at the chilly tops of the highest mountains and sulfur-eating worms in hot vents gushing up through ridges on the ocean floors. There were beings that could live only in concentrated sulfuric acid, and beings that were destroyed by concentrated sulfuric acid, organisms that were poisoned by oxygen, and organisms that could survive only in oxygen that actually breathed the stuff. A particular life form with a modicum of intelligence had recently spread across the planet. They had outposts on the ocean floors and in low-altitude orbit. They had swarmed to every nook and cranny of their small world. The boundary that marked the transition of night into day was sweeping westward, and following its motion, millions of these beings ritually performed their morning ablutions. They donned great coats and dhotis, drank brews of coffee, tea, or dandelion, drove bicycles, automobiles, or oxen, and briefly contemplated school assignments, prospects for spring planting, and the fate of the world. The first pulses in the train of radio waves insinuated themselves through the atmosphere and clouds, struck the landscape, and were partially reflected back to space. As the Earth turned beneath them, successive pulses arrived, engulfing not just this one planet, but the entire system. Very little of the energy was intercepted by any of the worlds. Most of it passed effortlessly onward, as the yellow star and its attendant worlds plunged, in an altogether different direction, into the inky dark. Wearing a background jacket displaying the word Marauders above a stylized felt volleyball, the duty officer, beginning the night shift, approached the control building. A clatch of radio astronomers was just leaving for dinner. "How long have you guys been looking for little green men?" "It's more than 5 years, isn't it? Now, Willie?" They chided him good-naturedly, but he could detect an edge to their banter. "Give us a break, Willie," another of them said. "The quasar luminosity program is going great guns, but it's going to take forever if we only have 2% of the telescope time." "Sure, Jack, sure, Willie. We're looking back toward the origin of the universe. There's a big stake in our program, too, and we know there's a universe out there. You don't know. There's a single little green man. Take it up with Dr. Arroway. I'm sure she'll be glad to hear your opinion," he replied a little sourly. The duty officer entered the control area. He made a quick survey of dozens of TV screens monitoring the progress of the radio search. They had just finished examining the constellation Hercules. They had peered into the heart of a great swarm of galaxies far beyond the Milky Way. The Hercules cluster, 100 million light-years away, they had tuned in on M13, a swarm of 300,000 stars, give or take a few, gravitationally bound together, moving in orbit around the Milky Way galaxy 26,000 light-years away. They had examined Ras Algethii, a double system, and Zeta and Lambda Herculis, some stars different from the Sun, some similar to it, all nearby. Most of the stars you can see with the naked eye are less than a few hundred light-years away. They had carefully monitored hundreds of little sectors of the sky within the constellation Hercules at 1 billion separate frequencies, and they had heard nothing. In previous years, they had searched the constellations immediately west of Hercules: Serpens, Corona, Borealis, Bootes, Canes, Venatici, and there also they had heard nothing. A few of the telescopes the duty officer could see were devoted to picking up some missed data in Hercules. The remainder were aiming, bore-sighted, at an adjacent patch of sky, the next constellation east of Hercules. Two people in the eastern Mediterranean a few thousand years ago, it had resembled a stringed musical instrument and was associated with the Greek culture hero Orpheus. It was a constellation named Lyra, the lyre. The computers turned the telescopes to follow the stars in Lyra from starise to starset, accumulated the radio photons, monitored the health of the telescopes, and processed the data in a format convenient for their human operators. Even one duty officer candies, a coffee machine, a sentence in Elvish runes out of Tolkien by the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at Stanford, and a bumper sticker reading "Black holes are out of sight." Willie approached the command console. He nodded pleasantly to the afternoon duty officer, now collecting his notes and preparing to leave for dinner. Because the day's data were conveniently summarized in amber on the master display, there was no need for Willie to inquire about the progress of the preceding hours. As you can see, nothing much. There was a pointing glitch. At least that's what it looked like in 49, he said, waving vaguely toward the window. The quasar bunch freed up the 110s and 120s about an hour ago. They seem to be getting very good data. Yeah, I heard. They don't understand. His voice trailed off as an alarm light flashed decorously on the console in front of them, on a display marked intensity versus frequency. A sharp vertical spike was rising. Hey, look, it's a monochromatic signal. Another display labeled intensity versus time showed a set of pulses moving left to right and then off the screen. Those are numbers, Willie said faintly. Somebody's broadcasting numbers. It's probably some Air Force interference. I saw an AWACS, probably from Kirtland, about 1600 hours. Maybe they're spoofing us for fun. There had been solemn agreements to safeguard at least some radio frequencies for astronomy, but precisely because these frequencies represented a clear channel, the military found them occasionally irresistible. If global war ever came, perhaps the radio astronomers would be the first to know, their windows to the cosmos overflowing with orders to battle management and damage assessment satellites in geosynchronous orbit, and with the transmission of coded launch commands to distant strategic outposts. Even with no military traffic, in listening to a billion frequencies at once, the astronomers had to expect some disruption. Lightning, automobile ignitions, direct broadcast satellites were all sources of radio interference, but the computers had their number, knew their characteristics, and systematically ignored them. To signals that were more ambiguous, the computer would listen with greater care and make sure they matched no inventory of data it was programmed to understand. Every now and then, an electronic intelligence aircraft on a training mission, sometimes with a radar dish coyly disguised as a flying saucer, camped on its haunches, would fly by, and Argus would suddenly detect unmistakable signatures of intelligent life. But it would always turn out to be life of a peculiar and melancholy sort, intelligent to a degree extraterrestrial, just barely. A few moths before an F-29E with state-of-the-art electronic countermeasures passed overhead at 80,000 feet and sounded the alarms on all 131 telescopes. To the unmilitary eyes of the astronomers, the radio signature had been complex enough to be a plausible first message from an extraterrestrial civilization. But they found the westernmost radio telescope had received the signal a full minute before the easternmost, and it soon became clear that it was an object streaking through the thin envelope of air surrounding the Earth, rather than a broadcast from some unimaginably different civilization in the depths of space. Almost certainly, this one was the same thing. The fingers of her right hand were inserted into 5 evenly spaced receptacles in a low box on her desk. Since the invention of this device, she was able to save half an hour a week, but there hadn't really been a great deal to do with that extra half hour. And I was telling Mrs. Yarborough all about it. She's the one in the next bed, now that Mrs. Wertheimer passed on. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I take a lot of credit for what you've done. Yes, Mother. She examined the gloss on her fingernails and decided that they needed another minute, maybe a minute 30. I was thinking about that time in 4th grade, remember? When it was pouring and you didn't want to go to school, you wanted me to write a note the next day saying you'd been out because you were sick. And I wouldn't do it, I said, Ellie. Apart from being beautiful, the most important thing in the world is an education. You can't do much about being beautiful, but you can do something about an education. Go to school. You never know what you might learn today. Isn't that right? Yes, Mother. But, isn't that what I told you then? Yes, I remember, Mom. The gloss on her 4 fingers was perfect, but her thumb still had a dull, matted appearance, so I got your galoshes and your raincoat. It was one of those yellow slickers. You looked cute as a button in it and scooted you off to school, and that's the day you couldn't answer a question in Mr. Weisbrod's mathematics class. And you got so furious you marched down to the college library and read up on it till you knew more about it than Mr. Weisbrod. He was impressed. He told me. He told you? I didn't know that. When did you talk to Mr. Weisbrod? It was a parent-teacher meeting, he said to me. That girl of yours, she's a spunky one, or words to that effect. She got so mad at me she became a real expert on it. Expert. That's what he said. I know I told you about it. Her feet were propped up on a desk drawer as she reclined in the swivel chair. She was stabilized only by her fingers in the varnish machine. She felt the buzzer almost before she heard it and abruptly sat up. Mom, I gotta go. I'm sure I've told you this story before. You just never pay attention to what I'm saying. Mr. Weisbrod, he was a nice man. You never could see his good side. Mom, really, I've gotta go. We've caught some kind of bogey. Bogey? You know, Mom, something that might be a signal. We've talked about it. There we are, both of us thinking the other one isn't listening, like mother, like daughter. Bye, Mom. I'll let you go if you promise to call me right after. Okay, Mom, I promise. Through the whole conversation, her mother's need and loneliness had elicited in Ellie a wish to end the conversation, to run away. She hated herself for that. Briskly, she entered the control area and approached the main console. Evening, Willie, Steve. Let's see the data. Good. Now where did you tuck away the amplitude plot? Good. Do you have the interferometric position? Okay. Now let's see if there's any nearby star in that field of view. Oh my, we're looking at Vega. That's a pretty near neighbor. Her fingers were punching away at a keyboard as she talked. Look, it's only 26 light-years away. It's been observed before, always with negative results. I looked at it myself in my first Arecibo survey. What's the absolute intensity? Holy Toledo, that's hundreds of Janskys. You could practically pick that up on your FM radio. Okay, so we have a bogey very near to Vega in the plane of the sky. It's at a frequency around 9.2 gigahertz. Not very monochromatic. The bandwidth is a few hundred hertz. It's linearly polarized, and it's transmitting a set of moving pulses restricted to 2 different amplitudes. In response to her typed commands, the screen now displayed the disposition of all the radio telescopes. It's being received by 116 individual telescopes. Clearly, it's not a malfunction in 1 or 2 of them. Okay, now we should have plenty of time baseline. Is it moving with the stars? Or could it be some ELINT satellite or aircraft? I can confirm sidereal motion, Dr. Arroway. Okay, that's pretty convincing. It's not down here on Earth, and it probably isn't from an artificial satellite in a Molniya orbit, although we should check that. When you get a chance, Willie, call up NORAD and see what they say about the satellite possibility. If we can exclude satellites, that will leave 2 possibilities. It's a hoax, or somebody has finally gotten around to sending us a message. Steve, do a manual override. Check a few individual radio telescopes. The signal strength is certainly large enough, and see if there's any chance this is a hoax. You know, a practical joke by someone who wishes to teach us the error of our ways. A handful of other scientists and technicians, alerted on their buzzers by the Argus computer, had gathered around the command console. There were half smiles on their faces. None of them was thinking seriously of a message from another world quite yet, but there was a sense of no school today, a break in the tedious routine to which they had become accustomed, and perhaps a faint air of expectation. If any of you can think of any other explanation besides extraterrestrial intelligence, I want to hear about it, she said, acknowledging their presence. There's no way it could be Vega, Dr. Arroway. The system's only a few 100 million years old. Its planets are still in the process of forming. There isn't time for intelligent life to have developed there. It has to be some background star or galaxy. But then the transmitter power has to be ridiculously large, responded a member of the Quasar group who had returned to see what was happening. We need to get going right away on a sensitive proper motion study so we can see if the radio source moves with Vega. Of course you're right about the proper motion, Jack, she said. But there's another possibility. Maybe they didn't grow up in the Vega system. Maybe they're just visiting. That's no good either. The system is full of debris. It's a failed solar system or solar system still in its early stages of development. If they stay very long, their spacecraft will be clobbered. So they only arrived recently. Or they vaporize incoming meteorites, or they take evasive action if there's a piece of debris on a collision trajectory. Or they're not in the ring plane but in polar orbit, so they minimize their encounters with the debris. There's a million possibilities. But you're absolutely right. We don't have to guess whether the source is in the Vega system. We can actually find out. How long will that proper motion study take? By the way, Steve, this isn't your shift. At least tell Consuela you're going to be late for dinner. Willie, who had been talking on the phone at an adjacent console, was displaying a wan smile. Well, I got through to a major brain tree at NORAD. He swears up and down they have nothing that'll give this signal, especially not at 9 gigahertz. Of course, they tell us that every time we call. Anyway, he says, they haven't detected any spacecraft at the right ascension and declination of Vega. What about darks? By this time, there were many dark satellites with low radar cross-sections designed to orbit Earth unannounced and undetected until an hour of need. Then they would serve as backups for launch detection or communications in a nuclear war, in case the first-line military satellites dedicated to these purposes were suddenly missing in action. Occasionally, a dark would be detected by one of the major astronomical radar systems. All nations would deny that the object belonged to them, and breathless speculation would erupt that an extraterrestrial spacecraft had been detected in Earth orbit. As the millennium approached, the UFO cults were thriving again. Interferometry now rules out a Molniya-type orbit, Dr. Arroway. Better and better. Now let's take a closer look at those moving pulses. Assuming that this is binary arithmetic, has anybody converted it into base 10? Do we know what the sequence of numbers is? Okay, here, we can do it in our heads. 59, 61, 67, 71. Aren't these all prime numbers? A little buzz of excitement circulated through the control room. Ellie's own face momentarily revealed the flutter of something deeply felt, but this was quickly replaced by a sobriety, a fear of being carried away, an apprehension about appearing foolish, unscientific. Okay, let's see if I can do another quick summary. I'll do it in the simplest language. Please check if I've missed anything. We have an extremely strong, not very monochromatic signal. Immediately outside the bandpass of this signal, there are no other frequencies reporting anything besides noise. The signal is linearly polarized, as if it's being broadcast by a radio telescope. The signal is around 9 gigahertz, near the minimum in the galactic radio noise background. It's the right kind of frequency for anyone who wants to be heard over a big distance. We've confirmed sidereal motion of the source, so it's moving as if it's up there among the stars and not from some local transmitter. NORAD tells us that they don't detect any satellites, ours or anybody else's. That match the position of this source, interferometry, excludes a source in Earth orbit anyway. Steve has now looked at the data outside the automated mode, and it doesn't seem to be a program that somebody with a warped sense of humor put into the computer. The region of the sky we're looking at includes Vega, which is an A0 main sequence dwarf star. It's not exactly like the Sun, but it's only 26 light-years away, and it has the prototype stellar debris ring. There are no known planets, but there certainly could be planets we don't know anything about around Vega. We're setting up a proper motion study to see if the source is well behind our line of sight to Vega, and we should have an answer in. What? A few weeks if we're restricted on our own, a few hours if we do some long baseline interferometry. Finally, what's being sent seems to be a long sequence of prime numbers, integers that can't be divided by any other number except themselves, and no astrophysical process is likely to generate prime numbers. So, I'd say, We want to be cautious, of course, but I'd say that by every criterion we can lay our hands on, this looks like the real thing. But there's a problem with the idea that this is a message from guys who evolved on some planet around Vega because they would have had to evolve very fast. The entire lifetime of the star is only about 400 million years. It's an unlikely place for the nearest civilization. So the proper motion study is very important. But I sure would like to check out that hoax possibility some more. Look, said one of the Quasar Survey astronomers who had been hovering in the back. He inclined his jaw to the western horizon where a faint pink aura showed unmistakably where the sun had set. Vega is going to set in another couple of hours. It's probably already risen in Australia. Can't we call Sydney and get them looking at the same time that we're still seeing it? Good idea. It's only middle afternoon there, and together we'll have enough baseline for the proper motion study. Give me that summary printout, and I'll telefax it to Australia from my office. With deliberate composure, Ellie left the assembled group crowded around the consoles and returned to her office. She closed the door very carefully behind her. Holy shit, she whispered. Ian Braderick, please? Yes. This is Eleanor Arroway at Project Argus. It's something of an emergency. Thanks, I'll hold on. Hello, Ian? It's probably nothing, but we have a bogey here and wonder if you could just check it out for us. It's around 9 gigahertz with a few hundred hertz bandpass. I'm telefaxing the parameters now. You have a feed good at 9 gigahertz already on the dish? That's a bit of luck. Yes, Vega is smack in the middle of the field of view and we're getting what looks like prime number pulses. Really? Okay, I'll hold on. She considered again how backward the world astronomical community still was. A joint computer databasing system was still not online. Its value for asynchronous telenetting alone would... Listen, Ian, while the telescope finishes slewing, could you set up to look at an amplitude time plot? Let's call the low amplitude pulses dots and the high amplitude pulses dashes. We're getting, yes, that's just the pattern we've been seeing for the last half hour maybe. Well, it's the best candidate in 5 years, but I keep remembering how badly the Soviets got fooled with that Big Bird satellite incident around '74. Well, the way I understand it, it was a U.S. radar altimetry survey of the Soviet Union for cruise missile guidance. Yes, a terrain mapper. And the Soviets were picking it up on omnidirectional antennas. They couldn't tell where in the sky the signal was coming from. All they knew was they were getting the same sequence of pulses from the sky at about the same time every morning. Their people assured them it wasn't a military transmission, so naturally they thought it was extraterrestrial. No, we've excluded a satellite transmission already. Ian, could we trouble you to follow it for as long as it's in your sky? I'll talk to you about VLBI later. I'm going to see if I can't get other radio observatories, distributed pretty evenly in longitude, to follow it until it reappears back here. Yes, but I don't know if it's easy to make a direct phone call to China. I'm thinking of sending an IAU telegram. Fine, many thanks, Ian. Ellie paused in the doorway of the control room. They called it that with conscious irony, because it was the computers in another room that by and large did the controlling to admire the small group of scientists who were talking with great animation, scrutinizing the data being displayed and engaging in mild badinage on the nature of the signal. These were not stylish people, she thought. They were not conventionally good-looking, but there was something unmistakably attractive about them. They were excellent at what they did, and especially in the discovery process, were utterly absorbed in their work. As she approached, they fell silent and looked at her expectantly. The numerals were now being converted automatically from base 2 to base 10, 881, 883, 887, 907, each one confirmed as a prime number. Willie, get me a world map, and please get me Mark Auerbach in Cambridge, Mass. He'll probably be at home. Give him this message for an IAU telegram to all observatories, but especially to all large radio observatories, and see if he'll check our telephone number for the Beijing Radio Observatory. Then get me the President's Science Advisor. You're going to bypass the National Science Foundation? After Auerbach, get me the President's Science Advisor. In her mind, she thought she could hear one joyous shout amidst a clamor of other voices. By bicycle, small truck, perambulatory mailman, or telephone, the single paragraph was delivered to astronomical centers all over the world. In a few major radio observatories in China, India, the Soviet Union, and Holland, for example, the message was delivered by teletype. As it chattered in, it was scanned by a security officer or some passing astronomer, torn off, and with a look of some curiosity carried into an adjacent office. It read, "Anomalous intermittent radio source at right ascension, 18 Ausch 34 meters, declination plus 38 degrees, 41 minutes discovered by Argus Systematic Sky Survey. Frequency 9.2417668 GHz, bandpass approximately 430 Hz. Bimodal amplitude is approximately 174 and 79 Janskis. Evidence amplitude is encode sequence of prime numbers, full longitude coverage urgently needed. Please call collect for further information in coordinating observations." Arroway, Director, Project, Argus, Socorro, New Mexico, USA, Chapter 5. Decryption Algorithm. Oh, speak again, bright angel, William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. The visiting scientists' quarters were now all occupied, indeed overcrowded, by selected luminaries of the seedy community. When the official delegations began arriving from Washington, they found no suitable accommodations at the Argus site and had to be billeted at motels in nearby Socorro. Kenneth Durheer, the president's science advisor, was the only exception. He had arrived the day after the discovery in response to an urgent call from Eleanor Arroway, officials from the National Science Foundation, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Department of Defense, the President's Science Advisory Committee, the National Security Council, and the National Security Agency trickled in during the next few days. There were a few government employees whose precise institutional affiliations remained obscure. The previous evening, some of them stood at the base of Telescope 101 and had Vega pointed out to them for the first time. Obligingly, its blue-white light flickered prettily. "I mean, I've seen it before, but I never knew what it was called," one of them remarked. Vega appeared brighter than the other stars in the sky, but in no other way noteworthy. It was merely one of the few thousand naked-eye stars. The scientists were running a continuous research seminar on the nature, origin, and possible significance of the radio pulses. The project's public affairs office, larger than in most observatories because of widespread interest in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, was assigned the task of filling in the lower-ranking officials. Every new arrival required an extensive personal briefing. Ellie, who was obliged to brief the senior officials, supervise the ongoing research, and respond to the entirely proper skeptical scrutiny being offered with some vigor by her colleagues, was exhausted. The luxury of a full night's sleep had eluded her since the discovery. At first, they had tried to keep the finding quiet. After all, they were not absolutely sure it was an extraterrestrial message. A premature or mistaken announcement would be a public relations disaster. But worse than that, it would interfere with the data analysis. If the press descended, the science would surely suffer. Washington, as well as Argus, was keen to keep the story quiet, but the scientists had told their families. The International Astronomical Union telegram had been sent all over the world, and still rudimentary astronomical databasing systems in Europe, North America, and Japan were all carrying news of the discovery. Although there had been a range of contingency plans for the public release of any findings, the actual circumstances had caught them largely unprepared. They drafted as innocuous a statement as they could and released it only when they had to. It caused, of course, a sensation. They had asked the media's forbearance, but knew there would be only a brief period before the press would descend in force. They had tried to discourage reporters from visiting the site, explaining that there was no real information in the signals they were receiving, just tedious and repetitive prime numbers. The press was impatient with the absence of hard news. "You can only do so many sidebars on what is a prime number," one reporter explained to Ellie over the telephone. television camera crews in fixed-wing air taxis and chartered helicopters began making low passes over the facility, sometimes generating strong radio interference easily detected by the telescopes. Some reporters stalked the officials from Washington when they returned to their motels at night. A few of the more enterprising had attempted to enter the facility unobserved by beach buggy, motorcycle, and in one case on horseback. She had been forced to inquire about bulk rates on cyclone fencing. Immediately after Dahir arrived, he had received an early version of what was by now Ellie's standard briefing. The surprising intensity of the signal, its location in very much the same part of the sky as the star Vega, the nature of the pulses. "I may be the president's science advisor," he had said, "but I'm only a biologist, so please explain it to me slowly. I understand that if the radio source is 26 light-years away, then the message had to be sent 26 years ago. In the 1960s, some funny-looking people with pointy ears thought we'd want to know that they like prime numbers. But prime numbers aren't difficult. It's not like they're boasting. It's more like they're sending us remedial arithmetic. Maybe we should be insulted. No. Look at it this way," she said, smiling. "This is a beacon. It's an announcement signal. It's designed to attract our attention. We get strange patterns of pulses from quasars and pulsars and radio galaxies and God knows what. But prime numbers are very specific, very artificial. No even number is prime, for example. It's hard to imagine some radiating plasma or exploding galaxy sending out a regular set of mathematical signals like this. The prime numbers are to attract our attention." "But what for?" he had asked, genuinely baffled. "I don't know, but in this business you have to be very patient. Maybe in a while the prime numbers will turn off and be replaced by something else, something very rich, the real message. We just have to keep on listening." This was the hardest part to explain to the press, that the signals had essentially no content, no meaning, just the first few hundred prime numbers in order, a cycling back to the beginning, and again the simple binary arithmetic representations, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 9 wasn't a prime number, she'd explain, because it was divisible by 3, as well as 9 and 1, of course. 10 wasn't a prime number because 5 and 2 went into it, as well as 10 and 1. 11 was a prime number because it was divisible only by 1 and itself. But why transmit prime numbers? It reminded her of an idiot savant, one of those people who might be grossly deficient in ordinary social or verbal skills, but who could perform mind-boggling feats of mental arithmetic, such as figuring out, after a moment's thought, on what day of the week June 1st in the year 11,977 will fall. It wasn't for anything. They did it because they liked doing it, because they were able to do it. She knew it was only a few days after receipt of the message, but she was at once exhilarated and deeply disappointed. After all these years, they had finally received a signal, sort of. But its content was shallow, hollow, empty. She had imagined receiving the Encyclopedia Galactica. "We've only achieved the capacity for radio astronomy in the last few decades," she reminded herself. "In a galaxy where the average star is billions of years old, the chance of receiving a signal from a civilization exactly as advanced as we are should be minuscule. If they were even a little behind us, they would lack the technological capability to communicate with us at all. So the most likely signal would come from a civilization much more advanced. Maybe they would be able to write full and melodic mirror fugues. The counterpoint would be the theme written backwards. No, she decided. While this was a kind of genius without a doubt, and certainly beyond her ability, it was a tiny extrapolation from what human beings could do. Bach and Mozart had made at least respectable stabs at it. She tried to make a bigger leap into the mind of someone who was enormously orders of magnitude, more intelligent than she was, smarter than Drumlin, say, or Ida, the young Nigerian physicist who had just won the Nobel Prize, but it was impossible. She could muse about demonstrating Fermat's last theorem or the Goldbach conjecture in only a few lines of equations. She could imagine problems enormously beyond us that would be old hat to them. But she couldn't get into their minds. She couldn't imagine what thinking would be like if you were much more capable than a human being, of course. Nor surprise. What did she expect? It was like trying to visualize a new primary color, or a world in which you could recognize several hundred acquaintances individually only by their smells. She could talk about this, but she couldn't experience it. By definition, it has to be mighty hard to understand the behavior of a being much smarter than you are. By even so, why only prime numbers? The Argus radio astronomers had made progress in the last few days. Vega had a known motion, a known component of its velocity toward or away from the Earth, and a known component laterally across the sky against the background of more distant stars. The Argus telescopes, working together with radio observatories in West Virginia and Australia, had determined that the source was moving with Vega. Not only was the signal coming, as carefully as they could measure from where Vega was in the sky, but the signal also shared the peculiar and characteristic motions of Vega. Unless this was a hoax of heroic proportions, the source of the prime number pulses was indeed in the Vega system. There was no additional Doppler effect due to the motion of the transmitter, perhaps tied to a planet about Vega. The extraterrestrials had compensated for the orbital motion. Perhaps it was a kind of interstellar courtesy. It's the goddamnedest, most wonderful thing I ever heard of, and it's got nothing to do with our shop, said an official of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency preparing to return to Washington. As soon as the discovery had been made, Ellie had assigned a handful of the telescopes to examine Vega in a range of other frequencies. Sure enough, they had found the same signal, the same monotonous succession of prime numbers, beeping away in the 1420 MHz hydrogen line, the 1667 MHz hydroxyl line, and at many other frequencies, all over the radio spectrum. With an electromagnetic orchestra, Vega was bleeding out prime numbers. "It doesn't make sense," said Drumlin, casually touching his belt buckle. "We couldn't have missed it before. Everybody's looked at Vega. For years, Arroway observed it from Arecibo a decade ago. Suddenly, last Tuesday, Vega starts broadcasting prime numbers. Why now? What's so special about now? How come they start transmitting just a few years after Argus starts listening?" "Maybe their transmitter was down for repairs for a couple of centuries," Valerian suggested, "and they just got it back online. Maybe their duty cycle is to broadcast to us just 1 year out of every million. There are all those other candidate planets that might have life on them, you know? We're probably not the only kid on the block." But Drumlin, plainly dissatisfied, only shook his head. Although his nature was the opposite of conspiratorial, Valerian thought he had caught an undercurrent in Drumlin's last question. Could all this be a reckless, desperate attempt by Argus scientists to prevent a premature closing down of the project? It wasn't possible. Valerian shook his head. As Derheer walked by, he found himself confronted by 2 senior experts on the CT problem, silently shaking their heads at one another. Between the scientists and the bureaucrats, there was a kind of unease, a mutual discomfort, a clash of fundamental assumptions. One of the electrical engineers called it an impedance mismatch. The scientists were too speculative, too quantitative, and too casual about talking to anybody for the tastes of many of the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats were too unimaginative, too qualitative, too uncommunicative for many of the scientists. Ellie and especially Derheer tried hard to bridge the gap, but the pontoons kept being swept downstream. This night, cigarette butts and coffee cups were everywhere. The casually dressed scientists, Washington officials in lightweight suits, and an occasional flag-rank military officer filled the control room, the seminar room, the small auditorium, and spilled out of doors where, illuminated by cigarettes and starlight, some of the discussions continued. But tempers were frayed. The strain was showing. Dr. Arroway. "This is Michael Kitts, Assistant Secretary of Defense for C3I. Introducing Kitts and positioning himself just a step behind him, Derheer was communicating. What? Some unlikely mix of emotions, bemusement in the arms of Prudence. He seemed to be appealing for restraint. Did he think her such a hothead? C3I, pronounced C-cubed-I, stood for Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence. Important responsibilities at a time when the United States and the Soviet Union were gamely making major phased reductions in their strategic nuclear arsenals. It was a job for a cautious man. Kitts settled himself in one of the 2 chairs across the desk from Ellie, leaned forward, and read the Kafka quote. He was unimpressed. Dr. Arroway, let me come right to the point. We're concerned about whether it's in the best interest of the United States for this information to be generally known. We were not overjoyed about your sending that telegram all over the world. You mean to China, to Russia, to India? Her voice, despite her best effort, had a discernible edge to it. You wanted to keep the first 261 prime numbers secret? Do you suppose, Mr. Kitts, the extraterrestrials intended to communicate only with Americans? Don't you think that a message from another civilization belongs to the whole world? You might have asked our advice, and risked losing the signal. Look, for all we know, something essential, something unique might have been broadcast after Vega had set her in New Mexico, but when it was high in the sky over Beijing. These signals aren't exactly a person-to-person call to the US of A. They're not even a person-to-person call to the Earth. It's station-to-station to any planet in the solar system. We just happened to be lucky enough to pick up the phone. Derheer was radiating something again. What was he trying to tell her? That he liked that elementary analogy, but ease up on Kitts in any case, she continued. It's too late. Everybody knows now that there's some kind of intelligent life in the Vega system. I'm not sure it's too late, Dr. Arroway. You seem to think there'll be some information-rich transmission, a message still to come. Dr. Derheer here. He paused to listen to the unexpected assonance. Dr. Derheer says, you think these prime numbers are an announcement? Something to make us pay attention? If there is a message and it's subtle, something those other countries wouldn't pick up right away, I want it kept quiet until we can talk about it. Many of us have once, Mr. Kitts, she found herself saying sweetly, ignoring Derheer's raised eyebrows. There was something irritating, almost provocative about Kitts's manner, and probably hers as well. I, for example, have a want to understand what the meaning of this signal is and what's happening on Vega and what it means for the Earth. It's possible that scientists in other nations are the key to that understanding. Maybe we'll need their data. Maybe we'll need their brains. I could imagine this might be a problem too big for one country to handle all by itself. Derheer now appeared faintly alarmed. Dr. Arroway, Secretary Kitts's suggestion isn't all that unreasonable. It's very possible we'd bring other nations in. All he's asking is to talk about it with us first, and that's only if there's a new message. His tone was calming but not unctuous. She looked at him closely again. Derheer was not a patently handsome man, but he had a kind and intelligent face. He was wearing a blue suit and a crisp Oxford shirt. His seriousness and air of self-possession were moderated by the warmth of his smile. Why, then, was he shilling for this jerk? Part of his job? Could it be that Kitts was talking sense? It's a remote contingency, anyway. Kitts sighed as he got to his feet. The Secretary of Defense would appreciate your cooperation. He was trying to be winning. Agreed. Let me think about it, she replied, taking his proffered hand as if it were a dead fish. I'll be along in a few minutes, Mike, Derheer said cheerfully. His hand on the lintel of the door, Kitts had an apparent afterthought, removed a document from his inside breast pocket, returned, and placed it gingerly on the corner of her desk. Oh yes, I forgot. Here's a copy of the Haddon decision. You probably know it. It's about the government's right to classify material vital to the security of the United States, even if it didn't originate in a classified facility.
You want to classify the prime numbers?
She asked, her eyes wide in mock incredulity. See you outside, Ken? She began talking the moment Kitts left her office. What's he after? Vegan death rays? World blower-uppers? What's this really about? He's just being prudent, Ellie. I can see you don't think that's the whole story. Okay. Suppose there's some message you know with real content, and in it there's something offensive to Muslims, say, or to Methodists. Shouldn't we release it carefully, so the United States doesn't get a black eye? Ken, don't bullshit me. That man is an Assistant Secretary of Defense. If they're worried about Muslims and Methodists, they would have sent me an Assistant Secretary of State, or, I don't know, one of those religious fanatics who preside at presidential prayer breakfasts. You're the president's science advisor. What did you advise her? I haven't advised her anything. Since I've been here, I've only talked to her once, briefly, on the phone, and I'll be frank with you, she didn't give me any instructions about classification. I thought what Kit said was way off base. I think he's acting on his own. Who is he? As far as I know, he's a lawyer. He was a top executive in the electronics industry before joining the administration. He really knows C3I, but that doesn't make him knowledgeable about anything else. Ken, I trust you. I believe you didn't set me up for this Haddon decision threat. She waved the document in front of her and paused, seeking his eyes. Do you know that Drumlin thinks there's another message in the polarization? I don't understand. Just a few hours ago, Dave finished a rough statistical study of the polarization. He's represented the Stokes parameters by Poincaré spheres. There's a nice movie of them varying in time. Derheer looked at her blankly. Don't biologists use polarized light in their microscopes? She asked herself. When a wave of light comes at you, visible light, radio light, any kind of light, it's vibrating at right angles to your line of sight. If that vibration rotates, the wave is said to be elliptically polarized. If it rotates clockwise, the polarization is called right-handed. Counterclockwise, it's left-handed. I know it's a dumb designation anyway. By varying between the two kinds of polarization, you could transmit information. A little right polarization, and that's a 0. A little left, and it's a 1. Follow? It's perfectly possible. We have amplitude modulation and frequency modulation, but our civilization, by convention, ordinarily just doesn't do polarization modulation. Well, the Vega signal looks as if it has polarization modulating. We're busy checking it out right now. But Dave found that there wasn't an equal amount of the two sorts of polarization. It wasn't left polarized as much as it was right polarized. It's just possible that there's another message in the polarization that we've missed so far. That's why I'm suspicious about your friend. Kitts isn't just giving me general gratuitous advice. He knows we may be onto something else. Ellie, take it easy. You've hardly slept for 4 days. You've been juggling the science, the administration, and the press. You've already made one of the major discoveries of the century, and if I understand you right, you might be on the verge of something even more important. You've got every right to be a little on edge. And threatening to militarize the project was clumsy of Kitts. I don't have any trouble understanding why you're suspicious of him. But there's some sense to what he says. Do you know the man? I've been in a few meetings with him. I can hardly say I know him, Ellie. If there's a possibility of a real message coming in, wouldn't it be a good idea to thin out the crowd a little? Sure. Give me a hand with some of the Washington deadwood. Okay. And if you leave that document on your desk, someone will be in here and draw the wrong conclusion. Why don't you put it away somewhere? You're going to help. If the situation stays anything like what it is now, I'll help. We're not going to make our best effort if this thing gets classified. Smiling, Ellie knelt before her small office safe and punched in the 6-digit combination. 314159. She took one last glance at the document that was titled in large black letters, The United States v.S. Haddon Cybernetics, and locked it away. It was a group of about 30 people, technicians and scientists associated with Project Argus, a few senior government officials, including the deputy director of the Defense Intelligence Agency in civilian clothes. Among them were Valerian, Drumlin, Kitts, and Derheer. Ellie was the only woman. They had set up a large TV projection system focused on a 2-meter by 2-meter screen set flush against the far wall. Ellie was simultaneously addressing the group and the decryption program, her fingers on the keyboard before her. Over the years, we've prepared for the computer decryption of many kinds of possible messages. We've just learned from Dr. Drumlin's analysis that there's information in the polarization modulation. All that frenetic switching between left and right means something. It's not random noise, it's as if you're flipping a coin. Of course, you expect as many heads as tails, but instead you get twice as many heads as tails. So you conclude that the coin is loaded, or, in our case, that the polarization modulation isn't random, it has content. Oh, look at this. What the computer has just now told us is even more interesting. The precise sequence of heads and tails repeats. It's a long sequence. So it's a pretty complex message, and the transmitting civilization must want us to be sure to get it right here. You see, this is the repeating message. We're now into the first repetition. Every bit of information, every dot and dash, if you want to think of them that way, is identical to what it was in the last block of data. Now we analyze the total number of bits. It's a number in the tens of billions. Okay, bingo. It's the product of three prime numbers. Although Drumlin and Valerian were both beaming, it seemed to Ellie they were experiencing quite different emotions. So what? What do some more prime numbers mean? A visitor from Washington asked. It means maybe that we're being sent a picture. You see, this message is made of a large number of bits of information. Suppose that large number is the product of three smaller numbers. It's a number times a number times a number. So there's three dimensions to the message. I'd guess either it's a single static three-dimensional picture like a stationary hologram, or it's a two-dimensional picture that changes with time. A movie. Let's assume it's a movie. If it's a hologram, it'll take us longer to display anyway. We've got an ideal decryption algorithm for this one. On the screen, they made out an indistinct moving pattern composed of perfect whites and perfect blacks. Willie, put in some gray interpolation program, would you? Anything reasonable? And try rotating it about 90 degrees counterclockwise. Dr. Arroway, there seems to be an auxiliary sideband channel. Maybe it's the audio to go with the movie. Punch it up. The only other practical application of prime numbers she could think of was public key cryptography, now widely used in commercial and national security contexts. One application was to make a message clear to dummies. The other was to keep a message hidden from the tolerably intelligent. Ellie scanned the faces before her. Kit's looked uncomfortable. Perhaps he was anticipation, some alien invader, or, worse, the design drawings of a weapon too secret for her staff to be trusted with. Willie looked very earnest and was swallowing over and over again. A picture is different from mere numbers. The possibility of a visual message was clearly rousing unexamined fears and fantasies in the hearts of many of the onlookers. Derheer had a wonderful expression on his face. For the moment he seemed much less the official, the bureaucrat, the presidential advisor, and much more the scientist. The picture, still unintelligible, was joined by a deep, rumbling glissando of sounds, sliding first up and then down the audio spectrum, until it gravitated to rest somewhere around the octave below, middle C. Slowly, the group became aware of faint but swelling music. The picture rotated, rectified, and focused. Ellie found herself staring at a black and white grainy image of a massive reviewing stand adorned with an immense Art Deco eagle, clutched in the eagle's concrete talons. "Hoax! It's a hoax!" There were cries of astonishment, incredulity, laughter, mild hysteria. "Don't you see you've been hoodwinked?" Drumlin was saying to her almost conversationally. He was smiling. "It's an elaborate practical joke. You've been wasting the time of everybody here." Clutched in the eagle's concrete talons, she could now see clearly, was a swastika. The camera zoomed in above the eagle to find the smiling face of Adolf Hitler, waving to a rhythmically chanting crowd. His uniform, devoid of military decorations, conveyed a modest simplicity. The deep baritone voice of an announcer, scratchy but unmistakably speaking German, filled the room. Derheer moved toward her. "Do you know German?" she whispered. "What's it saying?" "The Führer," he translated slowly, "welcomes the world to the German fatherland for the opening of the 1936 Olympic Games. Chapter 6, Palimpsest. And if the Guardians are not happy, who else can be?" Aristotle. The Politics Book 2, Chapter 5. As the plane reached cruising altitude, with Albuquerque already more than 100 miles behind them, Ellie idly glanced at the small white cardboard rectangle imprinted with blue letters that had been stapled to her airline ticket envelope. It read in language unchanged since her first commercial flight, "This is not the luggage ticket, baggage check, described by Article 4 of the Warsaw Convention." Why were the airlines so worried, she wondered, that passengers might mistake this piece of cardboard for the Warsaw Convention ticket? Why had she never seen one? Where were they storing them? In some forgotten key event in the history of aviation, an inattentive airline must have forgotten to print this caveat on cardboard rectangles and was sued into bankruptcy by irate passengers laboring under the misapprehension that this was the Warsaw luggage ticket. Doubtless there were sound financial reasons for this worldwide concern, never otherwise articulated, about which pieces of cardboard are not described by the Warsaw Convention. Imagine, she thought, all those cumulative lines of type devoted instead to something useful. The history of world exploration, say, or incidental facts of science, or even the average number of passenger miles until your airplane crashed. If she had accepted Der Heer's offer of a military airplane, she would be having other casual associations, but that would have been far too cozy. Perhaps some aperture leading to an eventual militarization of the project. They had preferred to travel by commercial carrier. Valerian's eyes were already closed as he finished settling into the seat beside her. There had been no particular hurry, even after taking care of those last-minute details on the data analysis, with the hint that the second layer of the onion was about to unpeel. They had been able to make a commercial flight that would arrive in Washington well before tomorrow's meeting. In fact, in plenty of time for a good night's sleep. She glanced at the telefax system neatly zipped into a leather carrying case under the seat in front of her. It was several hundred kilobits per second faster than Peter's old model and displayed much better graphics. Well, maybe tomorrow she would have to use it to explain to the President of the United States what Adolf Hitler was doing on Vega. She admitted to herself, a little nervous about the meeting. She had never met a president before, and by late 20th century standards, this one wasn't half bad. She hadn't had time to get her hair done, much less a facial. Oh well, she wasn't going to the White House to be looked at. What would her stepfather think? Did he still believe she was unsuited for science? Or her mother, now confined to a wheelchair in a nursing home? She had managed only one brief phone call to her mother since the discovery over a week ago, and promised herself to call again tomorrow. As she had done 100 times before, she peered out the airplane window and imagined what impression the Earth would make on an extraterrestrial observer at this cruising altitude of 12 or 14 kilometers, and assuming the alien had eyes something like ours. There were vast areas of the Midwest intricately geometrized with squared rectangles and circles by those with agricultural or urban predilections, and, as here, vast areas of the Southwest in which the only sign of intelligent life was an occasional straight line heading between mountains and across deserts. Are the worlds of more advanced civilizations totally geometrized, entirely rebuilt by their inhabitants? Or would the signature of a really advanced civilization be that they left no sign at all? Would they be able to tell in one swift glance precisely which stage we were in some great cosmic evolutionary sequence in the development of intelligent beings? What else could they tell? From the blueness of the sky they could make a rough estimate of Loschmidt's number. How many molecules there were in a cubic centimeter at sea level? About 3 times 10 to the 19th. They could easily tell the altitudes of the clouds from the length of their shadows on the ground. If they knew that the clouds were condensed water, they could roughly calculate the temperature lapse rate of the atmosphere, because the temperature had to fall to about minus 40 degrees centigrade at the altitude of the highest clouds she could see. The erosion of landforms, the dendritic patterns and oxbows of rivers, the presence of lakes and battered volcanic plugs all spoke of an ancient battle between landforming and erosional processes. Really, you could see at a glance that this was an antique planet with a brand new civilization. Most of the planets in the galaxy would be venerable and pre-technical, maybe even lifeless. A few would harbor civilizations much older than ours. Worlds with technical civilizations just beginning to emerge must be spectacularly rare. It was probably the only quality fundamentally unique about the Earth. Through lunch, the landscape slowly turned verdant as they approached the Mississippi Valley. There was hardly any sense of motion in modern air travel, Ellie thought. She looked at Peter's still sleeping form. He had rejected with some indignation the prospect of an airline lunch. Beyond him, across the aisle, was a very young human being, perhaps 3 months old, comfortably nestled in its father's arms. What was an infant's view of air travel? You go to a special place, walk into a large room with seats in it, and sit down. The room rumbles and shakes for 4 hours. Then you get up and walk off. Magically, you're somewhere else. The means of transportation seems obscure to you, but the basic idea is easy to grasp, and precocious mastery of the Navier-Stokes equations is not required. It was late afternoon when they circled Washington, awaiting permission to land. She could make out, between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial, a vast crowd of people. It was, she had read only an hour earlier in the Times Telefax, a massive rally of black Americans protesting economic disparities and educational inequities. Considering the justice of their grievances, she thought, they had been very patient. She wondered how the president would respond to the rally and to the Vega transmission, on both of which some official public comment would have to be made tomorrow. What do you mean, Ken? They get out. I mean, Ms. President, that our TV signals leave this planet and go out into space. Just exactly how far do they go? With all due respect, Ms. President, it doesn't work that way. Well, how does it work? The signals spread out from the Earth in spherical waves, a little like ripples in a pond. They travel at the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second, and essentially go on forever. The better some other civilizations' receivers are, the farther away they could be and still pick up our TV signals. Even we could detect a strong TV transmission from a planet going around the nearest star. For a moment, the president stood ramrod straight, staring out the French doors into the rose garden. She turned toward Der Heer. You mean everything? Yes, everything. You mean to say all that crap on television, the car crashes, wrestling, the porno channels, the evening news? Everything, Ms. President. Der Heer shook his head in sympathetic consternation. Der Heer, do I understand you correctly? Does this mean that all my press conferences, my debates, my inaugural address are out there? That's the good news, Ms. President. The bad news is, so are all the TV appearances of your predecessor, and Dick Nixon, and the Soviet leadership. And so are a lot of nasty things your opponent said about you. It's a mixed blessing. My God. Okay, go on. The president had turned away from the French doors and was now apparently preoccupied in examining a marble bust of Tom Paine, newly restored from the basement of the Smithsonian Institution, where it had been consigned by the previous incumbent. Look at it this way. Those few minutes of television from Vega were originally broadcast in 1936 at the opening of the Olympic Games in Berlin. Even though it was only shown in Germany, it was the first TV transmission on Earth with even moderate power. Unlike the ordinary radio transmission in the 30s, those TV signals got through our ionosphere and trickled out into space. We're trying to find out exactly what was transmitted back then, but it'll probably take some time. Maybe that welcome from Hitler is the only fragment of the transmission they were able to pick up on Vega. So, from their point of view, Hitler is the first sign of intelligent life on Earth. I'm not trying to be ironic. They don't know what the transmission means, so they record it and transmit it back to us. It's a way of saying, hello, we heard you. It seems to me a pretty friendly gesture. Then you say there wasn't any TV broadcasting until after the Second World War. Nothing to speak of. There was a local broadcast in England on the coronation of George VI, a few things like that. Big-time television transmission began in the late 40s. All those programs are leaving the Earth at the speed of light. Imagine the Earth is here, Der Heer gestured in the air, and there's a little spherical wave running away from it at the speed of light. Starting out in 1936, it keeps expanding and receding from the Earth. Sooner or later, it reaches the nearest civilization. They seem to be surprisingly close, only 26 years for the Berlin Olympics to return to Earth. So the vegans didn't take decades to figure it out. They must have been pretty much tuned, all set up, ready to go, waiting for our first TV signals. They detect them, record them, and after a while play them back to us. But unless they've already been here, some survey mission 100 years ago, they couldn't have known we were about to invent TV. So, Dr. Arroway thinks this civilization is monitoring all the nearby planetary systems to see if any of its neighbors develop high technology. Ken, there's a lot of things her to think about. Are you sure those? What do you call them? Vegans. You sure they don't understand what that television program was about? Ms. President, there's no doubt they're smart. That was a very weak signal in 1936. Their detectors have to be fantastically sensitive to pick it up. But I don't see how they could possibly understand what it means. They probably look very different from us. They must have different history, different customs. There's no way for them to know what a swastika is or who Adolf Hitler was. Adolf Hitler, Ken, it makes me furious. 40 million people died to defeat that megalomaniac, and he's the star of the first broadcast to another civilization. He's representing us and them. It's that madman's wildest dream come true. She paused and continued in a calmer voice. You know, I never thought Hitler could manage that Hitler salute. He never gave it straight on. It was always skewed at some wacko angle, and then there was that fruity bent elbow salute. If anyone else had done his Heil Hitler so incompetently, he would have been sent to the Russian front. But isn't there a difference? He was only returning the salutes of others. He wasn't heiling Hitler. Oh, yes, he was, returned the president, and with a gesture ushered Der Heer out of the Rose Room and down a corridor. Suddenly she stopped and regarded her science advisor. What if the Nazis didn't have television in 1936? Then what would have happened? Well, then I suppose it would be the coronation of George VI, or one of the transmissions about the New York World's Fair in 1939, if any of them were strong enough to be received on Vega. Or some programs from the late 40s, early 50s, you know, Howdy Doody, Milton Berle, the Army McCarthy hearings, all those marvelous signs of intelligent life on Earth. Those goddamn programs are our ambassadors into space, the emissary from Earth. She paused a moment to savor the phrase, with an ambassador. You're supposed to put your best foot forward, and we've been sending mainly crap to space for 40 years. I'd like to see the network executives come to grips with this one. And that madman Hitler, that's the first news they have about Earth. What are they going to think of us? As Der Heer and the president entered the cabinet room, those who had been standing in small groups fell silent, and some who had been seated made efforts to stand. With a perfunctory gesture, the president conveyed a preference for informality and casually greeted the Secretary of State and an Assistant Secretary of Defense. With a slow and deliberate turn of the head, she scanned the group. Some returned her gaze expectantly. Others, detecting an expression of minor annoyance on the president's face, averted their eyes. Ken, isn't that astronomer of yours here? Arrowsmith, Arrowroot. Arroway, Ms. President. She and Dr. Valerian arrived last night. Maybe they've been held up in traffic. Dr. Arroway called from her hotel. Ms. President volunteered a meticulously groomed young man. She said there were some new data coming through on her telefax, and she wanted to bring it to this meeting. We're supposed to start without her. Michael Kitts leaned forward, his tone and expression incredulous. They're transmitting new data on this subject over an open telephone, insecure, in a Washington hotel room. Der Heer responded so softly that Kitts had to lean still further forward to hear. Mike, I think there's at least commercial encryption on her telefax. But remember, there are no security guidelines established in this matter. I'm sure that Dr. Arroway will be cooperative if guidelines are established. All right, let's begin, said the president. This is a joint informal meeting of the National Security Council and what, for the time being, we're calling the Special Contingency Task Group. I want to impress on all of you that nothing said in this room, I mean nothing, is to be discussed with anyone who isn't here, except for the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President, who are overseas. Yesterday, Dr. Der Heer gave most of you a briefing on this unbelievable TV program from the star Vega. It's the view of Dr. Der Heer and others. She looked around the table that it's just a fluke that the first television program to get to Vega starred Adolf Hitler, but it's an embarrassment. I've asked the Director of Central Intelligence to prepare an assessment of any national security implications in all of this. Is there any direct threat from whoever the hell is sending this? Are we going to be in trouble if there's some new message and some other country decodes it first? But first, let me ask Marvin, does this have anything to do with flying saucers? The Director of Central Intelligence, an authoritative man in late middle age wearing steel-rimmed glasses, summarized. Unidentified flying objects called UFOs have been of intermittent concern to the CIA and the Air Force, especially in the 50s and 60s, in part because rumors about them might be a means for hostile power to spread confusion or to overload communications channels. A few of the more reliably reported incidents turned out to be penetrations of U.S. airspace or overflights of U.S. overseas bases by high-performance aircraft from the Soviet Union or Cuba. Such overflights are a common means of testing a potential adversary's readiness, and the United States had more than its fair share of penetrations and feints at penetration of Soviet airspace. A Cuban MiG penetrating 200 miles up the Mississippi Basin before being detected was considered undesirable publicity by NORAD. The routine procedure had been for the Air Force to deny that any of its aircraft were in the vicinity of the UFO sighting, and to volunteer nothing about unauthorized penetrations, thus solidifying public mystification. At these explanations, the Air Force Chief of Staff looked marginally uncomfortable but said nothing. The great majority of UFO reports, the DCI continued, were natural objects misapprehended by the observer. Unconventional or experimental aircraft, automobile headlights reflected off overcast, balloons, birds, luminescent insects, even planets and stars seen under unusual atmospheric conditions, had all been reported as UFOs. A significant number of reports turned out to be hoaxes or real psychiatric delusions. There had been more than 1 million UFO sightings reported worldwide since the term flying saucer had been invented in the late 40s, and not one of them seemed on good evidence to be connected with an extraterrestrial visitation, but the idea generated powerful emotions, and there were fringe groups and publications, and even some academic scientists, that kept alive the supposed connection between UFOs and life on other worlds. Recent millenarian doctrine included its share of saucer-born extraterrestrial redeemers. The official Air Force investigation, called in one of its final incarnations Project Blue Book, had been closed down in the 60s for lack of progress, although a low-level continuing interest had been maintained jointly by the Air Force and the CIA. The scientific community had been so convinced there was nothing to it that when Jimmy Carter requested the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to make a comprehensive study of UFOs, NASA uncharacteristically refused a presidential request. In fact, interjected one of the scientists at the table, unfamiliar with the protocol in meetings such as this, "The UFO business has made it more difficult to do serious SETI work, all right." The president sighed. Is there anybody around this table who thinks UFOs and this signal from Vega have anything to do with each other? Der Heer inspected his fingernails. No one spoke. Just the same, there's going to be an awful lot of I told you so's from the UFO yo-yos, Marvin. Why don't you continue? In 1936, Miss President, a very faint TV signal transmits the opening ceremonies of the Olympic Games to a handful of television receivers in the Berlin area. It's an attempt at a public relations coup. It shows the progress and superiority of German technology. There were a few earlier TV transmissions, but all at very low power levels. Actually, we did it before the Germans. Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover made a brief television appearance on April 27, 1927. Anyway, the German signal leaves the Earth at the speed of light, and 26 years later it arrives on Vega. They sit on the signal for a few years, whoever they are, and then send it back to us hugely amplified. Their ability to receive that very weak signal is impressive, and their ability to return it at such high power levels is impressive. There certainly are security implications here. The electronic intelligence community, for example, would like to know how such weak signals can be detected. Those people, or whatever they are on Vega, are certainly more advanced than we are. Maybe only a few decades further along, but maybe much further along than that. They've given us no other information about themselves, except at some frequencies the transmitted signal doesn't show the Doppler effect from the motion of their planet around their star. They've simplified that data reduction step for us. They're helpful. So far, nothing of military or any other interest has been received. All they've been saying is that they're good at radio astronomy. They like prime numbers, and they can return our first TV transmission back to us. It couldn't hurt for any other nation to know that. And remember, all those other countries are receiving this same 3-minute Hitler clip over and over again. They just haven't figured out how to read it yet. The Russians or the Germans or someone is likely to tumble to this polarization modulation sooner or later. My personal impression, Mr. President, I don't know if State agrees, is that it would be better if we released it to the world before we're accused of covering something up. If the situation remains static, with no big change from where we are right now, we could think about making a public announcement or even releasing that 3-minute film clip. Incidentally, we haven't been able to find any record from German archives of what was in that original broadcast. We can't be absolutely sure that the people on Vega haven't made some change in the content before sending it back to us. We can recognize Hitler, all right, and the part of the Olympic Stadium we see corresponds accurately to Berlin in 1936. But if at that moment Hitler had really been scratching his mustache instead of smiling as in that transmission, we'd have no way to know. Ellie arrived slightly breathless, followed by Valerian. They attempted to take obscure chairs against the wall, but Derhir noticed and directed the president's attention to them. Dr. Arroway, I'm glad to see you've arrived safely. First, let me congratulate you on a splendid discovery. Splendid. Marvin? I've reached a stopping point, Ms. President. Good. Dr. Arroway, we understand you have something new. Would you care to tell us about it? Ms. President, sorry to be late, but I think we've just hit the cosmic jackpot. Let me try and explain it this way. In classical times, thousands of years ago, when parchment was in short supply, people would write over an old parchment, making what's called a palimpsest. There was writing under writing under writing. This signal from Vega is, of course, very strong, as you know. There's the prime numbers, and underneath them, in what's called polarization modulation, this eerie Hitler business. But underneath the sequence of prime numbers and underneath the retransmitted Olympic broadcast, we've just uncovered an incredibly rich message. At least we're pretty sure it's a message, as far as we can tell. It's been there all along. We've just detected it. It's weaker than the announcement signal, but I'm embarrassed we didn't find it sooner. What does it say? The president asked. What's it about? We haven't the foggiest idea, Ms. President. Some of the people at Project Argus tumbled to it early this morning Washington time. We've been working on it all night. Over an open phone? Asked Kitts. With standard commercial encryption, Ellie looked a little flushed, opening her telefax case. She quickly generated a transparency printout and, when an overhead projector cast its image against a screen, here's all we know up to now. We'll get a block of information comprising about 1,000 bits. There'll be a pause, and then the same block will be repeated bit for bit. Then there'll be another pause, and we'll go on to the next block. It's repeated as well. The repetition of every block is probably to minimize transmission errors. They must think it's very important that we get whatever it is they're saying down accurately. Now, let's call each of these blocks of information a page. Argus is picking up a few dozen of these pages a day, but we don't know what they're about. They're not a simple picture code like the Olympic message. This is something much deeper and much richer. It appears to be, for the first time, information they've generated. The only clue we have so far is that the pages seem to be numbered. At the beginning of every page, there's a number in binary arithmetic. See this one here? And every time another pair of identical pages shows up, it's labeled with the next higher number. Right now, we're on page 10,413. It's a big book. Calculating back, it seems that the message began about 3 months ago. We're lucky to have picked it up as early as we did. I was right, wasn't I? Kitts leaned across the table to Derhir. This isn't the kind of message you want to give to the Japanese or the Chinese or the Russians, is it? Is it going to be easy to figure out? the president asked over the whispering kits. We will, of course, make out best efforts. And it probably would be useful to have the National Security Agency work on it also. But without an explanation from Vega, without a primer, my guess is that we're not going to make much progress. It certainly doesn't seem to be written in English or German or any other earthly language. Our hope is that the message will come to an end, maybe on page 20,000 or page 30,000, and then start right over from the beginning so we'll be able to fill in the missing parts. Maybe before the whole message repeats, there'll be a primer, a kind of McGuffey's reader that will enable us to understand the message. If I may, Ms. President. Ms. President. This is Dr. Peter Valerian of the California Institute of Technology, one of the pioneers in this field. Please go ahead, Dr. Valerian. This is an intentional transmission to us. They know we're here. They have some idea from having intercepted out 1936 broadcast of where our technology is, of how smart we are. They wouldn't be going to all this trouble if they didn't want us to understand the message. Somewhere in there is the key to help us understand it. It's only a question of accumulating all the data and analyzing it very carefully. Well, what do you suppose the message is about? I don't see any way to tell, Ms. President. I can only repeat what Dr. Arroway said. It's an intricate and complex message. The transmitting civilization is eager for us to receive it. Maybe all this is one small volume of the Encyclopedia Galactica. The star Vega is about 3 times more massive than the Sun and about 50 times brighter. Because it burns its nuclear fuel so fast, it has a much shorter lifetime than the Sun. Yes. Maybe something's about to go wrong on Vega. The Director of Central Intelligence interrupted. Maybe their planet will be destroyed. Maybe they want someone else to know about their civilization before they're wiped out, or offered kits. Maybe they're looking for a new place to move to, and the Earth would suit them just fine. Maybe it's no accident they chose to send us a picture of Adolf Hitler. Hold on, Ellie said. There are a lot of possibilities, but not everything is possible. There's no way for the transmitting civilization to know whether we've received the message, much less whether we're making any progress in decoding it. If we find the message offensive, we're not obliged to reply, and even if we did reply, it would be 26 years before they received the reply, and another 26 years before they can answer it. The speed of light is fast, but it's not infinitely fast. We're very nicely quarantined from Vega. And if there's anything that worries us about this new message, we have decades to decide what to do about it. Let's not panic quite yet. She enunciated these last words while offering a pleasant smile to Kits. I appreciate those remarks, Dr. Arroway, returned the president. But things are happening fast. Too damn fast. And there are too many maybes. I haven't even made a public announcement about all of this. Not even the prime numbers. Never mind the Hitler bullcrap. Now we have to think about this book you say they're sending. And because you scientists think nothing of talking to each other, the rumors are flying. Phyllis, where's that file here? Look at these headlines. Brandished successively at arm's length, they all carried the same message with minor variations in journalistic artistry. Space Doc says radio show from bug-eyed monsters. Astronomical telegram hints at extraterrestrial intelligence. Voice from heaven. And the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. She let the clippings flutter taut-he table. At least the Hitler story hasn't broken yet. I'm waiting for those headlines. Hitler alive and well in space, U.S. says. And worse, much worse. I think we'd better curtail this meeting and reconvene later. If I may, Ms. President. Der Heer interrupted haltingly with evident reluctance. I beg your pardon, but there are some international implications that I think have to be raised now. The president merely exhaled, acquiescing. Der Heer continued. Tell me if I have this right, Dr. Arroway. Every day the star Vega rises over the New Mexico desert, and then you get whatever page of this complex transmission, whatever it is, they happen to be sending to the Earth at the moment then 8 hours later or something, the star sets. Right so far? Okay. Then the next day the star rises again in the east, but you've lost some pages during the time you weren't able to look at it, after it had set the previous night. right? So it's as if you were getting pages 30 through 50 and then pages 80 through 100 and so on. No matter how patiently we observe, we're going to have enormous amounts of information missing. Gaps. Even if the message eventually repeats itself, we're going to have gaps. That's entirely right. Ellie rose and approached an enormous globe of the world. Evidently, the White House was opposed to the obliquity of the Earth. The axis of this globe was defiantly vertical. Tentatively, she gave it a spin. The Earth turns you need radio telescopes distributed evenly over many longitudes if you don't want gaps. Any one nation observing only from its own territory is going to dip into the message and dip out, maybe even at the most interesting parts. Now, this is the same kind of problem that an American interplanetary spacecraft faces. It broadcasts its findings back to Earth when it passes by some planet. But the United States might be facing the other way at the time, so NASA has arranged for 3 radio tracking stations to be distributed evenly in longitude around the Earth. Over the decades, they've performed superbly, but her voice trailed off diffidently, and she looked directly at P.L. Garrison, the NASA administrator. A thin, sallow, friendly man. He blinked. Thank you? Yes. It's called the Deep Space Network, and we're very proud of it. We have stations in the Mojave Desert, in Spain, and in Australia. Of course, we're underfunded, but with a little help, I'm sure we could get up to speed. Spain and Australia, the President asked. For purely scientific work, the Secretary of State was saying, I'm sure there's no problem. However, if this research program had political overtones, it might be a little tricky. American relations with both countries had become cool of late. There's no question this has political overtones, the President replied a little testily. But we don't have to be tied to the surface of the Earth, interjected an Air Force general. We can beat the rotation period. All we need is a large radio telescope in Earth orbit. All right? The President again glanced around the table. Do we have a space radio telescope? How long would it take to get one up? Who knows about this, Dr. Garrison? No, Miss President. We at NASA have submitted a proposal for the Maxwell Observatory in each of the last 3 fiscal years, but OMB has removed it from the budget each time. We have a detailed design study, of course, but it would take years, well, 3 years anyway, before we could get it up. And I feel I should remind everybody that until last fall, the Russians had a working millimeter and submillimeter wave telescope in Earth orbit. We don't know why it failed, but they'd be in a better position to send some cosmonauts up to fix it than we'd be to build and launch one from scratch. That's it? The President asked. NASA has an ordinary telescope in space, but no big radio telescope. Isn't there anything suitable up there already? What about the intelligence community? National Security Agency? Nobody? So just to follow this line of reasoning, Derheer said, it's a strong signal and it's on lots of frequencies. After Vega sets over the United States, there are radio telescopes in 6 countries that are detecting and recording the signal. They're not as sophisticated as Project Argus, and they probably haven't figured out the polarization modulation yet. If we wait to prepare a space radio telescope and launch it, the message might be finished by then, gone altogether. So doesn't it follow that the only solution is immediate cooperation with a number of other nations, Dr. Arroway? I don't think any nation can accomplish this project alone. It will require many nations spread out in longitude all the way around the Earth. It will involve every major radio astronomy facility now in place. The big radio telescopes in Australia, China, India, the Soviet Union, the Middle East, and Western Europe. It would be irresponsible if we wind up with gaps in the coverage because some critical part of the message came when there's no telescope looking at Vega. We'll have to do something about the Eastern Pacific between Hawaii and Australia, and maybe something about the Mid-Atlantic also. Well, the director of Central Intelligence responded grudgingly. The Soviets have several satellite tracking ships that are good in S-band through X-band, the academic Keldysh, for example, or the Marshall Nedelin. If we make some arrangement with them, they might be able to station ships in the Atlantic or the Pacific and fill in the gaps. Ellie pursed her lips to respond, But the president was already talking. All right, Ken, you may be right. But I say again, this is moving too damn fast. There are some other things I have to attend to right now. I'd appreciate it if the Director of Central Intelligence and the National Security Staff would work overnight on whether we have any options besides cooperation with other countries, especially countries that aren't our allies. I'd like the Secretary of State to prepare, in cooperation with the scientists, a contingency list of nations and individuals to be approached if we have to cooperate, and some assessment of the consequences. Is some nation going to be mad at us if we don't ask them to listen? Can we be blackmailed by somebody who promises the data and then holds back? Should we try to get more than one country at each longitude? Work through the implications. And for God's sake, her eyes moved from face to face around the long, polished table. Keep quiet about this. You too, Arroway. We've got problems enough. Chapter 7. The Ethanol in W3. No credence whatever is to be given to the opinion that the demons act as messengers and interpreters between the gods and men to carry all petitions from us to the gods and to bring back to us the help of the gods. On the contrary, we must believe them to be spirits most eager to inflict harm, utterly alien from righteousness, swollen with pride, pale with envy, subtle in deceit. Augustine, The City of God, 8th, 22, that heresies should arise. We have the prophecy of Christ, but that old ones should be abolished. We hold no prediction. Thomas Brown, Religio Medici, I 8, 1642. She had planned to meet Vege's plane in Albuquerque and drive him back to the Argus facility in the Thunderbird. The rest of the Soviet delegation would have traveled in the observatory cars. She would have enjoyed speeding to the airport in the cool dawn air, perhaps again past an honor guard of rampant conies, and she had been anticipating a long and substantive private talk with Vege on the return. But the new security people from the General Services Administration had vetoed the idea. Media attention and the president's sober announcement at the end of her press conference 2 weeks before had brought enormous crowds to the isolated desert site. There was a potential for violence, they had told Ellie. She must in future travel only in government cars and then only with discreetly armed escorts. Their little convoy was wending its way toward Albuquerque at a pace so sober and responsible that she found her right foot of its own volition depressing an imaginary accelerator on the rubber mat before her. It would be good to spend some time with Vege again. She had last seen him in Moscow 3 years before during one of those periods in which he was forbidden to visit the West. Authorization for foreign travel had waxed and waned through the decades in response to changing policy fashions and Vege's own unpredictable behavior. Permission would be denied him after some mild political provocation, about which he seemed unable to restrain himself, and then granted again when no one of comparable ability could be found to flesh out one or another scientific delegation. He received invitations from all over the world for lectures, seminars, colloquia, conferences, joint study groups, and a full member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. He could afford to be a little more independent than most. He often seemed poised precariously at the outer limits of the patience and restraint of the governmental orthodoxy. His full name was Vasily Grigorovich Lunacharsky, known throughout the global community of physicists as Vege after the initials of his first name and patronymic. His fluctuating and ambiguous relations with the Soviet regime puzzled her and others in the West. He was a distant relative of Anatoly Vasilievich Lunacharsky, an old Bolshevik colleague of Gorky, Lenin, and Trotsky. The elder Lunacharsky had later served as People's Commissar for Education and as Soviet ambassador to Spain until his death in 1933. Vege's mother had been Jewish. He had, it was said, worked on Soviet nuclear weapons, although surely he was too young to have played much of a role in fashioning the first Soviet thermonuclear explosion. His institute was well staffed and well equipped, and his scientific productivity was prodigious, indicating at most infrequent distractions by the Committee for State Security. Despite the ebb and flow of permission for foreign travel, he had been a frequent attendee at major international conferences, including the Rochester Symposia on High Energy Physics, the Texas Meeting on Relativistic Astrophysics, and the informal but occasionally influential pugwash scientific gatherings on ways of reducing international tension. In the 1960s, she had been told, Vega visited the University of California at Berkeley and was delighted with the proliferation of irreverent, scatological, and politically outrageous slogans imprinted on inexpensive buttons. You could, she recalled with faint nostalgia, size up someone's most pressing social concerns at a glance. Buttons were also popular and fiercely traded in the Soviet Union, but usually they celebrated the Dynamo soccer team or one of the successful spacecraft of the Luna series, which had been the first spacecraft to land on the moon. The Berkeley buttons were different. Vega had bought dozens of them, but delighted in wearing one in particular. It was the size of his palm and read, "Pray for sex." He even displayed it at scientific meetings. When asked about its appeal, he would say, "In your country, it is offensive in only one way. In my country, it is offensive in two independent ways." If pressed further, he would only comment that his famous Bolshevik relative had written a book on the place of religion in a socialist society. Since then, his English had improved enormously, much more than Ellie's Russian, but his propensity for wearing offensive lapel buttons had, sadly, diminished. Once, during a vigorous discussion on the relative merits of the two political systems, Ellie had boasted that she had been free to march in front of the White House protesting American involvement in the Vietnam War. Vega replied that in the same period he had been equally free to march in front of the Kremlin protesting American involvement in the Vietnam War. He had never been inclined, say, to photograph the garbage scows burdened with malodorous refuse and squawking seagulls lumbering in front of the Statue of Liberty, as another Soviet scientist had when for fun she had escorted him on the Staten Island ferry during a break in a meeting in New York City. Nor had he, as had some of his colleagues, ardently photographed the tumble-down shanties and corrugated metal huts of the Puerto Rican poor during a bus excursion from a luxurious beachfront hotel to the Arecibo Observatory. To whom did they submit these pictures? Ellie wondered. She conjured up some vast KGB library dedicated to the infelicities, injustices, and contradictions of capitalist society. Did it warm them when disconsolate with some of the failures of Soviet society to browse through the fading snapshots of their imperfect American cousins? There were many brilliant scientists in the Soviet Union who, for unknown offenses, had not been permitted out of Eastern Europe in decades. Konstantinov, for example, had never been to the West until the mid-1960s, when, at an international meeting in Warsaw, over a table encumbered with dozens of depleted Azerbaijani brandy snifters, their missions completed, Konstantinov was asked why. He replied, "Because the bastards know, they let me out. I never come back." Nevertheless, they had let him out, sure enough, during the thaw in scientific relations between the two countries in the late 60s and early 70s, and he had come back every time. But now they let him out no more, and he was reduced to sending his Western colleagues New Year's cards in which he portrayed himself forlornly cross-legged, head bowed, seated on a sphere below which was the Schwarzschild equation for the radius of a black hole. He was in a deep potential well, he would tell visitors to Moscow. In the metaphors of physics, they would never let him out again. In response to questions, Vega would say that the official Soviet position was that the Hungarian Revolution of 1956 had been organized by crypto-fascists, and that the Prague Spring of 1968 was brought about by an unrepresentative anti-socialist group in the leadership. But, he would add, if what he had been told was mistaken, if these were genuine popular uprisings, then his country had been wrong in suppressing them. On Afghanistan, he did not even bother quoting the official justifications. Once in his office at the Institute, he had insisted on showing Ellie his personal shortwave radio, on which were frequencies labeled London and Paris and Washington, neatly spelled out in Cyrillic letters. He was free, he told her, to listen to the propaganda of all nations. There had been a time when many of his fellows had surrendered to national rhetoric about the Yellow Peril. Imagine the entire frontier between China and the Soviet Union occupied by Chinese soldiers, shoulder to shoulder, an invading army. One of them requested, challenging Ellie's powers of imagination. They were standing around the samovar in the director's office at the Institute. How long would it be, with the present Chinese birth rate, before they all passed over the border, and the answer was pronounced in an unlikely mix of dark foreboding and arithmetic delight, never. William Randolph Hearst would have felt at home, but not Lunacharsky. Stationing so many Chinese soldiers on the frontier would automatically reduce the birth rate, he argued. Their calculations were therefore in error. He had phrased it as thought the misuse of mathematical models was the subject of his disapproval, but few mistook his meaning. In the worst of the Sino-Soviet tensions, he had never, so far as Ellie knew, allowed himself to be swept up in the endemic paranoia and racism. Ellie loved the Samovars and could understand the Russian affection for them. Their Lunokhod, the successful unmanned lunar rover that looked like a bathtub on wire wheels, seemed to her to have a little samovar technology somewhere in its ancestry. Vegay had once taken her to see a model of Lunokhod in a sprawling exhibition park outside of Moscow on a splendid June morning. There, next to a building displaying the wares and charms of the Tajik Autonomous Republic, was a great hall filled to the rafters with full-scale models of Soviet civilian space vehicles. Sputnik 1, the first orbital spacecraft, Sputnik 2, the first spacecraft to carry an animal, the dog Laika, who died in space, Luna 2, the first spacecraft to reach another celestial body, Luna 3, the first spacecraft to photograph the far side of the moon, Venera 7, the first spacecraft to land safely on another planet, and Vostok 1, the first manned spacecraft that carried hero of the Soviet Union, cosmonaut Yuri A. Gagarin, on a single orbit of the Earth. Outside, children were using the fins of the Vostok launch booster as slides, their pretty blonde curls and red komsomol neckerchiefs flaring as, to much hilarity, they descended to land. Zemlya, it was called in Russian. The large Soviet island in the Arctic Sea was called Novaya Zemlya, New Land. It was there in 1961 that they had detonated a 58-megaton thermonuclear weapon, the largest single explosion so far contrived by the human species. But on that spring day, with the vendors hawking the ice cream in which Muscovites take so much pride, with families on outings and a toothless old man smiling at Ellie and Lunacharsky as if they were lovers, the old land had seemed nice enough in her infrequent visits to Moscow or Leningrad. Vegay would often arrange the evenings. A group of 6 or 8 of them would go to the Bolshoi or the Kirov Ballet. Lunacharsky somehow would arrange for the tickets. She would thank her hosts for the evening, and they, explaining that it was only in the company of foreign visitors that they themselves were able to attend such performances, would thank her. Vegay would only smile. He never brought his wife, and Ellie had never met her. She was, he said, a physician who was devoted to her patients. Ellie had asked him what his greatest regret was, because his parents had not, as they had once contemplated, emigrated to America. "I have only one regret," he had said in his gravelly voice. "My daughter married a Bulgarian. Once he arranged a dinner at a Caucasian restaurant in Moscow. A professional toastmaster, or tamada, named Kaladze, had been engaged for the evening. The man was a master of this art form, but Ellie's Russian was bad enough that she was obliged to ask for most of the toasts to be translated. He turned to her and, foreshadowing the rest of the evening, remarked, "We call the man who drinks without a toast an alcoholic." An early and comparatively mediocre toast had ended to peace on all planets, and Vegay had explained to her that the word mir meant world peace and a self-governing community of peasant households that went back to ancient times. They had talked about whether the world had been more peaceful when its largest political units had been no larger than villages. "Every village is a planet," Lunacharsky had said, his tumbler held high, and every planet a village, she had returned. Such gatherings would be a little raucous, enormous quantities of brandy and vodka would be drunk, but no one ever seemed seriously inebriated. They would emerge noisily from the restaurant at 1 or 2 in the morning and try, often vainly, to find a taxicab. Several times he had escorted her on foot a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers from the restaurant back to her hotel. He was attentive, a little avuncular, tolerant in his political judgments, fierce in his scientific pronouncements. Although his sexual escapades were legendary among his colleagues, he never permitted himself so much as a good-night kiss with Ellie. This had always distressed her a little, although his affection for her was plain. There were many women in the Soviet scientific community, proportionately more so than in the United States, but they tended to occupy menial to middle-level positions, and male Soviet scientists, like their American counterparts, were puzzled about a pretty woman with evident scientific competence who forcefully expressed her views. Some would interrupt her or pretend not to hear her then. Lunacharsky would always lean over and ask in a louder voice than usual, "What did you say, Dr. Arroway?" "I didn't quite manage to hear." The others would then fall silent, and she would continue about doped gallium arsenide detectors or the ethanol content of the galactic cloud W3. The quantity of 200 proof alcohol in this single interstellar cloud was more than enough to maintain the present population of the Earth, if every adult were a dedicated alcoholic for the age of the solar system. The Tamada had appreciated the remark. In their subsequent toasts, they had speculated on whether other forms of life would be intoxicated by ethanol, whether public drunkenness was a galaxy-wide problem, and whether a toastmaster on any other world could be as skillful as our Trofim Sergeyevich Kaladze. They arrived at the Albuquerque airport to discover that, miraculously, the commercial flight from New York with the Soviet delegation aboard had landed a half-hour early. Ellie found Vege at an airport souvenir shop negotiating the price of some trinket. He must have seen her out of the corner of his eye. Without turning to face her, he lifted a finger. "1 second, Arroway. 1995, he continued, addressing the elaborately disinterested sales clerk. "I saw the identical set in New York yesterday for $17.50. She edged closer and observed Vege spreading a set of holographic playing cards displaying nudes of both sexes in poses, now considered merely indecorous, that would have scandalized the previous generation. The clerk was making half-hearted attempts to gather the cards up as Lunacharsky made vigorous and successful efforts to cover the counter with the cards. Vege was winning. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't set prices. I only work here," complained the clerk. "You see the deficiencies of a planned economy," Vege said to Ellie while proffering a $20 bill to the clerk. "In a true free enterprise system, I probably could purchase this for $15. Maybe $12.95. Don't look at me in that way, Ellie. This is not for me. With the jokers, there are 54 cards here. Each of them will make a nice gift for some worker at my institute." She smiled and took his arm. "It's good to see you again, Vege. A rare pleasure, my dear." On the drive to Socorro, by mutual but unspoken agreement, they mainly talked pleasantries. Valerian and the driver, one of the new security people, were in the front seats. Peter, not a voluble man even in ordinary circumstances, was content to lean back and listen to their conversation, which touched only tangentially on the issue the Soviets had come to discuss. The third level of the palimpsest, the elaborate, complex, and still undecoded message they were collectively receiving. The U.S. government had more or less reluctantly concluded that Soviet participation was essential. This was true especially because the signal from Vega was so intense that even modest radio telescopes could detect it. Years before, the Soviets had prudently deployed a number of small telescopes across the entire Eurasian land mass, stretching 9,000 kilometers over the surface of the Earth, and recently had completed a major radio observatory near Samarkand. In addition, Soviet ocean-going satellite tracking vessels were patrolling both the Atlantic and the Pacific. Some of the Soviet data were redundant because observatories in Japan, China, India, and Iraq were recording those signals as well. Indeed, every substantial radio telescope in the world that had Vega in its sky was listening. Astronomers in Britain, France, the Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, and Czechoslovakia, in Canada and Venezuela and Australia, were recording small pieces of the message following Vega from Stars to Starset. In some observatories, the detection equipment was not sensitive enough even to make out the individual pulses. They listened anyway to an audio blur. Each of these nations had a piece of the jigsaw puzzle because, as Ellie had reminded Kitz, the Earth turns. Every nation tried to make some sense out of the pulses, but it was difficult. No one could tell even if the message was written in symbols or in pictures. It was perfectly conceivable that they would not decrypt the message until it cycled back to page 1, if it ever did, and began again with the introduction, the primer, the decoding key. Maybe it was a very long message, Ellie thought, as Vega idly compared taiga with scrub desert. Maybe it wouldn't cycle back for 100 years. Or maybe there was no primer. Maybe the message all over the planet, the word was beginning to be capitalized, was an intelligence test, so those worlds too stupid to decrypt it would be unable to misuse its contents. It suddenly struck her what a humiliation she would feel for the human species, if in the end they failed to understand the message. The moment the Americans and the Soviets decided to collaborate and the memorandum of agreement was solemnly signed, every other nation with a radio telescope had agreed to cooperate. There was a kind of world message consortium, and people were actually talking in those terms. They needed one another's data and brainpower if the message was to be decrypted. The newspapers were full of little else. The pitiful few facts that were known, the prime numbers, the Olympic broadcast, the existence of a complex message were endlessly reviewed. It was hard to find anyone on the planet who had not in one way or another heard about a message from Vega religious sects, established and marginal, and some newly invented for the purpose, were dissecting the theological implications of the message. Some thought it was from God, and some from the devil. Astonishingly, some were even unsure. There was a nasty resurgence of interest in Hitler and the Nazi regime, and Vega mentioned to her that he had found a total of 8 swastikas in the advertisements in that Sunday's New York Times book review. Ellie replied that 8 was about par, but she knew she was exaggerating. Some weeks there were only 2 or 3, a group that called themselves Spicarians offered definitive evidence that flying saucers had been invented in Hitler Germany. A new, unmongrelized race of Nazis had grown up on Vega and was now ready to put things right on Earth. There were those who considered listening to the signal an abomination, and who urged the observatories to stop. There were those who considered it a token of advent and urged the construction of still larger radio telescopes, some of them in space. Some cautioned against working with the Soviet data on grounds that they might be falsified or fraudulent, although in the longitudes of overlap they agreed well with the Iraqi, Indian, Chinese, and Japanese data, and there were those who sensed a change in the world political climate and contended that the very existence of the message, even if it was never decrypted, was exercising a steadying influence on the quarrelsome nation-states. Since the transmitting civilization was clearly more advanced than ours, and because it clearly, at least as of 26 years ago, had not destroyed itself, it followed some argued that technological civilizations did not inevitably self-destruct. In a world gingerly experimenting with major divestitures of nuclear weapons and their delivery systems, the message was taken by whole populations as a reason for hope. Many considered the message the best news in a long time. For decades, young people had tried not to think too carefully about tomorrow. Now there might be a benign future after all. Those with predispositions favoring such cheerful prognoses sometimes found themselves edging uncomfortably toward ground that had been occupied for a decade by the Chiliastic movement. Some Chiliasts held that the imminent arrival of the third millennium would be accompanied by the return of Jesus or Buddha or Krishna or the Prophet, who would establish on earth a benevolent theocracy, severe in its judgment of mortals. Perhaps this would presage the mass celestial ascent of the elect. But there were other Chiliasts, and there were far more of these, who held that the physical destruction of the world was the indispensable prerequisite for the advent, as had been unerringly foretold in various otherwise mutually contradictory ancient prophetic works. The doomsday Chiliasts were uneasy with the whiff of world community in the air and troubled by the steady annual decline in the global stockpiles of strategic weapons. The most readily available means for fulfilling the central tenet of their faith was being disassembled day by day. Other candidate catastrophes, overpopulation, industrial pollution, earthquakes, volcanic explosions, greenhouse warming, ice ages, or cometary impact with the Earth were too slow, too improbably, or insufficiently apocalyptic for the purpose. Some Chiliast leaders had assured mass rallies of devoted followers that, except for accidents, Life insurance was a sign of wayward faith that, except for the very elderly to purchase a gravesite or make funeral arrangements in other than urgent necessity, was a flagrant impiety. All who believed would be raised bodily to heaven and would stand before the throne of God in only a few years. Ellie knew that Lunacharsky's famous relative had been that rarest of beings, a Bolshevik revolutionary with a scholarly interest in the world's religions. But the attention Vege directed to the growing worldwide theological ferment was apparently muted. "The main religious question in my country," he said, "will be whether the vegans have properly denounced Leon Trotsky." As they approached the Argus site, the roadside became dense with parked automobiles, recreation vehicles, campers, tents, and great crowds of people. At night, the once tranquil plains of San Augustine were illuminated by campfires. The people along the highway were by no means all well-to-do. She noticed two young couples. The men were in T-shirts and worn jeans, belted around their hips, swaggering a little as they had been taught by their seniors upon entering high school, talking animatedly. One of them pushed a ragged stroller in which sat a carefree boy about 2 years old. The women followed behind their husbands, one of them holding the hand of a toddler new to the human art of walking, and the other cantilevered forward with what, in another month or two, would be a further life born on this obscure planet. There were mystics from sequestered communities outside Taos who used psilocybin as a sacrament, and nuns from a convent near Albuquerque who used ethanol for the same purpose. There were leather-skinned, crinkly-eyed men who had spent their whole lives under the open sky, and bookish, sallow-faced students from the University of Arizona in Tucson. There were silk cravats and burnished silver string ties sold by Navajo entrepreneurs at exorbitant prices, a small reversal of the historical commercial relations between whites and Native Americans. Chewing tobacco and bubble gum were being vigorously deployed by enlisted men on leave from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. An elegantly attired, white-haired man in a $900 suit with a color-coordinated Stetson was just possibly a rancher. There were people who lived in barracks and skyscrapers, adobe hovels, dormitories, trailer parks. Some came because they had nothing better to do, some because they wanted to tell their grandchildren that they had been there. Some arrived hoping for failure, others were confident of witnessing a miracle. Sounds of quiet devotion, raucous hilarity, mystic ecstasy, and subdued expectation rose from the crowd into the brilliant afternoon sunlight. A few heads glanced incuriously at the passing caravan of automobiles. Each marked U.S. government interagency motor pool. Some people were lunching on the tailgates of hatchbacks. Others were sampling the wares of vendors whose wheeled emporia were boldly lettered Snack Mobile or Space Souvenirs. There were long lines in front of small, sturdy structures with maximum occupancy of one person that the project had thoughtfully provided. Children scampered among the vehicles, sleeping bags, blankets, and portable picnic tables, almost never chided by the adults except when they came too close to the highway or to the fence nearest Telescope 61, where a group of shaven-headed, kowtowed, saffron-robed young adults were solemnly intoning the sacred syllable, Om. There were posters with imagined representations of extraterrestrial beings, some made popular by comic books or motion pictures. One read, "There are aliens among us." A man with golden earrings was shaving, using the side-view mirror of someone's pickup truck, and a black-haired woman in a serape raised a cup of coffee in salute as the convoy sped by. As they drove toward the new main gate near Telescope 101, Ellie could see a young man on a jerry-built platform importuning a sizable crowd. He was wearing a T-shirt that depicted the Earth being struck by a bolt of celestial lightning. Several others in the crowd, she noticed, were wearing the same enigmatic adornment. At Ellie's urging, once through the gate, they pulled off the side of the road, rolled down the window, and listened. The speaker was turned away from them, and they could see the faces in the crowd. These people are deeply moved, Ellie thought to herself. He was in mid-oration, and others say there's been a pact with the devil that the scientists have sold their souls. There are precious stones in every one of these telescopes. He waved his hand toward Telescope 101. Even the scientists admit that some people say it's the devil's part of the bargain. Religious hooliganism? Lunacharsky muttered darkly, his eyes yearning for the open road before them. No, Let's stay, she said. A half-smile of wonderment was playing on her lips. There are some people, religious people, God-fearing people who believe this message comes from beings in space, entities, hostile creatures, aliens who want to harm us, enemies of man. He fairly shouted this last phrase and then paused for effect. But all of you are wearied and disgusted by the corruption, the decay in this society, a decay brought on by unthinking, unbridled, ungodly technology. I don't know which of you is right. I can't tell you what the message means or who it's from. I have my suspicions, we'll know soon enough, but I do know the scientists and the politicians and the bureaucrats are holding out on us. They haven't told us all they know. They're deceiving us like they always do. For too long, O God, we have swallowed the lies they feed us, the corruption they bring. To Ellie's astonishment, a deep, rumbling chorus of assent rose from the crowd. He had tapped some well of resentment she had only vaguely apprehended. These scientists don't believe we're the children of God. They think we're the offspring of apes. There are known communists among them. Do you want people like that to decide the fate of the world? The crowd responded with a thunderous no. Do you want a pack of unbelievers to do the talking to God? No. They roared again. Or the devil. They are bargaining away our future with monsters from an alien world. My brothers and sisters, there is an evil in this place. Ellie had thought the orator was unaware of their presence, but now he half turned and pointed through the cyclone fence directly at the idling convoy. They don't speak for us. They don't represent us. They have no right to parley in our name. Some of the crowd nearest the fence began jostling and rhythmically pushing. Both Valerian and the driver became alarmed. The engines had been left running, and in a moment they accelerated from the gate toward the Argus administration building. Still many miles distant across the scrub desert, as they pulled away over the sound of squealing tires and the murmur of the crowd, Ellie could hear the orator, his voice ringing clearly. The evil in this place will be stopped, I swear it. Chapter 8. Random Access. The theologian may indulge the pleasing task of describing religion as she descended from heaven, arrayed in her native purity. A more melancholy duty is imposed on the historian. He must discover the inevitable mixture of error and corruption which she contracted in a long residence upon earth, among a weak and degenerate race of beings. Edward Gibbon, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, exvene. Ellie ignored random access and advanced sequentially through the TV stations. Lifestyles of the Mass Murderers and You Bet Your Ass were on adjacent channels. It was clear at a glance that the promise of the medium remained unfulfilled. There was a spirited basketball game between the Johnson City Wildcats and the Union Endicott Tigers. The young men and women players were giving their all. On the next channel was an exhortation in Parsi on proper versus improper observances of Ramadan. Beyond was one of the locked channels, this one apparently devoted to universally abhorrent sexual practices. She next came upon one of the premier computer channels dedicated to fantasy role-playing games and now fallen on hard times. Access to your home computer, it offered a single entry into a new adventure. Today's apparently called Galactic Gilgamesh in hopes that you would find it sufficiently attractive to order the corresponding floppy disk on one of the vending channels. Proper electronic precautions were taken so you could not record the program during your single play. Most of these video games, she thought, were desperately flawed attempts to prepare adolescents for an unknown future. Her eye was caught by an earnest anchorman from one of the old networks discussing with unmistakable concern what was described as an unprovoked attack by North Vietnamese torpedo boats on 2 destroyers of the U.S. 7th Fleet in the Gulf of Tonkin, and the request by the President of the United States that he be authorized to take all necessary measures in response. The program was one of her few favorites. Yesterday's news, reruns of network news shows of earlier years. The second half of the program consisted of a point-by-point dissection of the misinformation in the first half, and the obdurate credulity of the news organizations before any claims by any administration, no matter how unsupported and self-serving. It was one of several TV series produced by an organization called Reale TV including promises devoted to follow-up analyses of unfulfilled campaign pledges at local, state, and national levels, and bamboozles and baloney, a weekly debunking of what were said to be widespread prejudices, propaganda, and myths. The date at the bottom of the screen was August 5th, 1964, and a wave of recollection. Nostalgia was not the appropriate word. About her days in high school washed over her. She pressed on. Cycling through the channels, she rushed past an Oriental cooking series devoted this week to the hibachi, an extended advertisement for the first generation of general-purpose household robots by Haddon Cybernetics, the Soviet embassy's Russian-language news and comment program, several children's and news frequencies, the mathematics station displaying the dazzling computer graphics of the new Cornell Analytic Geometry course, the local apartments and real estate channel, and a tight cluster of execrable daytime serials until she came upon the religious networks where, with sustained and general excitement, the message was being discussed. Attendance in churches had soared all over America. The message, Ellie believed, was a kind of mirror in which each person sees his or her own beliefs challenged or confirmed. It was considered a blanket vindication of mutually exclusive apocalyptic and eschatological doctrines. In Peru, Algeria, Mexico, Zimbabwe, Ecuador, and among the Hopi, serious public debates took place on whether their progenitor civilizations had come from space. Supporting opinions were attacked as colonialist. Catholics debated the extraterrestrial state of grace. Protestants discussed possible earlier missions of Jesus to nearby planets, and of course a return to Earth. Muslims were concerned that the message might contravene the commandment against graven images. In Kuwait, a man arose who claimed to be the hidden imam of the Shiites. Messianic fervor had arisen among the Socifer Chassids. In other congregations of Orthodox Jews, there was a sudden renewal of interest in Astruc, a zealot fearful that knowledge would undermine faith, who in 1305 had induced the rabbi of Barcelona, the leading Jewish cleric of the time, to forbid the study of science or philosophy by those under 25, on pain of excommunication. Similar currents were increasingly discernible in Islam. A Thessalonian philosopher auspiciously named Nicholas Polydemos was attracting attention with a set of passionate arguments for what he called the reunification of religions, governments, and peoples of the world. Critics began by questioning the UFO groups had organized round-the-clock vigils at Brooks Air Force Base, near San Antonio, where the perfectly preserved bodies of 4 occupants of a flying saucer that had crash-landed in 1947 were said to be languishing in freezers. The extraterrestrials were reputed to be 1 meter tall and to have tiny, flawless teeth. Apparitions of Vishnu had been reported in India and of the Amida Buddha in Japan. Miraculous cures by the hundreds were announced at Lourdes. A new bodhisattva proclaimed herself in Tibet. A novel cargo cult was imported from New Guinea into Australia. It preached the construction of crude radio telescope replicas to attract extraterrestrial largesse. The World Union of Free Thinkers called the message a disproof of the existence of God. The Mormon Church declared it a second revelation by the angel Moroni. The message was taken by different groups as evidence for many gods or one god or none. Chiliasm was rife. There were those who predicted the millennium in 1999 as a Kabbalistic inversion of 1666, the year that Sabbatai Zevi had adopted for his millennium. Others chose 1996 or 2033, the presumed 2000th anniversaries of the birth or death of Jesus. The great cycle of the ancient Maya was to be completed in the year 2011, when, according to this independent cultural tradition, the cosmos would end. The convolution of the Mayan prediction with Christian millenarianism was producing a kind of apocalyptic frenzy in Mexico and Central America. Some Chiliasts who believed in the earlier dates had begun giving away their wealth to the poor, in part because it would soon be worthless anyway, and in part as earnest money to God, a bribe for the Advent. Zealotry, fanaticism, fear, hope, fervent debate, quiet prayer, agonizing reappraisal, exemplary selflessness, closed-minded bigotry, and a zest for dramatically new ideas were epidemic, rushing feverishly over the surface of the tiny planet Earth. Slowly emerging from this mighty ferment Ellie thought she could see was a dawning recognition of the world as one thread in a vast cosmic tapestry. Meanwhile, the message itself continued to resist attempts at decryption on the vilification channels, protected by the First Amendment. She, Vege, der Heer, and to a lesser extent Peter Valerian, were being castigated for a variety of offenses, including atheism, communism, and hoarding the message for themselves. In her opinion, Vege wasn't much of a communist, and Valerian had a deep, quiet, but sophisticated Christian faith. If they were lucky enough to come anywhere near cracking the message, she was willing to deliver it personally to this sanctimonious twit of a television commentator. David Drumlin, however, was being made out as the hero, the man who had really decrypted the prime number and Olympic broadcasts. He was the kind of scientist we needed more of. She sighed and changed the channel once again. She had come around to TABS, the Turner American Broadcasting System, the only survivor of the large commercial networks that had dominated TV broadcasting in the United States until the advent of widespread direct satellite broadcasting and 180-channel cable. On this station, Palmer Joss was making one of his rare television appearances. Like most Americans, Ellie instantly recognized his resonant voice, his slightly unkempt good looks, and the discoloration beneath his eyes that made you think he never slept for worrying about the rest of us. "What has science really done for us?" he declaimed. "Are we really happier? I don't mean just holographic receivers and seedless grapes. Are we fundamentally happier? Or do the scientists bribe us with toys, with technological trinkets, while they undermine our faith?" Here was a man, she thought, who was hankering for a simpler age, a man who has spent his life attempting to reconcile the irreconcilable. He has condemned the most flagrant excesses of pop religion and thinks that justifies attack on evolution and relativity. Why not attack the existence of the electron? Palmer Joss never saw one, and the Bible is innocent of electromagnetism. Why believe in electrons? Although she had never before listened to him speak, she was sure that sooner or later he would come around to the message, and he did. The scientists keep their findings to themselves. Give us little bits and pieces enough to keep us quiet. They think we're too stupid to understand what they do. They give us conclusions without evidence, findings as if they were holy writ and not speculations, theories, hypotheses, what ordinary people would call guesses. They never ask if some new theory is as good for people as the belief that it tries to replace. They overestimate what they know and underestimate what we know. When we ask for explanations, they tell us it takes years to understand. I know about that because in religion also there are things that take years to understand. You can spend a lifetime and never come close to understanding the nature of Almighty God. But you don't see the scientists coming to religious leaders to ask them about their years of study and insight and prayer. They never give us a second thought except when they mislead us and deceive us. And now they say they have a message from the star Vega. But a star can't send a message. Someone is sending it. Who is the purpose of the message divine or satanic? When they decode the message, will it end yours truly, God, or sincerely the devil? When the scientists get around to telling us what's in the message, will they tell us the whole truth? Or will they hold something back because they think we can't understand it, or because it doesn't match what they believe? Aren't these the people who taught us how to annihilate ourselves? I tell you, my friends, science is too important to be left to the scientists. Representatives of the major faiths ought to be part of the process of decoding. We ought to be looking at the raw data. That's what the scientists call it. Raw, otherwise. Otherwise, where will we be? They'll tell us something about the message. Maybe what they really believe, maybe not, and we'll have to accept it, whatever they tell us. There are some things the scientists know about. There are other things, take my word for it, they know nothing about. Maybe they've received a message from another being in the heavens, maybe not. Can they be sure the message isn't a golden calf? I don't think they'd know one if they saw one. These are the folks who brought us the hydrogen bomb. Forgive me, Lord, for not being more grateful to these kind souls. I have seen God face to face. I worship Him, trust Him, love Him with my entire soul, with all of my being. I don't think anyone could believe more than I do. I can't see how the scientists could believe in science more than I do in God. They're ready to throw away their truths when a new idea comes round. They're proud of it. They don't see any end to knowing. They imagine we're locked in ignorance until the end of time, that there's no certainty anywhere in nature. Newton overthrew Aristotle. Einstein overthrew Newton. Tomorrow someone else will overthrow Einstein. As soon as we get to understand one theory, there's another one in its place. I wouldn't mind so much if they had warned us that the old ideas were tentative. Newton's law of gravitation, they called it. They still call it that. But if it was a law of nature, how could it be wrong? How could it be overthrown? Only God can repeal the laws of nature, not the scientists. They just got it wrong. If Albert Einstein was right, Isaac Newton was an amateur, a bungler. Remember, the scientists don't always get it right. They want to take away our faith, our beliefs, and they offer us nothing of spiritual value in return. I do not intend to abandon God because the scientists write a book and say it is a message from Vega. I will not worship science. I will not defy the first commandment. I will not bow down before a golden calf. When he was a very young man, before he became widely known and admired, Palmer Joss had been a carnival roustabout. It was mentioned in his profile in Times Week. It was no secret. To help make his fortune, he had arranged for a map of the Earth in cylindrical projection to be painstakingly tattooed on his torso. He would exhibit himself at county fairs and sideshows from Oklahoma to Mississippi, one of the stragglers and remnants of a more vigorous age of rural itinerant entertainment. In the expanse of blue ocean were the four gods of the winds, their cheeks puffing forth prevailing westerlies and nor'easters. By flexing his pectorals, he could make Boreas swell along with the mid-Atlantic. Then he would declaim to the astonished onlookers from Book 6 of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Monarch of violence, rolling on clouds, I toss wide waters and I fell huge trees. Possessed of demon rage, I penetrate, sheer to the utmost caverns of old earth, and straining up from those unfathomed deeps, scatter the terror-stricken shades of hell, and hurl death-dealing earthquakes throughout the world. Fire and brimstone from old Rome. With some help from his hands, he would demonstrate continental drift, pressing West Africa against South America. So they joined, like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, almost perfectly at the longitude of his navel. They billed him as Geos, the Earthman. Joss was a great reader, and, being unencumbered by a formal education past grade school, had not been told that science and classics were unseemly fare for ordinary people. Aided by his casual, rumpled good looks, he would ingratiate himself with librarians in the towns along the carnival's trek and ask what serious books he should read. He told them, to improve himself. Dutifully, he read about winning friends and investing in real estate and intimidating your acquaintances without their noticing, but felt these books somehow shallow. By contrast, in ancient literature and in modern science, though he detected quality. When there were layovers, he would haunt the local town or county library. He taught himself some geography and history. They were job-related. He told Elvira, the elephant girl, who questioned him closely on his absences. She suspected him of compulsive dalliances, a librarian in every port. She once said, but she had to admit, his professional patter was improving. The contents were too highbrow, but the delivery was down home. Surprisingly, Joss's little stall began to make money for the carnival. His back to the audience, he was one day demonstrating the collision of India with Asia and the resulting crinkling up of the Himalayas, when, out of a gray but rainless sky, a lightning bolt flashed and struck him dead. There had been twisters in southeastern Oklahoma, and the weather was unusual throughout the South. He had a perfectly lucid sense of leaving his body, pitifully crumbled on the sawdust-covered planking, being regarded with caution and something akin to awe by the small crowd, and rising as if through a long, dark tunnel, slowly approaching a brilliant light, and in the radiance he gradually discerned a figure of heroic, indeed of godlike proportions. When he awoke, he found a part of himself disappointed to be alive. He was lying on a cot in a modestly furnished bedroom. Leaning over him was the Reverend Billy Joe Rankin, No, the present incumbent of that name, but his father, a venerable surrogate preacher of the third quarter of the 20th century. In the background, Joss thought he could see a dozen hooded figures singing the Kyrie Ellison, but he couldn't be sure. "Am I going to live or die?" the young man whispered. "My boy, you're going to do both," the Reverend Mr. Rankin replied. Joss was soon overcome with a poignant sense of discovery at the existence of the world, but in a way that was difficult for him to articulate. This feeling was in conflict with the beatific image that he had beheld, and with the infinite joy that vision portended. He could sense the two feelings in conflict within his breast. In various circumstances, sometimes in mid-sentence, he would become aware of one or the other of these feelings, making some claim on speech or action. After a while, he was content to live with both. He really had been dead, they told him afterwards. A doctor had pronounced him dead, but they had prayed over him. They had snug hymns, and they even tried to revive him by body massage, mainly in the vicinity of Mauritania. They had returned him to life. He had been truly and literally reborn. Since this corresponded so well to his own perception of the experience, he accepted the account, and gladly, while he almost never talked about it, he became convinced of the significance of the event. He had not been struck dead for nothing. He had not been brought back for no reason. Under his patron's tutelage, he began to study Scripture seriously. He was deeply moved by the idea of the resurrection and the doctrine of salvation. He assisted the Reverend Mr. Rankin at first in small ways, eventually filling in for him in the more onerous or more distant preaching assignments, especially after the younger Billy Joe Rankin left for Odessa, Texas, in answer to a call from God. Soon, Joss found a preaching style that was his own, not see much exhortatory as explanatory. In simple language and homely metaphors, he would explain baptism and the afterlife, the connection of Christian revelation with the myths of classical Greece and Rome, the idea of God's plan for the world, and the conformity of science and religion when both were properly understood. This was not the conventional preaching, and it was too ecumenical for many tastes, but it proved unaccountably popular. "You've been reborn, Joss," the elder Rankin told him, "so you ought to change your name. Except Palmer Joss is such a fine name for a preacher, you'd be a fool not to keep it. Like doctors and lawyers, the vendors of religion rarely criticize one another's wares," Joss observed. But one night he attended services at the New Church of God, Crusader, to hear the younger Billy Joe Rankin, triumphantly returned from Odessa, preach to the multitude. Billy Joe enunciated a stark doctrine of reward, retribution, and the rapture. But tonight was a healing night. The curative instrument, the congregation was told, was the holiest of relics, holier than a splinter of the true cross, holier even than the thigh bone of St. Teresa of Avila that Generalissimo Francisco Franco had kept in his office to intimidate the pious. What Billy Joe Rankin brandished was the actual amniotic fluid that surrounded and protected our Lord. The liquid had been carefully preserved in an ancient earthenware vessel that once belonged. So it was said to St. Anne. The tiniest drop of it would cure what ails you, he promised, through a special act of divine grace. This holiest of holy waters was with us tonight. Joss was appalled, not so much that Rankin would attempt so transparent a scam, but that any of the parishioners were so credulous as to accept it. In his previous life, he had witnessed many attempts to bamboozle the public. But that was entertainment. This was different. This was religion. Religion was too important to gloss the truth, much less to manufacture miracles. He took to denouncing this imposture from the pulpit. As his fervor grew, he railed against other deviant forms of Christian fundamentalism, including those aspirant herpetologists who tested their faith by fondling snakes in accord with the biblical injunction that the pure of heart shall not fear the venom of serpents. In one widely quoted sermon, he paraphrased Voltaire. He never thought, he said, that he would find men of the cloth so venal as to lend support to the blasphemers who taught that the first priest was the first rogue who met the first fool. These religions were damaging religion. He shook his finger gracefully in the air. Joss argued that in every religion there was a doctrinal line beyond which it insulted the intelligence of its practitioners. Reasonable people might disagree as to where that line should be drawn, but religions trespassed well beyond it at their peril. People were not fools, he said. The day before his death, as he was putting his affairs in order, the elder Rankin sent word to Joss that he never wanted to lay eyes on him again. At the same time, Joss began to preach that science didn't have all the answers either. He found inconsistencies in the theory of evolution, the embarrassing findings, the facts that don't fit. The scientists just sweep under the rug, he said. They don't really know that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old, any more than Archbishop Usher knew that it was 6,000 years old. Nobody has seen evolution happen. Nobody has been marking time since the creation. 200 quadrillion Mississippi, he once imagined the patient timekeeper intoning, counting up the seconds from the origin of the world. And Einstein's theory of relativity was also unproved. You couldn't travel faster than light no matter what, Einstein had said. How could he know? How close to the speed of light had he gone? Relativity was only a way of understanding the world. Einstein couldn't restrict what mankind could do in the far future, and Einstein sure couldn't set limits on what God could do. Couldn't God travel faster than light if he wanted to? Couldn't God make us travel faster than light if he wanted to? There were excesses in science, and there were excesses in religion. A reasonable man wouldn't be stampeded by either one. There were many interpretations of Scripture and many interpretations of the natural world. Both were created by God, so both must be mutually consistent. Wherever a discrepancy seems to exist, either a scientist or a theologian, maybe both, hasn't been doing his job. Palmer Joss combined his even-handed criticism of science and religion with a fervent plea for moral rectitude and a respect for the intelligence of his flock. In slow stages, he acquired a national reputation. In debates on the teaching of scientific creationism in the schools, on the ethical status of abortion and frozen embryos, on the admissibility of genetic engineering, he attempted in his way to steer a middle course to reconcile caricatures of science and religion. Both contending camps were outraged at his interventions, and his popularity grew. He became a confidant of presidents. His sermons were excerpted on the op-ed pages of major secular newspapers, but he resisted many invitations and some proffered blandishments to found an electronic church. He continued to live simply, and rarely, except for presidential invitations and ecumenical congresses, left the rural South. Beyond a conventional patriotism, he made it a rule not to meddle in politics. In a field filled with competing entries, many of dubious probity, Palmer Joss became, in erudition and moral authority, the preeminent Christian fundamentalist preacher of his day. Der Herr had asked if they could have a quiet dinner somewhere. He was flying in for the summary session with Vege and the Soviet delegation on the latest progress in the interpretation of the message. But south-central New Mexico was crawling with the world's press, and there was no restaurant for 100 miles in which they could talk unobserved and unheard. So she made dinner herself in her modest apartment near the visiting scientists' quarters at the Argus facility. There was a great deal to talk about. Sometimes it seemed that the fate of the whole project was hanging by a presidential thread. But the little tremor of anticipation she felt just before Ken's arrival was occasioned. She was vaguely aware, by more than that. Joss was not exactly business, so they got around to him while loading the dishwasher. The man is scared stiff, Ellie said. His perspective is narrow. He imagines the message is going to be unacceptable biblical exegesis or something that shakes his faith. He has no idea about how a new scientific paradigm subsumes the previous one. He wants to know what science has done for him lately. And he'd supposed to be the voice of reason compared to the doomsday chiliasts and the earth firsters. Palmer Joss is the soul of moderation, Der Heer replied. Maybe we haven't explained the methods of science as well as we should have. I worry about that a lot these days. And Ellie, can you really be sure that it isn't a message from God or the devil, Ken? You can't be serious. Well, how advanced beings committed to what we might call good or evil, who somebody like Joss would consider indistinguishable from God or the devil? Ken, whoever those beings are in the Vega system, I guarantee they didn't create the universe. And they're nothing like the Old Testament God. Remember, Vega, the Sun, and all the other stars in the solar neighborhood are in some backwater of an absolutely humdrum galaxy. Why should I am hang out around here? There must be more pressing things for him to do. Ellie, we're in a bind. You know Joss is very influential. He's been close to 3 presidents, including the president incumbent. The president is inclined to make some concession to Joss, although I don't think she wants to put him and a bunch of other preachers on the preliminary decryption committee with you, Valerian and Drumlin, to say nothing of Vega and his colleagues. It's hard to imagine the Russians going along with fundamentalist clergy on the committee. The whole thing could unravel over this. So why don't we go and talk to him? The president says that Joss is really fascinated by science. Suppose we won him over. We're going to convert Palmer Joss. I'm not imagining making him change his religion. Let's just make him understand what Argus is about, how we don't have to answer the message if we don't like what it says, how interstellar distances quarantine us from Vega. Ken, he doesn't even believe that the velocity of light is a cosmic speed limit. We're going to be talking past each other. Also, I've got a long history of failure in accommodating to the conventional religions. I tend to blow my top at their inconsistencies and hypocrisies. I'm not sure a meeting between Joss and me is what you want, or the president. Ellie, he said, I know who I'd put my money on. I don't see how getting together with Joss could make things much worse. She allowed herself to return his smile. With the tracking ships now in place and a few small but adequate radio telescopes installed in such places as Reykjavik and Jakarta, there was now redundant coverage of the signal from Vega at every longitude swath. A major conference was scheduled to be held in Paris of the Full World Message Consortium. In preparation, it was natural for the nations with the largest fraction of the data to hold a preparatory scientific discussion. They had been meeting for the better part of 4 days, and this summary session was intended mainly to bring those such as Der Heer, who served as intermediaries between the scientists and the politicians, up to speed. The Soviet delegation, while nominally headed by Lunacharsky, included several scientists and technical people of equal distinction. Among them were Genrikh Arkhangelsky, recently named head of the Soviet-led international space consortium called Intercosmos, and Timofey Gotsridze, listed as Minister of Medium-Heavy Industry and a member of the Central Committee. Vega clearly felt himself under unusual pressures. He had resumed chain smoking. He held the cigarette between his thumb and forefinger, palm up as he talked. I agree that there is adequate overlap in longitude, but I'm still worried about redundancy. A failure in the helium liquefier on board the Marshall Nedelin, or a power failure in Reykjavik, and the continuity of the message is in jeopardy. Suppose the message takes 2 years to cycle around to the beginning. If we miss a piece, we will have to wait 2 more years to fill in the gap. And remember, we don't know that the message will be repeated. If there's no repeat, the gaps will never be repaired. I think we need to plan, even for unlikely possibilities. What are you thinking of? Der Heer asked. Something like emergency generators for every observatory in the consortium. Yes, and independent amplifiers, spectrometers, autocorrelators, disk drives, and so forth at each observatory. And some provision for fast airlift of liquid helium to remote observatories if necessary. Ellie, do you agree? Absolutely. Anything else? I think we should continue to observe Vega on a very broad range of frequencies, Vega said. Perhaps tomorrow a different message will come through on only one of the message frequencies. We should also monitor other regions of the sky. Maybe the key to the message won't come from Vega, but from somewhere else. Let me say why I think Vega's point is important, interjected Valerian. This is a unique moment, when we're receiving a message but have made no progress at all in decrypting it. We have no previous experience along these lines. We have to cover all the bases. We don't want to wind up a year or two from now kicking ourselves because there was some simple precaution we forgot to take, or some simple measurement that we overlooked. The idea that the message will cycle back on itself, as far as we can see, that promises cycling back. Any opportunities lost now may be lost for all time. I also agree there's more instrumental development that needs doing. For all we know, there's a fourth layer to the palimpsest. There's also the question of personnel, Vega continued. Suppose this message goes on not for a year or two, but for decades. Or suppose this is just the first in a long series of messages from all over the sky. There are at most a few hundred really capable radio astronomers in the world. That is a very small number when the stakes are so high. The industrialized countries must start producing many more radio astronomers and radio engineers with first-rate training. Ellie noted that Gottsridze, who had said little, was taking detailed notes. She was again struck by how much more literate the Soviets were in English than the Americans in Russian near the beginning of the century. Scientists all over the world spoke, or at least read, German. Before that, it had been French, and before that, Latin. In another century, there might be some other obligatory scientific language, Chinese, perhaps. For the moment, it was English, and scientists all over the planet struggled to learn its ambiguities and irregularities. Lighting a fresh cigarette from the glowing tip of its predecessor, Vega went on. There's something else to be said. This is just speculation. It's not even as plausible as the idea that the message will cycle back on itself, which Professor Valerian quite properly stressed was only a guess. I would not ordinarily mention so speculative an idea at such an early stage. But if the speculation is sound, there are certain further actions we must begin thinking about immediately. I would not have the courage to raise this possibility if academician Arkangelsky had not come tentatively to the same conclusion. He and I have disagreed about the quantization of quasar red shifts, the explanation of superluminal light sources, the rest mass of the neutrino, quark physics in neutron stars. We have had many disagreements. I must admit that sometimes he has been right, and sometimes I have been right. Almost never, it seems to me, in the early speculative stage of a subject, have we agreed, but on this we agree. Genrikh Dmitch, would you explain? Arkangelsky seemed tolerant, even amused. He and Lunacharsky had been for years engaged in personal rivalry, heated scientific disputes, and a celebrated controversy on the prudent level of support for Soviet fusion research. We guess, he said, that the message is the instructions for building a machine. Of course, we have no knowledge about how to decode the message. The evidence is in internal references. I give you an example. Here on page 15441 is a clear reference to an earlier page, 13,097, which, by luck, we also have. The later page was received here in New Mexico, the earlier one at our observatory near Tashkent, on page 13,097. There is another reference, this to a time when we were not covering all longitudes. There are many cases of this back-referencing in general. And this is the important point. There are complicated instructions on a recent page, but simpler instructions on an earlier page. In one case, there are 8 citations to earlier material on a single page. That's not an awfully compelling argument, guys, replied Ellie. Maybe it's a set of mathematical exercises, the later ones building on the earlier ones. Maybe it's a long novel, they might have very long lifetimes compared to us, in which events are connected with childhood experiences or whatever they have on Vega when they're young. Maybe it's a tightly cross-referenced religious manual, the 10 Billion Commandments. Der Heer laughed. Maybe, said Lunacharsky, starting through a cloud of cigarette smoke out the window at the telescopes. They seem to be staring longingly at the sky. But when you look at the patterns of cross-references, I think you'll agree it looks more like the instruction manual for building a machine. God knows what the machine is supposed to do. Chapter 9. The numinous wonder is the basis of worship. Thomas, Carlyle, Sartor Resartus, 1833-34. I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. Albert Einstein, Ideas and Opinions, 1954. She could recall the exact moment when, on one of many trips to Washington, she discovered that she was falling in love with Ken Derhere. Arrangements for the meeting with Palmer Joss seemed to be taking forever. Apparently, Joss was reluctant to visit the Argus facility. It was the impiety of the scientists, not their interpretation of the message, he now said, that interested him. And to probe their character, some more neutral ground was needed. Ellie was willing to go anywhere, and a special assistant to the president was negotiating. Other radio astronomers were not to go. The president wanted it to be Ellie alone. Ellie was also waiting for the day, still some weeks off, when she would fly to Paris for the first full meeting of the World Message Consortium. She and Vega were coordinating the Global Data Collection Program. The signal acquisition was now fairly routine, and in recent months there had been not one gap in the coverage. So she found to her surprise that she had a little time on her hands. She vowed to have a long talk with her mother, and to remain civil and friendly no matter what provocation was offered. There was an absurd amount of backed-up paper and electronic mail to go through, not just congratulations and criticisms from colleagues, but religious admonitions, pseudoscientific speculations proposed with great confidence, and fan mail from all over the world. She had not read the Astrophysical Journal in months, although she was the first author of a very recent paper that was surely the most extraordinary article that had ever appeared in the august publication. The signal from Vega was so strong that many amateurs tired of ham radio had begun constructing their own small radio telescopes and signal analyzers. In the early stages of message acquisition, they had turned up some useful data, and Ellie was still besieged by amateurs who thought they had acquired something unknown to the CT professionals. She felt an obligation to write encouraging letters. There were other meritorious radio astronomy programs at the facility, the Quasar Survey, for example, that needed attending to. But instead of doing all these things, she found herself spending almost all her time with Ken. Of course, it was her duty to involve the president's science advisor in Project Argus as deeply as he wished. It was important that the president be fully and competently informed. She hoped the leaders of other nations would be as thoroughly briefed on the findings from Vega as was the President of the United States. This president, while untrained in science, genuinely liked the subject and was willing to support science not only for its practical benefits, but, at least a little, for the joy of knowing. This had been true of few previous American leaders since James Madison and John Quincy Adams. Still, it was remarkable how much time Derhere was able to spend at Argus. He did devote an hour or more each day in high bandpass, scrambled communications with his Office of Science and Technology Policy in the old executive office building in Washington. But the rest of the time, as far as she could see, he was simply around. He would poke into the innards of the computer system or visit individual radio telescopes. Sometimes an assistant from Washington would be with him. More often he would be alone. She would see him through the open door of the spare office they had assigned him, his feet propped up on the desk, reading some report or talking on the phone. He would offer her a cheery wave and return to his work. She would find him talking casually with Drumlin or Valerian, but equally so with junior technicians and with the secretarial staff, who had on more than one occasion pronounced him, within Ellie's hearing, charming. Derhere had many questions for her as well. At first they were purely technical and programmatic, but soon they extended to plans for a wide variety of conceivable future events, and then to untrammeled speculation. These days it almost seemed that discussion of the project was only a pretext to spend a little time together. One fine autumn afternoon in Washington, the president was obliged to delay a meeting of the Special Contingency Task Group because of the Tyrone-Free crisis. After an overnight flight from New Mexico, Ellie and Derhere found themselves with an unscheduled few hours and decided to visit the Vietnam Memorial, designed by Maya Ying Lin when she was still an undergraduate architectural student at Yale. Amidst the somber and doleful reminders of a foolish war, Derhere seemed inappropriately cheerful, and Ellie began again to speculate about flaws in his character. A pair of General Service Administration, plain-clothes security people, their custom-molded, flesh-colored earpieces in place, followed discreetly. He had coaxed an exquisite blue caterpillar to climb aboard a twig. It briskly padded along, its iridescent body rippling with the motion of 14 pairs of feet. At the end of the twig, it held on with its last 5 segments and failed the air in a plucky attempt to find a new perch. Unsuccessful, it turned itself around smartly and retraced its many steps. Der Heer then changed his clutch on the twig so that when the caterpillar returned to its starting point, there was again nowhere to go. Like some caged mammalian carnivore, it paced back and forth many times. But in the last few passages, it seemed to her with increasing resignation. She was beginning to feel pity for the poor creature, even if it proved to be, say, the larva responsible for the barley blight. "What a wonderful program in this little guy's head," he exclaimed. "It works every time. Optimum escape software. And he knows not to fall off. I mean, the twig is effectively suspended in air. The caterpillar never experiences that in nature, because the twig is always connected to something. Ellie, did you ever wonder what the program would feel like if it was in your head? I mean, would it just seem obvious to you what you had to do when you came to the end of a twig? Would you have the impression you were thinking it through? Would you wonder how you knew to shake your front 10 feet in the air, but hold on tight with the other 18? She inclined her head slightly and examined him rather than the caterpillar. He seemed to have little difficulty imagining her as an insect. She tried to reply noncommittally, reminding herself that for him this would be a matter of professional interest. "What'll you do with it now?" "I'll put it back down in the grass, I guess." "What else would you do with it?" "Some people might kill it. It's hard to kill a creature once it lets you see its consciousness." He continued to carry both twig and lava. They walked for a while in silence past almost 55,000 names engraved in reflecting black granite. "Every government that prepares for war paints its adversaries as monsters," she said. "They don't want you thinking of the other side as human. If the enemy can think and feel, you might hesitate to kill them. And killing is very important. Better to see them as monsters." "Here, look at this beauty," he replied after a moment. "Really, look closely." She did, fighting back a small tremor of revulsion. She tried to see it through his eyes. "Watch what it does," he continued. "If it was as big as you or me, it would scare everybody to death. It would be a genuine monster, right? But it's little. It eats leaves, minds its own business, and adds a little beauty to the world." She took the hand not preoccupied with the caterpillar, and they walked wordlessly past the ranks of names inscribed in chronological order of death. These were, of course, only American casualties. Except in the hearts of their families and friends, there was no comparable memorial anywhere on the planet for the 2 million people of Southeast Asia who had also died in the conflict. In America, the most common public comment about this war was about political hamstringing of military power, psychologically akin, she thought, to the stab-in-the-back explanation by German militarists of their World War I defeat. The Vietnam War was a pustule on the national conscience that no president so far had the courage to lance. Subsequent policies of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam had not made this task easier. She remembered how common it was for American soldiers to call their Vietnamese adversaries gooks, slopeheads, slant eyes, and worse. Could we possibly manage the next phase of human history without first dealing with this penchant for dehumanizing the adversary? In everyday conversation, Der Heer didn't talk like an academic. If you met him at the corner newsstand buying a paper, you'd never guess he was a scientist. He hadn't lost his New York street accent. At first, the apparent incongruity between his language and the quality of his scientific work seemed amusing to his colleagues. As his research and the man himself became better known, his accent became merely idiosyncratic. But his pronunciation of, say, guanosine triphosphate seemed to give this benign molecule explosive properties. They had been slow in recognizing that they were falling in love. It must have been apparent to many others. A few weeks before, when Lunacharsky was still at Argus, he launched himself on one of his occasional tirades on the irrationality of language. This time, it was the turn of American English. "Ellie, why do people say make the same mistake again? What does again add to the sentence? And am I right that burn up and burn down mean the same thing? Slow up and slow down mean the same thing. So if screw up is acceptable, why not screw down? She nodded wearily. She had heard him more than once complain to his Soviet colleagues on the inconsistencies of the Russian language, and was sure she would hear a French edition of all this at the Paris conference. She was happy to admit that languages had infelicities, but they had so many sources and evolved in response to so many small pressures that it would be astonishing if they were perfectly coherent and internally consistent. Vege had such a good time complaining, though, that she ordinarily did not have the heart to remonstrate with him. And take this phrase, head over heels in love, he continued. This is a common expression, yes, but it's exactly backward, or rather upside down. You are ordinarily head over heels. When you are in love, you should be heels over head. Am I right? You would know about falling in love, but whoever invented this phrase did not know about love. He imagined you walk around in the usual way, instead of floating upside down in the air, like the work of that French painter. What's his name? He was Russian, she replied. Marc Chagall had provided a narrow pathway out of a somehow awkward conversational thicket. Afterward, she wondered if Vege had been teasing her or probing for a response. Perhaps he had only unconsciously recognized the growing bond between Ellie and Der Heer. At least part of Der Heer's reluctance was clear. Here he was, the president's science advisor, devoting an enormous amount of time to an unprecedented, delicate, and volatile matter. To become emotionally involved with one of the principals was risky. The president certainly wanted his judgment unimpaired. He should be able to recommend courses of action that Ellie opposed and to urge rejection of options that she supported. Falling in love with Ellie would on some level compromise Der Heer's effectiveness. For Ellie, it was more complicated. Before she had acquired the somewhat staid respectability of the directorship of a major radio observatory, she had had many partners. While she had felt herself in love and declared herself so, marriage had never seriously tempted her. She dimly remembered the quatrain. Was it William Butler Yeats? With which she had tried to reassure her early swains, heartbroken because, as always, she had determined that the affair was over. You say there is no love, my love, unless it lasts for aye. Ah, folly! There are episodes far better than the play. She recalled how charming John Stoughton had been to her while courting her mother, and how easily he had cast off this prose after he became her stepfather. Some new and monstrous persona, hitherto barely glimpsed, could emerge in men shortly after you married them. Her romantic predispositions made her vulnerable, she thought. She was not going to repeat her mother's mistake. A little deeper was a fear of falling in love without reservation, of committing herself to someone who might then be snatched from her, or simply leave her. But if you never really fall in love, you can never really miss it. She did not dwell on this sentiment, dimly aware that it did not ring quite true. Also, if she never really fell in love with someone, she could never really betray him, as in her heart of hearts she felt that her mother had betrayed her long-dead father. She still missed him terribly. With Ken, it seemed to be different, or had her expectations been gradually compromised over the years? Unlike many other men she could think of, when challenged or stressed, Ken displayed a gentler, more compassionate side. His tendency to compromise and his skill in scientific politics were part of the accoutrements of his job, but underneath she felt she had glimpsed something solid. She respected him for the way he had integrated science into the whole of his life, and for the courageous support for science that he had tried to inculcate into 2 administrations. They had, as discreetly as possible, been staying together more or less in her small apartment at Argus. Their conversations were a joy, with ideas flying back and forth like shuttlecocks. Sometimes they responded to each other's uncompleted thoughts with almost perfect foreknowledge. He was a considerate and inventive lover, and anyway, she liked his pheromones. She was sometimes amazed at what she was able to do and say in his presence, because of their love. She came to admire him so much that his love for her affected her own self-esteem. She liked herself better because of him, and since he clearly felt the same, there was a kind of infinite regress of love and respect underlying their relationship. At least, that was how she described it to herself. In the presence of so many of her friends, she had felt an undercurrent of loneliness. With Ken, It was gone. She was comfortable describing to him her reveries, snatches of memories, childhood embarrassments, and he was not merely interested but fascinated. He would question her for hours about her childhood. His questions were always direct, sometimes probing, but without exception gentle. She began to understand why lovers talk baby talk to one another. There was no other socially acceptable circumstance in which the children inside her were permitted to come out. If the 1-year-old, the 5-year-old, the 12-year-old, and the 20-year-old all find compatible personalities in the beloved, there is a real chance to keep all of these sub-personas happy. Love ends their long loneliness. Perhaps the depth of love can be calibrated by the number of different selves that are actively involved in a given relationship. With her previous partners, it seemed, at most one of these selves was able to find a compatible opposite number. The other personas were grumpy hangers-on. The weekend before the scheduled meeting with Joss, they were lying in bed as the late afternoon sunlight, admitted between the slats of the Venetian blinds, played patterns on their intertwined forms. In ordinary conversation, she was saying, "I can talk about my father without feeling more than a slight pang of loss. But if I allow myself to really remember him, his sense of humor, say, or that passionate fairness, then the facade crumbles, and I want to weep because he's gone." "No question. Language can free us of feeling, or almost," Derhir replied, stroking her shoulder. "Maybe that's one of its functions, so we can understand the world without becoming entirely overwhelmed by it. If so, then the invention of language isn't only a blessing. You know, Ken, I'd give anything, I really mean anything I have, if I could spend a few minutes with my dad." She imagined a heaven with all those nice moms and dads floating about or flapping over to a nearby cloud. It would have to be a commodious place to accommodate all the tens of billions of people who had lived and died since the emergence of the human species. It might be very crowded, she was thinking, unless the religious heaven was built on a scale something like the astronomical heaven. Then there'd be room to spare. "There must be some number," Ellie said, "that measures the total population of intelligent beings in the Milky Way. How many do you suppose it is? If there's 1,000,000 civilizations, each with about 1 billion individuals, that's 10 to the 15th power intelligent beings. But if most of them are more advanced than we are, maybe the idea of individuals becomes inappropriate. Maybe that's just another Earth chauvinism." "Sure. And then you can calculate the galactic production rate of Goloises and Twinkies and Volga sedans and Sony pocket communicators. Then we could calculate the gross galactic product. Once we have that in hand, we could work on the gross cosmic." "You're making fun of me?" she said with a soft smile, not at all displeased. "But think about such numbers. I mean, really think about them. All those planets with all those beings more advanced than we are. Don't you get a kind of tingle thinking about it?" She could tell what he was thinking, but rushed on. "Here, look at this. I've been reading up for the meeting with Joss." She reached toward the bedside table for volume 16 of an old Encyclopedia Britannica Macropedia, titled Rubens to Somalia, and opened to a page where a scrap of computer printout had been inserted as a bookmark. She pointed to an article called Sacred or Holy. The theologians seemed to have recognized a special non-rational, I wouldn't call it irrational, aspect of the feeling of sacred or holy. They call it numinous. The term was first used by, let's see, somebody named Rudolf Otto in a 1923 book, The Idea of the Holy. He believed that humans were predisposed to detect and revere the numinous. He called it the mysterium tremendum. Even my Latin is good enough for that. In the presence of the mysterium tremendum, people feel utterly insignificant. But if I read this right, not personally alienated, he thought of the numinous as a thing wholly other, and the human response to it as absolute astonishment. Now, if that's what religious people talk about when they use words like sacred or holy, I'm with them. I felt something like that just in listening for a signal, never mind in actually receiving it. I think all of science elicits that sense of awe. Now listen to this, she read from the text. Throughout the past 100 years, a number of philosophers and social scientists have asserted the disappearance of the sacred and predicted the demise of religion. A study of the history of religions shows that religious forms change and that there has never been unanimity on the nature and expression of religion. Whether or not man exists, write and edit religious articles too, of course. She returned to the text. Whether or not man is now in a new situation for developing structures of ultimate values radically different from those provided in the traditionally affirmed awareness of the sacred is a vital question. So, I think the bureaucratic religions try to institutionalize your perception of the numinous instead of providing the means so you can perceive the numinous directly, like looking through a 6-inch telescope. If sensing the numinous is at the heart of religion, who's more religious, would you say? The people who follow the bureaucratic religions or the people who teach themselves science? Let's see if I've got this straight, he returned. It was a phrase of hers that he had adopted. It's a lazy Saturday afternoon, and there's this couple lying naked in bed reading the Encyclopedia Britannica to each other and arguing about whether the Andromeda Galaxy is more numinous than the resurrection. Do they know how to have a good time, or don't they? Part 2. The Matchy. The almighty lecturer, by displaying the principles of science in the structure of the universe, has invited man to study and to imitation. It is as if he had said to the inhabitants of this globe that we call ours, I have made an earth for man to dwell upon, and I have rendered the starry heavens visible to teach him science and the arts. He can now provide for his own comfort and learn from my munificence to all to be kind to each other. Thomas Paine, The Age of Reason, 1794, Chapter 10, Precession of the Equinoxes. Do we, holding that gods exist, deceive ourselves with insubstantial dreams and lies, while random careless chance and change alone control the world? Euripides, Hecuba. It was odd the way it had worked out. She had imagined that Palmer Joss would come to the Argus facility, watch the signal being gathered in by the radio telescopes, and take note of the huge room full of magnetic tapes and disks on which the previous many months of data were stored. He would ask a few scientific questions, and then examine, in its multiplicity of zeros and ones, some of the reams of computer printout displaying the still incomprehensible message. She hadn't imagined spending hours arguing philosophy or theology. But Joss had refused to come to Argus. It wasn't magnetic tape he wanted to scrutinize, he said. It was human character. Peter Valerian would have been ideal for this discussion, unpretentious, able to communicate clearly, and bulwarked by a genuine Christian faith that engaged him daily. But the president had apparently vetoed the idea. She had wanted a small meeting and had explicitly asked that Ellie attend. Joss had insisted that the discussion be held here at the Bible Science Research Institute and Museum in Modesto, California. She glanced past Durhere and out the glass partition that separated the library from the exhibit area. Just outside was a plaster impression from a Red River sandstone of dinosaur footprints interspersed with those of a pedestrian in sandals, proving, so the caption said, that man and dinosaur were contemporaries, at least in Texas. Mesozoic shoemakers seemed also to be implied. The conclusion drawn in the caption was that evolution was a fraud. The opinion of many paleontologists that the sandstone was the fraud remained. Ellie had noted 2 hours earlier unmentioned. The intermingled footprints were part of a vast exhibit called Darwin's Default. To its left was a Foucault pendulum demonstrating the scientific assertion, this one apparently uncontested, that the Earth turns. To its right, Ellie could see part of a lavish Matsushita holography unit on the podium of a small theater, from which 3-dimensional images of the most eminent divines could communicate directly to the faithful. Communicating still more directly to her at this moment was the Reverend Billy Joe Rankin. She had not known until the last moment that Joss had invited Rankin, and she was surprised at the news. There had been continuous theological disputation between them on whether and Advent was had, whether doomsday is a necessary accompaniment of the Advent, and on the role of miracles in the ministry, among other matters. But they had recently effected a widely publicized reconciliation, done, it was said, for the common good of the fundamentalist community in America. The signs of rapprochement between the United States and the Soviet Union were having worldwide ramifications in the arbitration of disputes. Holding the meeting here was perhaps part of the price Palmer Joss had to pay for the reconciliation. Conceivably, Rankin felt the exhibits would provide factual support for his position were there any scientific points in dispute. Now, 2 hours into their discussion, Rankin was still alternately castigating and imploring. His suit was immaculately tailored, his nails freshly manicured, and his beaming smile stood in some contrast to Joss's rumpled, distracted, and more weather-beaten appearance. Joss, the faintest of smiles on his face, had his eyes half closed and his head bowed in what seemed very close to an attitude of prayer. He had not had to say much. Rankin's remarks so far, except for the rapture rap, she guessed, were doctrinally indistinguishable from Joss's television address. "You scientists are so shy," Rankin was saying. "You love to hide your light under a bushel basket. You'd never guess what's in those articles from the titles." Einstein's first work on the theory of relativity was called The Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies. No, E equals mc2 up front. No, sir. The electrodynamics of moving bodies. I suppose if God appeared to a whole gaggle of scientists, maybe at one of those big association meetings, they'd write something all about it and call it, maybe, on spontaneous dendritoform combustion in air. They'd have lots of equations. They'd talk about economy of hypothesis, but they'd never say a word about God. You see, you scientists are too skeptical from the sidewise motion of his head. Ellie deduced that Der Hier was also included in this assessment. You question everything, or try to. You never heard about leave well enough alone, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You always want to check out if a thing is what you call true, and true means only empirical sense data, things you can see and touch. There's no room for inspiration or revelation in your world. Right from the beginning, you rule out of court almost everything religion is about. I mistrust the scientists because the scientists mistrust everything. Despite herself, she thought Rankin had put his case well, and he was supposed to be the dumb one among the modern video evangelists. No, not dumb, she corrected herself. He was the one who considered his parishioners dumb. He could, for all she knew, be very smart indeed. Should she respond at all? Both Der Hier and the local museum people were recording the discussion, and although both groups had agreed that the recordings were not for public use, she worried about embarrassing the project or the president if she spoke her mind. But Rankin's remarks had become increasingly outrageous, and no interventions were being made either by Der Hier or by Joss. "I suppose you want to reply?" she found herself saying. "There isn't an official scientific position on any of these questions, and I can't pretend to talk for all scientists, or even for the Argus project, but I can make some comments, if you'd like." Rankin nodded his head vigorously, smiling encouragement. Languidly, Joss merely waited. "I want you to understand that I'm not attacking anybody's belief system. As far as I'm concerned, you're entitled to any doctrine you like, even if it's demonstrably wrong. And many of the things you're saying, and that the Reverend Joss has said, I saw you talk on television a few weeks ago, can't be dismissed instantly. It takes a little work, but let me try to explain why I think they're improbable. So far, I've been the soul of restraint. You're uncomfortable with scientific skepticism, but the reason it developed is that the world is complicated. It's subtle. Everybody's first idea isn't necessarily right. Also, people are capable of self-deception. Scientists, too. All sorts of socially abhorrent doctrines have at one time or another been supported by scientists, well-known scientists, famous brand-name scientists, and, of course, politicians and respected religious leaders. Slavery, for instance, or the Nazi brand of racism. Scientists make mistakes. Theologians make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. It's part of being human. You say it yourselves. To err is. So the way you avoid the mistakes, or at least reduce the chance that you'll make one, is to be skeptical. You test the ideas, you check them out by rigorous standards of evidence. I don't think there is such a thing as a received truth, but when you let the different opinions debate, when any skeptic can perform his or her own experiment to check some contention out, then the truth tends to emerge. That's the experience of the whole history of science. It isn't a perfect approach, but it's the only one that seems to work. Now, when I look at religion, I see lots of contending opinions. For example, the Christians think the universe is a finite number of years old from the exhibits out there. It's clear that some Christians and Jews and Muslims think that the universe is only 6,000 years old. The Hindus, on the other hand, and there are lots of Hindus in the world, think that the universe is infinitely old, with an infinite number of subsidiary creations and destructions along the way. Now they can't both be right. Either the universe is a certain number of years old, or it's infinitely old. Your friends out there, she gestured out the glass door toward several museum workers ambling past Darwin's default, ought to debate Hindus. God seems to have told them something different from what he told you. But you tend to talk only to yourselves. Maybe a little too strong? She asked herself. The major religions on the earth contradict each other left and right. You can't all be correct, and what if all of you are wrong? It's a possibility, you know. You must care about the truth, right? Well, the way to winnow through all the differing contentions is to be skeptical. I'm not any more skeptical about your religious beliefs than I am about every new scientific idea I hear about, but in my line of work, they're called hypotheses, not inspiration, and not revelation. Joss now stirred a little, but it was Ranking who replied. The revelations, the confirmed predictions by God in the Old Testament, and the new are legion. The coming of the Savior is foretold in Isaiah 53, in Zechariah 14, in 1 Chronicles 17. That he would be born in Bethlehem was prophesied in Micah 5. That he would come from the line of David was foretold in Matthew 1 and in Luke. But that ought to be an embarrassment for you, not a fulfilled prophecy. Matthew and Luke give Jesus totally different genealogies. Worse than that, they trace the lineage from David to Joseph, not from David to Mary. Or don't you believe in God the Father? Rankin continued smoothly on. Perhaps he hadn't understood her. The ministry and suffering of Jesus are foretold in Isaiah 52 and 53 and the 22nd Psalm. That he would be betrayed for 30 pieces of silver is explicit in Zechariah 11. If you're honest, you can't ignore the evidence of fulfilled prophecy. And the Bible speaks to our own time. Israel and the Arabs, Gog and Magog, American and Russia, nuclear war. It's all there in the Bible. Anybody with an ounce of sense can see it. You don't have to be some fancy college professor. Your trouble, she replied, is a failure of the imagination. These prophecies are, almost every one of them, vague, ambiguous, imprecise, open to fraud. They admit lots of possible interpretations. Even the straightforward prophecies direct from the top, you try to weasel out of, like Jesus promised that the kingdom of God would come in the lifetime of some people in his audience. And don't tell me the kingdom of God is within me. His audience understood him quite literally. You only quote the passages that seem to you fulfilled and ignore the rest. And don't forget there was a hunger to see prophecy fulfilled. But imagine that your kind of God, omnipotent, omniscient, compassionate, really wanted to leave a record for future generations, to make his existence unmistakable, to say the remote descendants of Moses. It's easy, trivial. Just a few enigmatic phrases, and some fierce commandment that they be passed on unchanged. Joss leaned forward almost imperceptibly, such as, the sun is a star, or Mars is a rusty place with deserts and volcanoes like Sinai, or a body in motion tends to remain in motion. Or, let's see now, she quickly scribbled some numbers on a pad. The Earth weighs 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 times as much as a child. Or, I recognize that both of you seem to have some trouble with special relativity, but it's confirmed every day routinely in particle accelerators and cosmic rays. How about there are no privileged frames of reference, or even thou shalt not travel faster than light, anything they couldn't possibly have known 3,000 years ago. Any others? Joss asked. Well, there's an indefinite number of them, or at least one for every principle of physics. Let's see, heat and light hid in the smallest pebble, or even the way of the earth is as 2, but the way of the lodestone is as 3. I'm trying to suggest that the gravitational force follows an inverse square law, while the magnetic dipole force follows an inverse cube law. Or in biology, she nodded toward Dare here, who seemed to have taken a vow of silence. How about two strands entwined is the secret of life? Now, that's an interesting one, said Joss. You're talking, of course, about DNA, but you know the physician's staff, the symbol of medicine, army doctors wear it on their lapels. It's called the caduceus, shows two serpents intertwined. It's a perfect double helix. From ancient times, that's been the symbol of preserving life. Isn't this exactly the kind of connection you're suggesting? Well, I thought it's a spiral, not a helix. But if there are enough symbols and enough prophecies and enough myth and folklore, eventually a few of them are going to fit some current scientific understanding purely by accident. But I can't be sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe the caduceus is a message from God. Of course, it's not a Christian symbol or a symbol of any of the major religions today. I don't suppose you'd want to argue that the gods talked only to the ancient Greeks. What I'm saying is, if God wanted to send us a message and ancient writings were the only way he could think of doing it, he could have done a better job. And he hardly had to confine himself to writings. Why isn't there a monster crucifix orbiting the earth? Why isn't the surface of the moon covered with the 10 Commandments? Why should God be so clear in the Bible and so obscure in the world? Joss had apparently been ready to reply a few sentences back, a look of genuine pleasure unexpectedly on his face, but Ellie's rush of words was gathering momentum, and perhaps he felt it impolite to interrupt. Also, why would you think that God has abandoned us? He used to chat with patriarchs and prophets every second Tuesday. You believe he's omnipotent, you say, and omniscient. So it's no particular effort for him to remind us directly, unambiguously, of his wishes at least a few times in every generation. So how come, fellas? Why don't we see him with crystal clarity? We do. Rankin put enormous feeling in this phrase. He is all around us. Our prayers are answered. Tens of millions of people in this country have been born again and have witnessed God's glorious grace. The Bible speaks to us as clearly in this day as it did in the time of Moses and Jesus. Oh, come off it, you know what I mean? Where are the burning bushes, the pillars of fire, the great voice that says, I am that I am, booming down at us out of the sky? Why should God manifest himself in such subtle and debatable ways when he can make his presence completely unambiguous? But a voice from the sky is just what you found. Joss made this comment casually while Ellie paused for breath. He held her eyes with his own. Rankin quickly picked up the thought. Absolutely. Just what I was going to say. Abraham and Moses, they didn't have radios or telescopes. They couldn't have heard the Almighty talking on FM. Maybe today God talks to us in new ways and permits us to have a new understanding. Or maybe it's not God. Yes, Satan. I've heard some talk about that. It sounds crazy. Let's leave that one alone for a moment. If it's okay with you, you think the message is the voice of God, your God. Where in your religion does God answer a prayer by repeating the prayer back? I wouldn't call a Nazi newsreel a prayer myself, Joss said. You say it's to attract our attention. Then why do you think God has chosen to talk to scientists? Why not preachers like yourself? God talks to me all the time. Rankin's index finger audibly thumped his sternum, and the Reverend Joss here. God has told me that a revelation is at hand. When the end of the world is nigh, the rapture will be upon us, the judgment of sinners, the ascension to heaven of the elect. Did he tell you he was going to make that announcement in the radio spectrum? Is your conversation with God recorded somewhere so we can verify that it really happened? Or do we have only your say-so? Why would God choose to announce it to radio astronomers and not to men and women of the cloth? Don't you think it's a little strange that the first message from God in 2,000 years or more is prime numbers and Adolf Hitler at the 1936 Olympics? Your God must have quite a sense of humor. My God can have any sense he wants to have. Der Heer was clearly alarmed at the first appearance of real rancor. Maybe I could remind us all about what we hope to accomplish at this meeting, he began. Here's Ken in his mollifying mode, Ellie thought. On some issues he's courageous, but chiefly when he has not responsibility for action. He's a brave talker in private, but on scientific politics, and especially when representing the president, he becomes very accommodating, ready to compromise with the devil himself. She caught herself. The theological language was getting to her. That's another thing, she interrupted her own train of thought, as well as Derheer's. If that signal is from God, why does it come from just one place in the sky, in the vicinity of a particularly bright nearby star? Why doesn't it come from all over the sky at once, like the cosmic black body background radiation coming from one star? It looks like a signal from another civilization. Coming from everywhere, it would look much more like a signal from your God. God can make a signal come from the bunghole of the little bear if he wants. Rankin's face was becoming bright red. Excuse me, but you've gotten me riled up. God can do anything. Anything you don't understand, Mr. Rankin? You attribute to God, God for you is where you sweep away all the mysteries of the world, all the challenges tear our intelligence. You simply turn your mind off and say God did it. Ma'am, I didn't come here to be insulted. Come here. I thought this was where you lived. Ma'am, Rankin was about to say something, but then thought better of it. He took a deep breath and continued. This is a Christian country, and Christians have true knowledge on this issue, a sacred responsibility to make sure that God's sacred word is understood. I'm a Christian, and you don't speak for me. You've tapped yourself in some sort of 5th century religious mania. Since then, the Renaissance has happened. The Enlightenment has happened. Where have you been? Both Joss and Derheer were half out of their chairs. Please, Ken implored, looking directly at Ellie. If we don't keep more to the agenda, I don't see how we can accomplish what the president asked us to do. Well, you wanted a frank exchange of views. It's nearly noon, Joss observed. Why don't we take a little break for lunch? Outside the library conference room, leaning on the railing surrounding the Foucault pendulum, Ellie began a brief whispered exchange with Derheer. I'd like to punch out that cocksure know-it-all, holier than thou. Why exactly, Ellie? Aren't ignorance and error painful enough? Yes, if he'd shut up, but he's corrupting millions. Sweetheart, he thinks the same about you. When she and Derheer came back from lunch, Ellie noticed immediately that Rankin appeared subdued, while Joss, who was first to speak, seemed cheerful, certainly beyond the requirements of mere cordiality. Dr. Arroway, he began, I can understand that you're impatient to show us your findings and that you didn't come here for theological disputation, but please bear with us just a bit longer. You have a sharp tongue. I can't recall the last time Brother Rankin here got so stirred up on matters of the faith. It must be years. He glanced momentarily at his colleague who was doodling, apparently idly, on a yellow legal pad, his collar unbuttoned and his necktie loosened. I was struck by one or two things you said this morning. You called yourself a Christian, may I ask? In what sense are you a Christian? You know, this wasn't the job description when I accepted the directorship of the Argus project. She said this lightly. I'm a Christian in the sense that I find Jesus Christ to be an admirable historical figure. I think the Sermon on the Mount is one of the greatest ethical statements and one of the best speeches in history. I think that love your enemy might even be the long-shot solution to the problem of nuclear war. I wish he was alive today. It would benefit everybody on the planet. But I think Jesus was only a man, a great man, a brave man, a man with insight into unpopular truths, but I don't think he was God or the Son of God or the grandnephew of God. You don't want to believe in God. Joss said it as a simple statement. You figure you can be a Christian and not believe in God. Let me ask you straight out. Do you believe in God? The question has a peculiar structure. If I say no, do I mean I'm convinced God doesn't exist? Or do I mean I'm not convinced he does exist? Those are two very different statements. Let's see if they are so different. Dr. Arroway. May I call you doctor? You believe in Occam's razor, isn't that right? If you have two different, equally good explanations of the same experience, you pick the simplest. The whole history of science supports it, you say. Now, if you have serious doubts about whether there is a God, enough doubts so you're unwilling to commit yourself to the faith, then you must be able to imagine a world without God, a world that comes into being without God, a world where people die without God. No punishment, no reward. All the saints and prophets, all the faithful who have ever lived, why, you'd have to believe they were foolish, deceived themselves, you'd probably say. That would be a world in which we weren't here on Earth for any good reason. I mean, for any purpose. It would all be just complicated collisions of atoms, is that right? Including the atoms that are inside human beings. To me, that would be a hateful and inhuman world. I wouldn't want to live in it. But if you can imagine that world, why straddle? Why occupy some middle ground? If you believe all that already, isn't it much simpler to say there's on God? You're not being true to Occam's razor. I think you're waffling. How can a thoroughgoing, conscientious scientist be an agnostic if you can even imagine a world without God? Wouldn't you just have to be an atheist? I thought you were going to argue that God is the simpler hypothesis, Ellie said. But this is a much better point. If it were only a matter of scientific discussion, I'd agree with you, Reverend Joss. Science is essentially concerned with examining and correcting hypotheses. If the laws of nature explain all the available facts without supernatural intervention, or even do only as well as the God hypothesis, then for the time being I'd call myself an atheist. Then, if a single piece of evidence was discovered that doesn't fit, I'd back off from atheism. We're fully able to detect some breakdown in the laws of nature. The reason I don't call myself an atheist is because this isn't mainly a scientific issue. It's a religious issue and a political issue. The tentative nature of scientific hypothesis doesn't extend into these fields. You don't talk about God as a hypothesis. You think you've cornered the truth, so I point out that you may have missed a thing or two, but if you ask, I'm happy to tell you. I can't be sure I'm right. I've always thought an agnostic is an atheist without the courage of his convictions. You could just as well say that an agnostic is a deeply religious person with at least a rudimentary knowledge of human fallibility. When I say I'm an agnostic, I only mean that the evidence isn't in. There isn't compelling evidence that God exists, at least your kind of God, and there isn't compelling evidence that he doesn't. Since more than half the people on the earth aren't Jews or Christian or Muslims, I'd say that there aren't any compelling arguments for your kind of God. Otherwise, everybody on earth would have been converted. I say again, if you, God, wanted to convince us, he could have done a much better job. Look at how clearly authentic the message is. It's being picked up all over the world. Radio telescopes are humming away in countries with different histories, different languages, different politics, different religions. Everybody's getting the same kind of data from the same place in the sky, at the same frequencies with the same polarization modulation. The Muslims, the Hindus, the Christians, and the atheists are all getting the same message. Any skeptic can hook up a radio telescope. It doesn't have to be very big and get the identical data. You're not suggesting that your radio message is from God, Rankin offered. Not at all. Just that the civilization on Vega, with powers infinitely less than what you attribute to your God, was able to make things very clear. If your God wanted to talk to us through the unlikely means of word-of-mouth transmission and ancient writings over thousands of years, he could have done it so there was no room left for debate about its existence. She paused, but neither Joss nor Rankin spoke, so she tried again to steer the conversation to the data. Why don't we just withhold judgment for a while until we make some more progress on decrypting the message? Would you like to see some of the data? This time they assented readily enough, it seemed, but she could produce only reams of zeros and ones, neither edifying nor inspirational. She carefully explained about the presumed pagination of the message and the hoped-for primer. By unspoken agreement, she and Dare here said nothing about the Soviet view that the message was the blueprint for a machine. It was at best a guess, and had not yet been publicly discussed by the Soviets. As an afterthought, she described something about Vega itself, its mass, surface temperature, color, distance from the Earth, lifetime, and the ring of orbiting debris around it that had been discovered by the infrared astronomy satellite in 1983. But beyond its being one of the brightest stars in the sky, is there anything special about it? Joss wanted to know. Or anything that connects it up with Earth? Well, in terms of stellar properties, anything like that, I can't think of a thing. But there is one incidental fact. Vega was the pole star about 12,000 years ago, and it will be again about 14,000 years from now. Though the pole star was the pole star. Rankin, still doodling, said this to the pad of paper. It is for a few thousand years, but not forever. The Earth is like a spinning top. Its axis is slowly precessing in a circle. She demonstrated, using her pencil as the Earth's axis. It's called the precession of the equinoxes, discovered by Hipparchus of Rhodes, added Joss, 2nd century BC. This seemed a surprising piece of information for him to have at his fingertips. Exactly. So right now, she continued, an arrow from the center of the Earth to the North Pole points to the star we call Polaris, in the constellation of the Little Dipper or the Little Bear. I believe you were referring to this constellation just before lunch, Mr. Rankin. As the Earth's axis slowly precesses, it points in some different direction in the sky, not toward Polaris, and over 26,000 years the place in the sky to which the North Pole points makes a complete circle. The North Pole points right now very near Polaris, close enough to be useful in navigation. 12,000 years ago, by accident, it pointed to Vega, but there's no physical connection. How the stars are distributed in the Milky Way has nothing to do with the Earth's axis of rotation being tipped 23.5 degrees. Now, 12,000 years ago is 10,000 BC, the time when civilization was just starting up. Isn't that right? Joss asked. Unless you believe that the Earth was created in 4004 BC. No, we don't believe that, do we? Brother Rankin, we just don't think the age of the Earth is known with the same precision that you scientists do. On the question of the age of the Earth, we're what you might call agnostics. He had a most attractive smile. So if folks were navigating 10,000 years ago, sailing the Mediterranean, say, or the Persian Gulf, Vega would have been their guide. That's still in the last ice age. Probably a little early for navigation. But the hunters who crossed the Bering Land Bridge to North America were around then. I must have seemed an amazing gift, providential if you like, that such a bright star was exactly to the north. I'll bet a lot of people owed their lives to that coincidence. Well now, that's mighty interesting. I don't want you to think I used the word providential as anything but a metaphor. I'd never think that, my dear. Joss was by now giving signs that the afternoon was drawing to a close, and he did not seem displeased. But there were still a few items, it seemed, on Rankin's agenda. It amazes me that you don't think it was divine providence, Vega being the pole star. My faith is so strong, I don't need proofs, but every time a new fact comes along, it simply confirms my faith. Well then, I guess you weren't listening very closely to what I was saying this morning. I resent the idea that we're in some kind of faith contest, and you're the hands-down winner. So far as I know, you've never tested your faith? I'm willing to do it for mine. Here, take a look out that window. There's a big Foucault pendulum out there. The bob must weight 500 pounds. My faith says that the amplitude of a free pendulum, how far it'll swing away from the vertical position, can never increase. It can only decrease. I'm willing to go out there, put the bob eye front of my nose, let go, have it swing away, and then back toward me. If my beliefs are in error, I'll get a 500-pound pendulum smack in the face. Come on, you want to test my faith? Truly, it's not necessary. I believe you, replied Joss. Rankin, though, seemed interested. He was imagining she guessed what she would look like afterward. But would you be willing, she went on, to stand a foot closer to this same pendulum and pray to God to shorten the swing? What if it turns out that you've gotten it all wrong, that what you're teaching isn't God's will at all? Maybe it's the work of the devil. Maybe it's pure human invention. How can you be really sure? Faith, inspiration, revelation, awe, Rankin answered. Don't judge everyone else by your own limited experience. Just the fact that you've rejected the Lord doesn't prevent other folks from acknowledging His glory. Look, We all have a thirst for wonder. It's a deeply human quality. Science and religion are both bound up with it. What I'm saying is, you don't have to make stories up. You don't have to exaggerate. There's wonder and awe enough in the real world. Nature's a lot better at inventing wonders than we are. Perhaps we are all wayfarers on the road to truth, Joss replied. On this hopeful note, here stepped in deftly, and amidst strained civilities they prepared to leave. She wondered whether anything useful had been accomplished. Valerian would have been much more effective and much less provocative, Ellie thought. She wished she had kept herself in better check. It's been a most interesting day, Dr. Arroway, and I thank you for it. Joss seemed a little remote again, courtly but distracted. He shook her hand warmly, though. On the way out to the waiting government car, past a lavishly rendered three-dimensional exhibit on the fallacy of the expanding universe. A sign read, "Our God is alive and well. Sorry about yours." She whispered to here, "I'm sorry if I made your job more difficult." "Oh no, Ellie, you were fine. That Palmer Joss is a very attractive man. I don't think I did much to convert him. But I'll tell you, he almost converted me." She was joking, of course. Chapter 11, The World Message Consortium. The world is nearly all parceled out, and what there is left of it is being divided up, conquered and colonized. To think of these stars that you see overhead at night, these vast worlds which we can never reach. I would annex the planets if I could. I often think of that. It makes me sad to see them so clear and yet so far. Cecil Rhodes' Last Will and Testament, 1902. From their table by the window she could see the downpour spattering the street outside. A soaked pedestrian, his collar up, gamely hurried by. The proprietor had cranked the striped awning over the tubs of oysters, segregated according to size and quality, and providing a kind of street advertisement for the specialty of the house. She felt warm and snug inside the restaurant, the famous theatrical gathering place, Chez Dieu. Since fair weather had been predicted, she was without raincoat or umbrella. Likewise unencumbered, Vege introduced a new subject. "My friend Mira," he announced, "is an ecdysiast. That is the right word, yes? When she works in your country, she performs for groups of professionals at meetings and conventions. Mira says that when she takes off her clothes for working-class men at trade union conventions, that sort of thing, they become wild, shout out improper suggestions, and try to join her on the stage. But when she gives exactly the same performance for doctors or lawyers, they sit there motionless. Actually, she says, some of them lick their lips. My question is, are the lawyers healthier than the steelworkers? That Vege had diverse female acquaintances had always been apparent. His approaches to women were so direct and extravagant herself, for some reason that both pleased and annoyed her, excluded, that they could always say no without embarrassment. Many said yes, but the news about Mira was a little unexpected. They had spent the morning in a last-minute comparison of notes and interpretations of the new data. The continuing message transmission had reached an important new stage. Diagrams were being transmitted from Vega the way newspaper wire photos are transmitted. Each picture was an array raster. The number of tiny black and white dots that made up the picture was the product of two prime numbers. Again, prime numbers were part of the transmission. There was a large set of such diagrams on following the other, and not at all interleaved with the text. It was like a section of glossy illustrations inserted in the back of a book. Following transmission of the long sequence of diagrams, the unintelligible text continued. From at least some of the diagrams, it seemed obvious that Vegi and Arkhangelski had been right, that the message was in part, at least the instructions, the blueprints for building a machine. Its purpose was unknown. At the plenary session of the World Message Consortium, to be held tomorrow at the Élysée Palace, she and Vege would present for the first time some of the details to representatives of the other consortium nations. But word had quietly been passed about the machine hypothesis. Over lunch, she had summarized her encounter with Rankin and Joss. Vege had been attentive but asked no questions. It was as if she had been confessing some unseemly personal predilection. And perhaps that had triggered his train of association. You have a friend named Mira who's a striptease artist with international venue. Since Wolfgang Pauli discovered the exclusion principle while watching the Folies Bergère, I have felt it my professional duty as a physicist to visit Paris as much as possible. I think of it as my homage to Pauli. But somehow I can never persuade the officials in my country to approve trips solely for this purpose. Usually I must do some pedestrian physics as well. But in such establishments, that's where I met Mira. I am a student of nature waiting for insight to strike. Abruptly, his tone of voice shifted from expansive to matter of fact. Mira says, American professional men are sexually repressed and have gnawing doubts and guilt. Really? And what does Mira say about Russian professional men? Ah, in that category she knows only me. So, of course she has a good opinion. I think I'd rather be with Mira tomorrow. But all your friends will be at the consortium meeting, she said lightly. Yes, I'm glad you'll be there, he replied morosely. What's worrying you, Vege? He took a long time before answering, and began with a slight but uncharacteristic hesitation. Perhaps not worries. Maybe only concerns. What if the message really is the design drawings of a machine? Do we build the machine? Who builds it? Everybody together? The consortium? The United Nations? A few nations in competition? What if it's enormously expensive to build? Who pays? Why should they want to? What if it doesn't work? Could building the machine injure some nations economically? Could it injure them in some other way, without interrupting the torrent of questions? Lunacharsky emptied the last of the wine into their glasses. Even if the message cycles back, and even if we completely decrypt it, how good could the translation be? You know the opinion of Cervantes? He said that reading a translation is like examining the back of a piece of tapestry. Maybe it's not possible to translate the message perfectly. Then we wouldn't build the machine perfectly also. Are we really confident we have all the data? Maybe there's essential information at some other frequency that we haven't discovered yet. You know, Ellie, though, people would be very cautious about building this machine. But there may be some coming tomorrow who will urge immediate construction. I mean, immediately after we receive the primer and decrypt the message, assuming that we do. What is the American delegation going to propose? I don't know, she said slowly. But she remembered that soon after the diagrammatic material had been received, Dare here began asking whether it was likely that the machine was within reach of the Earth's economy and technology. She could offer him little reassurance on either score. She recalled again how preoccupied Ken had seemed in the last few weeks, sometimes even jittery. His responsibilities in this matter were, of course, are Dr. Dare here and Mr. Kitts staying at the same hotel as you? No, they're staying at the embassy. It was always the case, because of the nature of the Soviet economy and the perceived necessity of buying military technology instead of consumer goods with their limited hard currency. Russians had little walking around money when visiting the West. They were obliged to stay in second- or third-rate hotels, even rooming houses while their Western colleagues lived in comparative luxury. It was a continuing source of embarrassment for scientists of both countries. Picking up the bill for this relatively simple meal would be effortless for Ellie, but a burden for Vege, despite his comparatively exalted status in the Soviet scientific hierarchy. Now, what was Vege? Vege, be straight with me. What are you saying? You think Ken and Mike are jumping the gun? Straight and interesting word. Not right, not left, but progressively forward. I'm concerned that in the next few days we will see premature discussion about building something that we have no right to build. The politicians think we know everything. In fact, we know almost nothing. Such a situation could be dangerous. It finally dawned on her that Vege was taking a personal responsibility for figuring out the nature of the message. If it led to some catastrophe, he was worried it might be his fault. He had less personal motives as well, of course. You want me to talk to Ken? If you think it's appropriate, you have frequent opportunities to talk to him. He said this casually. Vege, you're not jealous, are you? I think you picked up on my feelings for Ken before I did. When you were back at Argus, Ken and I've been more or less together for the last 2 months. Do you have some reservations? Oh no, Ellie. I am not your father or a jealous lover. I wish only great happiness for you. It's just that I see so many unpleasant possibilities. But he did not further elaborate. They returned to their preliminary interpretations on some of the diagrams with which the table was eventually covered. For counterpoint, they also discussed a little politics, the debate in America over the mandala principles for resolving the crisis in South Africa, and the growing war of words between the Soviet Union and the German Democratic Republic. As always, Arroway and Lunacharsky enjoyed denouncing their own country's foreign policies to one another. This was far more interesting than denouncing the foreign policies of each other's nation, which would have been equally easy to do. Over their ritual dispute about whether the check should be shared, she noticed that the downpour had diminished to a discreet drizzle. By now, the news of the message from Vega had reached every nook and cranny of the planet Earth. People who knew nothing of radio telescopes and had never heard of a prime number had been told a peculiar story about a voice from the stars, about strange beings. Not exactly men, but not exactly gods either, who had been discovered living in the night sky. They did not come from Earth. Their home star could easily be seen, even with a full moon. Amidst the continuing frenzy of sectarian commentary, there was also all over the world, it was now apparent, a sense of wonder, even of awe. Something transforming, something almost miraculous was happening. The air was full of possibility, a sense of new beginning. Mankind has been promoted to high school, an American newspaper editorialist had written. There were other intelligent beings in the universe. We could communicate with them. They were probably older than we, possibly wiser. They were sending us libraries of complex information. There was a widespread anticipation of imminent secular revelation. So the specialists in every subject began to worry. Mathematicians worried about what elementary discoveries they might have missed. Religious leaders worried that vegan values, however alien, would find ready adherents, especially among the uninstructed young astronomers, worried that there might be fundamentals about the nearby stars that they had gotten wrong. Politicians and government leaders worried that some other systems of government, some quite different from those currently fashionable, might be admired by a superior civilization. Whatever vegans knew had not been influenced by peculiarly human institutions, history, or biology. What if much that we think true is a misunderstanding, a special case, or a logical blunder? Experts uneasily began to reassess the foundation of their subjects. Beyond this narrow vocational disquiet was a great and soaring corner of bursting into a new age, a symbolism powerfully amplified by the approach of the third millennium. There were still political conflicts, some of them, like the continuing South African crisis, serious. But there was also a notable decline in many quarters of the world of jingoist rhetoric and puerile self-congratulatory nationalism. There was a sense of the human species, billions of tiny beings spread over the world, collectively presented with an unprecedented opportunity or even a grave common danger to many. It seemed absurd for the contending nation-states to continue their deadly quarrels when faced with a non-human civilization of vastly greater capabilities. There was a whiff of hope in the air. Some people were unaccustomed to it and mistook it for something else, confusion perhaps, or cowardice. For decades after 1945, the world's stockpile of strategic nuclear weapons had steadily grown. Leaders changed, weapon systems changed, strategy changed, but the number of strategic weapons only increased. The time came when there were more than 25,000 of them on the planet, 10 for every city. The technology was pushing toward short flight time, incentives for hard target first strike, and at least de facto launch-on warning. Only so monumental a danger could undo so monumental a foolishness, endorsed by so many leaders in so many nations for so long a time. But finally, the world came to its senses, at least to this extent, and an accord was signed by the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and China. It was not intended to rid the world of nuclear weapons. Few expected it to carry some utopia in its wake. But the Americans and the Russians undertook to diminish the strategic arsenals down to 1,000 nuclear weapons each. The details were carefully designed so that neither superpower was at any significant disadvantage at any stage of the dismantling process. Britain, France, and China agreed to begin reducing their arsenals once the superpowers had gone below the 3,200 mark. The Hiroshima Accords were signed to worldwide rejoicing next to the famous commemorative plaque for the victims in the first city ever obliterated by a nuclear weapon. Rest in peace, for it shall never happen again. Every day, the fission triggers from an equal number of U.S. and Soviet warheads were delivered to a special facility run by American and Russian technicians. The plutonium was extracted, logged, sealed, and transported by bilateral teams to nuclear power plants, where it was consumed and converted into electricity. This scheme, known as the Gaylor Plan after an American admiral, was widely hailed as the ultimate in beating swords into plowshares, since each nation still retained a devastating retaliatory capability. Even the military establishments eventually welcomed it. Generals no more wish for their children to die than anyone else, and nuclear war is the negation of the conventional military virtues. It is hard to find much valor in pressing a button. The first divestment ceremony, televised live and rebroadcast many times, featured white-clad American and Soviet technicians wheeling in two of the dull gray metallic objects, each about as big as an ottoman and festooned variously with stars and stripes, hammers and sickles. It was witnessed by a huge fraction of the world population. The evening television news programs regularly counted how many strategic weapons on both sides had been disassembled, how many more to go. In a little over 2 decades, this news, too, would reach Vega in the following years. The divestitures continued almost without a hitch. At first, the fat in the arsenals was surrendered, with little change in strategic doctrine. But now the cuts were being felt, and the most destabilizing weapons systems were being dismantled. It was something the experts had called impossible and declared contrary to human nature. But a sentence of death, as Samuel Johnson had noted, concentrates the mind wonderfully. In the past half year, the dismantling of nuclear weapons by the United States and the Soviet Union had made new strides, with fairly intrusive inspection teams of each nation soon to be installed on the territory of the other, despite the disapproval and concern publicly voiced by the military staffs on both nations. The United Nations found itself unexpectedly effective in mediating international disputes, with the West Aryan and the Chile-Argentina border wars both apparently resolved. There was even talk, not all of it fatuous, of a non-aggression treaty between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The delegates arriving at the first plenary session of the World Message Consortium were predisposed toward cordiality to an extent unparalleled in recent decades. Every nation with even a handful of message bits was represented, sending both scientific and political delegates. A surprising number sent military representatives as well. In a few cases, national delegations were led by foreign ministers or even heads of state. The United Kingdom delegation included Viscount Boxforth, the Lord Privy Seal, an honorific Ellie privately found hilarious. The USSR delegation was headed by Biya Abukimov, president of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, with Gotsridze, the Minister of Medium-Heavy Industry, and Arkhangelsky playing significant roles. The President of the United States had insisted that Der Heer head the American delegation, although it included Undersecretary of State Elmo Honeycutt and Michael Kitts, among others. For the Department of Defense, a vast and elaborate map in equal area projection showed the disposition of radio telescopes over the planet, including the Soviet ocean-going tracking vessels. Ellie glanced around the newly completed conference hall adjacent to the offices and residence of the President of France. In only the second year of his 7-year term, he was making every effort to guarantee the meeting's success. A multitude of faces, flags, and national dress was reflected off the long, arcing mahogany tables and the mirrored walls. She recognized few of the political and military people, but in every delegation there seemed to be at least one familiar scientist or engineer, Annunziata and Ian Broderick from Australia, Fedirka from Czechoslovakia, Brod Krebilon and Boileau from France, Kumar Chandrapurana and Devi Sukhavati from India, Hironaga and Matsui from Japan. Ellie reflected on the strong technological rather than radio-astronomical background of many of the delegates, especially the Japanese. The idea that the construction of some vast machine might be on the agenda of this meeting had motivated last-minute changes in the composition of delegations. She also recognized Malatesta of Italy, Badenbaugh, a physicist fallen into politics, Clegg, and the venerable Sir Arthur Chatos chatting behind the sort of Union Jack one can find on restaurant tables in European resorts, Jaime Ortiz of Spain, Prebula from Switzerland, which was puzzling, since Switzerland did not, so far as she knew, even have a radio telescope, Bao, who had done brilliantly in putting together the Chinese radio telescope array, Wintergaden from Sweden. There were surprisingly large Saudi, Pakistani, and Iraqi delegations, and of course the Soviets, among whom Nadia Rajdisvenskaya and Genrikh Arkangelsky were sharing a moment of genuine hilarity. Ellie looked for Lunacharsky and finally spotted him with the Chinese delegation. He was shaking hands with Yu Renqiang, the director of the Beijing Radio Observatory. She recalled that the two men had been friends and colleagues during the period of Sino-Soviet cooperation. But the hostilities between their two nations had ended all contact between them, and Chinese restrictions on foreign travel by their senior scientists were still almost as severe as Soviet constraints. She was witnessing, she realized, their first meeting in perhaps a quarter century. Who's the old China person Vege's shaking hands with? This was, for Kitz, an attempt at cordiality. He had been making small offerings of this sort for the last few days, a development she regarded as unpromising. You, director of the Beijing Observatory, I thought those guys hated each other's guts. Michael, she said, the world is both better and worse than you imagine. You can probably beat me on better, he replied, but you can't hold a candle to me on worse. After the welcome by the President of France, who, to mild astonishment, stayed to hear the opening presentations, and a discussion of procedure and agenda by Derhir and Abukimov as conference co-chairman, Ellie and Vege together, summarized the data. They made what were by now standard presentations, not too technical, because of the political and military people, of how radio telescopes work, the distribution of nearby stars in space, and the history of the palimpsest message. Their tandem presentation concluded with a survey, displayed on the monitors before each delegation of the diagrammatic material recently received. She was careful to show how the polarization modulation was converted into a sequence of zeros and ones, how the zeros and ones fit together to make a picture, and how in most cases they had not the vaguest notion of what the picture conveyed. The data points reassembled themselves on the computer screens. She could see faces illuminated in white, amber, and green by the monitors in the now partly darkened hall. The diagrams showed intricate branching networks, lumpy, almost indecently biological forms, a perfectly formed regular dodecahedron. A long series of pages had been reassembled into an elaborately detailed three-dimensional construction which slowly rotated. Each enigmatic object was joined by an unintelligible caption. Vege stressed the uncertainties still more strongly than she did. Nevertheless, it was, in his opinion, now beyond doubt that the message was a handbook for the construction of a machine. He neglected to mention that the idea of the message as a blueprint had originally been his and Arkangelsky's. And Ellie seized the opportunity to rectify the oversight. She had talked about the subject enough over the past few months to know that both scientific and general audiences were often fascinated by the details of the unraveling of the message and tantalized by the still unproved concept of a primer. But she was unprepared for the response from this. One would expect staid audience, Vege, and she had interdigitated their presentations. As they finished, there was a sustained thunder of applause. The Soviets and Eastern European delegations applauded in unison, with a frequency of about 2 or 3 hand claps per heartbeat. The Americans and many others applauded separately, their unsynchronized clapping a sea of white noise rising from the crowd, enveloped by an unfamiliar kind of joy. She could not resist thinking about the differences in national character, the Americans as individualists, and the Russians engaged in a collective endeavor. Also, she recalled that Americans in crowds tried to maximize their distance from their fellows, while Soviets tended to lean on each other as much as possible. Both styles of applause, the American clearly dominant, delighted her. For just a moment, she permitted herself to think about her stepfather and her father. After lunch, there was a succession of other presentations on the data collection and interpretation. David Drumlin gave an extraordinarily capable discussion of a statistical analysis he had recently performed of all previous pages of the message that referred to the new numbered diagrams. He argued that the message contained not just a blueprint for building a machine, but also descriptions of the designs and means of fabrication of components and subcomponents. In a few cases, he thought, there were descriptions of whole new industries not yet known on Earth. Ellie, mouth agape, shook her finger toward Drumlin, silently asking Valerian whether he had known about this. His lips pursed. Valerian hunched his shoulders and rotated his hands palms up. She scanned the other delegates for some expression of emotion, but could detect mainly signs of fatigue. The depth of technical material and the necessity, sooner or later, of making political decisions were already producing strain. After the session, she complimented Drumlin on the interpretation, but asked why she had not heard of it until now. He replied before walking away, "Oh, I didn't think it was important enough to bother you with. It was just a little something I did while you were out consulting religious fanatics. If Drumlin had been her thesis advisor, she would still be pursuing her PhD. She thought he had never fully accepted her. They would never share an easygoing collegial relationship." Sighing, she wondered whether Ken had known about Drumlin's new work. But as conference co-chairman, Dare Here was sitting with his Soviet opposite number on a raised dais facing the horseshoe of delegate tiers. He was, as he had been for weeks, nearly inaccessible. Drumlin was not obliged to discuss his findings with her, of course. She knew they both had been preoccupied recently. But in conversation with him, why was she always accommodating and argumentative, only in extremis? A part of her evidently felt that the granting of her doctorate and the opportunity to pursue her science were still future possibilities firmly in Drumlin's hands. On the morning of the second day, a Soviet delegate was given the floor. He was unknown to her. Stefan Alexeyevich Baruda, the videographics on her computer screen read out. Director, Institute for Peace Studies, Soviet Academy of Sciences, Moscow, Member Central Committee, Communist Party of the USSR. "Now we start to play hardball," she heard Michael Kitts say to Elmo Honeycutt of the State Department. Baruda was a dapper man, wearing an elegantly tailored and impeccably fashionable Western business suit, perhaps of Italian cut. His English was fluent and almost unaccented. He had been born in one of the Baltic republics, was young to be head of such an important organization, formed to study the long-term implications for strategic policy of the de-accessioning of nuclear weapons, and was a leading example of the new wave in the Soviet leadership. "Let us be frank," Baruda was saying. "A message is being sent to us from the far reaches of space. Most of the information has been gathered by the Soviet Union and the United States. Essential pieces have also been obtained by other countries. All of those countries are represented at this conference. Any one nation, the Soviet Union, for example, could have waited until the message repeated itself several times, as we all hope it will, and fill in the many missing pieces in such a way. But it would take years, perhaps decades, and we are a little impatient, so we have all shared the data. Any one nation, the Soviet Union, for example, could place into orbit around the Earth large radio telescopes with sensitive receivers that work at the frequencies of the message. The Americans could do this as well. Perhaps Japan or France or the European Space Agency could. Then any one nation by itself could acquire all the data, because in space a radio telescope can point at Vega all the time. But that might be thought a hostile act. It is no secret that the United States or the Soviet Union might be able to shoot down such satellites. So perhaps for this reason, too, we have all shared the data. It is better to cooperate. Our scientists wish to exchange not only the data they have gathered, but also their speculations, their guesses, their dreams. All you scientists are alike in that respect. I am not a scientist. My specialty is government, so I know that the nations are also alike. Every nation is cautious. Every nation is suspicious. None of us would give an advantage to a potential adversary if we could prevent it. And so there have been two opinions, perhaps more, but at least two, one that counsels exchange of all the data, and another that counsels each nation to seek advantage over the others. You can be sure the other side is seeking some advantage, they say. It is the same in most countries. The scientists have won this debate. So, for example, most of the data, although I wish to point out, not all acquired by the United States and the Soviet Union have been exchanged. Most of the data from all other countries have been exchanged worldwide. We are happy we have made this decision, Ellie whispered to Kitz. This doesn't sound like hardball to me. Stay tuned, he whispered back. But there are other kinds of dangers. We would like now to raise one of them for the consortium to consider. Boruda's tone reminded her of Vege's at lunch the other day. What was the B in the Soviet bonnet? We have heard academician Lunacharsky, Dr. Arroway, and other scientists agree that we are receiving the instructions for building a complex machine. Suppose that, as everyone seems to expect, the end of the message comes, the message recycles to the beginning, and we receive the introduction, or the English word is primer, which lets us read the message. Suppose also that we continue to cooperate fully, all of us. We exchange all the data, all the fantasies, all the dreams. Now the beings on Vega, they are not sending us these instructions for their amusement. They want us to build a machine. Perhaps they will tell us what the machine is supposed to do, perhaps not. But even if they do, why should we believe them? So I raise my own fantasy, my own dream. It is not a happy one. What if this machine is a Trojan horse? We build the machine at great expense, turn it on, and suddenly an invading army pours out of it. Or what if it is a doomsday machine? We build it, turn it on, and the earth blows up. Perhaps this is their way to suppress civilizations just emerging into the cosmos. It would not cost much, they pay only for a telegram, and the upstart civilization obediently destroys itself. What I am about to ask is only a suggestion, a talking point. I raise it for your consideration. I mean it to be constructive. On this issue, we all share the same planet. We all have the same interests. No doubt, I will put it too bluntly. Here is my question. Would it be better to burn the data and destroy the radio telescopes? A commotion ensued. Many delegations asked simultaneously to be recognized. Instead, the conference co-chairman seemed mainly motivated to remind the delegates that sessions were not to be recorded or videotaped. No interviews were to be granted to the press. There would be daily press releases, agreed upon by the conference co-chairman and the leaders of delegations. Even the integuments of the present discussion were to remain in this conference chamber. Several delegates asked for clarification from the chair. If Boruda is right about a Trojan horse or a doomsday machine, shouted out a Dutch delegate, isn't it our duty to inform the public? But he had not been recognized and his microphone had not been activated. They went on to other, more urgent matters. Ellie had quickly punched into the institutional computer terminal before her for an early position in the queue. She discovered that she was scheduled second, after Sukhavati and before one of the Chinese delegates. Ellie knew Devi Sukhavati slightly. A stately woman in her mid-40s, she was wearing a Western coiffure, high-heeled slingback pumps, and an exquisite silk sari. Originally trained as a physician, she had become one of the leading Indian experts in molecular biology and now shared her time between King's College, Cambridge, and the Tata Institute in Bombay. She was one of a handful of Indian fellows of the Royal Society of London, and was said to be well placed politically. They had last met a few years before, at an international symposium in Tokyo, before receipt of the message had eliminated the obligatory question marks in the titles of some of their scientific papers. Ellie had sensed a mutual affinity, due only in part to the fact that they were among the few women participating in scientific meetings on extraterrestrial life. I recognize that academician Boruda has raised an important and sensitive issue. Sukhavati began, and it would be foolish to dismiss the Trojan horse possibility carelessly given most of recent history. This is a natural idea, and I'm surprised it took so long to be raised. However, I would like to caution against such fears. It is unlikely in the extreme that the beings on a planet of the star Vega are exactly at our level of technological advance. Even on our planet, cultures do not evolve in lockstep. Some start earlier, others later. I recognize that some cultures can catch up, at least technologically. When there were high civilizations in India, China, Iraq, and Egypt, there were, at best, Iron Age nomads in Europe and Russia and Stone Age cultures in America. But the differences in the technologies will be much greater in the present circumstances. The extraterrestrials are likely to be far ahead of us, certainly more than a few hundred years farther along, perhaps thousands of years ahead of us, or even millions. Now I ask you to compare that with the pace of human technological advancement in the last century. I grew up in a tiny village in South India. In my grandmother's time, the treadle sewing machine was a technological wonder. What would beings who are thousands of years ahead of us be capable of? Or millions? As a philosopher in our part of the world once said, the artifacts of a sufficiently advanced extraterrestrial civilization would be indistinguishable from magic. We can pose no threat to them whatever. They have nothing to fear from us, and that will be true for a very long time. This is no confrontation between Greeks and Trojans who were evenly matched. This is no science fiction movie where beings from different planets fight with similar weapons. If they wish to destroy us, they can certainly do so with or without our coopera. But at what cost? Someone interrupted from the floor. Don't you see? That's the point. Baruda is saying our TV broadcasts to space are their notice that it's time to destroy us, and the message is the means. Punitive expeditions are dear. The message is cheap. Ellie could not make out who had shouted out this intervention. It seemed to be someone in the British delegation. His remarks had not been amplified by the audio system because again the speaker had not been recognized by the chair. But the acoustics in the conference hall were sufficiently good that he could be heard perfectly well. Der Herr in the chair tried to keep order. Abukimov leaned over and whispered something to an aide. You think there is a danger in building the machine, Sukhavati replied. I think there is a danger in not building the machine. I would be ashamed of our planet if we turned our back on the future. Your ancestors, she shook a finger at her interlocutor, were not so timid when they first set sail for India or America. This meeting was getting to be full of surprises, Ellie thought, although she doubted whether Clive or Raleigh were the best role models for present decision-making. Perhaps Sukhavati was only tweaking the British for past colonial offenses. She waited for the green speaker's light on her console to illuminate, indicating that her microphone was activated. Mr. Chairman, she found herself in this formal and public posture addressing Der Heer, whom she had hardly seen in the last few days. They had arranged to spend tomorrow afternoon together during a break in the meeting, and she felt some anxiety about what they would say. Oops, wrong thought, she thought. Mr. Chairman, I believe we can shed some light on these two questions, the Trojan horse and the doomsday machine. I had intended to discuss this tomorrow morning, but it certainly seems relevant now. On her console, she punched in the code numbers for a few of her slides. The great mirrored hall darkened. Dr. Lunacharsky and I are convinced that these are different projections of the same three-dimensional configuration. We showed the entire configuration in computer-simulated rotation yesterday. We think, though we can't be sure, that this is what the interior of the machine will look like. There is, as yet, no clear indication of scale. Maybe it's a kilometer across, maybe it's submicroscopic. But notice these 5 objects evenly spaced around the periphery of the main interior chamber inside the dodecahedron. Here's a close-up of one of them. They're the only things in the chamber that look at all recognizable. This appears to be an ordinary overstuffed armchair, perfectly configured for a human being. It's very unlikely that extraterrestrial beings evolved on another quite different world would resemble us sufficiently to share our preferences in living room furniture. Here, look at this close-up. It looks like something from my mother's spare room when I was growing up. Indeed, it almost seemed to have flowered slipcovers. A small flutter of guilt entered her mind. She had neglected to call her mother before leaving for Europe, and if truth be told, had called her only once or twice since the message was received. Ellie, how could you? She remonstrated with herself. She looked again at the computer graphics. The five-fold symmetry of the dodecahedron was reflected in the 5 interior chairs, each facing a pentagonal surface. So it's our contention, Dr. Lunacharsky and I, that the 5 chairs are meant for us, for people. That would mean that the interior chamber of the machine is only a few meters across, the exterior, perhaps 10 or 20 meters across. The technology is undoubtedly formidable, but we don't think we're talking about building something the size of a city, or as complex as an aircraft carrier. We might very well be able to build this, whatever it is, if we all work together. What I'm trying to say is that you don't put chairs inside a bomb. I don't think this is a doomsday machine or a Trojan horse. I agree with what Dr. Sukhavati said, or maybe only implied. The idea that this is a Trojan horse is itself an indication of how far we have to go. Again, there was an outburst, but this time Der Heer made no effort to stop it. Indeed, he actually turned the complainant's microphone on. It was the same delegate who had interrupted Sukhavati a few minutes earlier, Philip Badenbaugh of the United Kingdom, a Labour Party minister in the shaky coalition government, simply doesn't understand what our concern is. If it was literally a wooden horse, we would not be tempted to bring the alien device within the city gates. We have read our Homer, but flounce it up with some upholstery, and our suspicions are allayed. Why? Because we are being flattered or bribed. There's an historic adventure implied. There's the promise of new technologies. There's a hint of acceptance by, how to put it, greater beings. But I say, no matter what lofty fantasies the radio astronomers may entertain, if there is even a tiny chance the machine is a means of destruction, it should not be built. Better, as the Soviet delegate has proposed, to burn the data tapes and make the construction of radio telescopes a capital crime. The meeting was becoming unruly. Scores of delegates were electronically queuing for authorization to speak. The hubbub rose to a subdued roar that reminded Ellie of her years of listening to radio astronomical static. A consensus did not seem readily within reach, and the co-chairmen were clearly unable to restrain the delegates. As the Chinese delegate rose to speak, the videographics were slow to appear on Ellie's screen, and she looked around for help. She had no idea who this man was either. Gabi Bui, a National Security Council staffer now assigned to Der Heer, leaned over and said, Shi Kwaiomu's his name, spelled X-I, pronounced Shi, heavy dude. Born on the Long March, volunteer as a teenager in Korea, government official, mainly political, knocked down for a 9-count in the Cultural Revolution, Central Committee member, now very influential, been in the news lately, also directs Chinese archaeological digging. Xiaomu was a tall, broad-shouldered man around 60. The wrinkles on his face made him seem older, but his posture and physique gave him an almost youthful appearance. He wore his tunic buttoned at the collar in the fashion that was as obligatory for Chinese political leaders as 3-piece suits were for American governmental leaders, the president, of course, excepted. The videographics now came through on her console, and she could remember having read a long article about Shi Qiaomu in one of the video news magazines. If we are frightened, he was saying, we will do nothing. That will delay them a little. But remember, they know we are here. Our television arrives at their planet. Every day they are reminded of us. Have you looked at our television programs? They will not forget us. If we do nothing, and if they are worried about us, they will come to us, machine or no machine. We cannot hide from them. If we had kept quiet, we would not face this problem. If we had cable TV only and no big military radar, then maybe they would not know about us. But now it is too late. We cannot go back. Our course is set. If you are seriously frightened about this machine destroying the Earth, do not build it on the Earth. Build it somewhere else. Then, if it is a doomsday machine and blows up a world, it will not be our world. But this will be very expensive. Probably too expensive. Or if we are not so frightened, build it in some isolated desert. You could have a very big explosion in the Tecopi wasteland in Xinjiang province and still kill nobody. And if we are not frightened at all, we can build it in Washington or Moscow or Beijing or in this beautiful city. In ancient China, Vega and two nearby stars were called Qi Nu. It means the young woman with the spinning wheel. It is an auspicious symbol, a machine to make new clothes for the people of the earth. We have received an invitation, a very unusual invitation. Maybe it is to go to a banquet. The earth has never been invited to a banquet before. It would be impolite to refuse. Chapter 12. The 1 Delta isomer looking at the stars always makes me dream, as simply as I dream over the black dots representing towns and villages on a map. Why, I ask myself, shouldn't the shining dots of the sky be as accessible as the black dots on the map of France? Vincent van Gogh. It was a splendid autumn afternoon, so unseasonably warm that Devi Sukhavati had left her coat behind. She and Ellie walked along the crowded Champs-Élysées toward the Place de la Concorde. The ethnic diversity was rivaled by London, Manhattan, and only a few other cities on the planet. Two women walking together, one in a skirt and sweater, the other in a sari, were in no way unusual. Outside a tobacconist, there was a long, orderly, and polyglot line of people attracted by the first week of legalized sale of cured cannabis cigarettes from the United States. By French law, they could not be sold to or consumed by those under 18 years of age. Many in line were middle-aged and older. Some might have been naturalized Algerians or Moroccans. Especially potent varieties of cannabis were grown, mainly in California and Oregon, for the export trade. Featured here was a new and admired strain, which had in addition been grown in ultraviolet light, converting some of the inert cannabinoids into the 1-delta isomer. It was called Sun-Kissed, the package, illustrated in a window display 1.5 meters high, bore in French the slogan, "This will be deducted from your share in paradise." The shop windows along the boulevard were a riot of color. The two women bought chestnuts from a street vendor and reveled in the taste and texture. For some reason, every time Ellie saw a sign advertising BNP, the Banque Nationale de Paris, she read it as the Russian word for beer with the middle letter inverted, left to right. Beer, the signs lately corrupted from their usual and respectable fiduciary vocations, seemed to be exhorting her, Russian beer. The incongruity amused her, and only with difficulty could she convince the part of her brain in charge of reading that this was the Latin, not the Cyrillic alphabet. Further on, they marveled at l'obélisque, an ancient military commemorative stolen at great expense to become a modern military commemorative. They decided to walk under here had broken the date, or at least that's what it amounted to. He had called her up this morning, apologetic but not desperately so. There were too many political issues being raised at the plenary session. The Secretary of State was flying in tomorrow, interrupting a visit to Cuba. Der Heer's hands were full, and he hoped Ellie would understand. She understood. She hated herself for sleeping with him. To avoid an afternoon alone, she had dialed Devi Sukhavati. One of the Sanskrit words for victorious is Abhijit. That's what Vega was called in ancient India, Abhijit. It was under the influence of Vega that the Hindu divinities, our culture heroes, conquered the Asuras, the gods of evil. Ellie, are you listening? Now, it's a curious thing. In Persia, there are Asuras also, but in Persia the Asuras were the gods of good. Eventually religions sprang up in which the chief god, the god of light, the sun god, was called Ahura Mazda, the Zoroastrians, for example, and the Mithraists, Ahura, Asura, it's the same name. There are still Zoroastrians today, and the Mithraists gave the early Christians a good fright. But in this same story, those Hindu divinities, they were mainly female, by the way, were called Devis. It's the origin of my own name. In India, the Devis are gods of good. In Persia, the Devis become gods of evil. Some scholars think this is where the English word devil ultimately comes from. The symmetry is complete. All this is probably some vaguely remembered account of the Aryan invasion that pushed the Dravidians, my ancestors, to the south. So, depending on which side of the Kirthar range one lives on, Vega supports either God or the devil. This cheerful story had been proffered as a gift by Devi, who clearly had heard something of Ellie's California religious adventures 2 weeks before. Ellie was grateful, but it reminded her that she had not even mentioned to Joss the possibility that the message was the blueprint for a machine of unknown purpose. Now he would soon enough be hearing all this through the media. She should really, she told herself sternly, make an overseas call to explain to him the new developments. But Joss was said to be in seclusion. He had offered no public statement following their meeting in Modesto. Rankin, in a press conference, announced that while there might be some dangers, he was not opposed to letting the scientists receive the full message. But translation was another matter. Periodic review by all segments of society was required, he said, especially by those entrusted to safeguard spiritual and moral values. They were now approaching the Tuileries Gardens, where the garish hues of autumn were on display. Frail and elderly men, Ellie judged them to be from Southeast Asia, were in vigorous dispute. Ornamenting the black cast-iron gates were multicolored balloons on sale. At the center of a pool of water was a marble amphitrite. Around her, toy sailboats were racing, urged on by an exuberant crowd of small children with Magellanic aspirations. A catfish suddenly broke water, swamping the lead boat, and the boys and girls became subdued, chastened by this wholly unexpected apparition. The sun was low in the west, and Ellie felt a momentary chill. They approached l'Orangerie, in the annex of which was a special exhibition. So the poster proclaimed Images Martiennes. The joint American-French-Soviet robot roving vehicles on Mars had produced a spectacular windfall of color photographs, some like the Voyager images of the outer solar system around 1980, soaring beyond their mere scientific purpose and becoming art. The poster featured a landscape photographed on the vast Elysium Plateau. In the foreground was a three-sided pyramid, smooth, highly eroded, with an impact crater near the base. It had been produced by millions of years of high-speed sandblasting by the fierce Martian winds, the planetary geologists had said. A second rover assigned to Cydonia on the other side of Mars had become mired in a drifting dune, and its controllers in Pasadena had been so far unable to respond to its forlorn cries for help. Ellie found herself riveted on Sukhavati's appearance, her huge black eyes erect bearing, and yet another magnificent sari. She thought to herself, I'm not graceful. Usually she found herself able to continue her part of a conversation while mentally addressing other matters as well. But today she had trouble following one line of thought, never mind two. While they were discussing the merits of the several opinions on whether to build the machine, in her mind's eye she returned to Devi's image from the Aryan invasion of India 3,500 years ago, a war between two peoples, each of whom claimed victory, each of whom patriotically exaggerated the historical accounts. Ultimately, the story is transformed into a war of the gods. Our side, of course, is good. The other side, of course, is evil. She imagined the goateed, spade-tailed, cloven-hoofed devil of the West evolving by slow evolutionary steps over thousands of years from some Hindu antecedent who, for all Ellie knew, had the head of an elephant and was painted blue, Baruda's Trojan horse. Maybe it's not a completely foolish idea, she found herself saying, but I don't see that we have any choice, as Xi said. They can be here in 20-some-odd years if they want to. They arrived at a monumental arch in the Roman style, surmounted by a heroic, indeed apotheotic statue of Napoleon as chariot driver. From the long view from an extraterrestrial perspective, how pathetic this posturing was. They rested on a nearby bench, their long shadows cast over a bed of flowers planted in the colors of the French Republic. Ellie longed to discuss her own emotional predicament, but that might have political overtones. It would, at the very least, be indiscreet. She did not know Sukhavati very well. Instead, she encouraged her companion to speak about her personal life. Sukhavati acquiesced readily enough. She had been born to a Brahmin but unprosperous family with matriarchal proclivities in the southern state of Tamil Nadu. Matriarchal households were still common all over South India. She matriculated at Banaras Hindu University. At medical school in England, she had met and fallen deeply in love with Surinder Ghosh, a fellow medical student. But Surinder was a Harijan, an untouchable of a caste so loathed that the mere sight of them was held by orthodox Brahmins to be polluting. Surindar's ancestors had been forced to live a nocturnal existence like bats and owls. Her family threatened to disown her if they married. Her father declared that he had no daughter who would consider such a union. If she married Ghosh, he would mourn her as though she were dead. She married him anyway. We were too much in love, she said. I really had no choice. Within the year, he died from septicemia acquired while performing an autopsy under inadequate supervision. Instead of reconciling her to her family, however, Surindar's death accomplished the opposite, and after receiving her medical degree, Devi decided to remain in England. She discovered a natural affinity for molecular biology and considered it an effortless continuation of her medical studies. She soon found she had real talent in this meticulous discipline. Knowledge of nucleic acid replication led her to work on the origin of life, and that, in turn, led her to consider life on other planets. You could say that my scientific career has been a sequence of free associations. One thing just led to another. She had recently been working on the characterization of Martian organic matter, measured in a few locales on Mars by the same roving vehicles whose stunning photographic products they had just seen advertised. Devi had never remarried, although she had made it plain there were some who pursued her. Lately, she had been seeing a scientist in Bombay whom she described as a computer walla. Walking a little farther on, they found themselves in the Cour Napoleon, the interior courtyard of the Louvre Museum. In its center was the newly completed and wildly controversial pyramidal entrance, and in high niches around the courtyard were sculptural representations of the heroes of French civilization, captioned under each statue of a revered man. They could see little evidence of revered women was his surname. Occasionally, letters were eroded by natural weathering, or in a few cases perhaps effaced by some offended passerby. For one or two statues, it was difficult to piece together who the savant had been. On the statue that had evidently evoked the greatest public resentment, only the letters LTA remained. Although the sun was setting and the Louvre was open until mid-evening, they did not enter, but instead ambled along the Seine embankment, following the river back along the Quai d'Orsay. The proprietors of bookstalls were fastening shutters and closing up shop for the day. For a while they strolled on arm in the European manner. A French couple was walking a few paces ahead of them, each parent holding one hand of their daughter, a girl of about 4 who would periodically launch herself off the pavement. In her momentary suspension in 0G, she experienced, it was apparent, something akin to ecstasy. The parents were discussing the World Message Consortium, which was hardly a coincidence since the newspapers had been full of little else. The man was for building the machine. It might create new technologies and increase employment in France. The woman was more cautious, but for reasons she had difficulty articulating. The daughter, braids flying, was wholly unconcerned about what to do with a blueprint from the stars. Der Heer, Kitz, and Honeycutt had called a meeting at the American Embassy early the following morning to prepare for the arrival of the Secretary of State later in the day. The meeting was to be classified and held in the embassy's black room, a chamber electromagnetically decoupled from the outside world, making even sophisticated electronic surveillance impossible, or so it was claimed. Ellie thought there might be instrumentation developed that could make an end run around these precautions. After spending the afternoon with Devi Sukhavati, she had received the message at her hotel and had tried to call Der Heer, but was able only to reach Michael Kitz. She opposed a classified meeting on this subject, she said. It was a matter of principle. The message was clearly intended for the entire planet. Kitz replied that there were no data being withheld from the rest of the world, at least by Americans, and that the meeting was merely advisory to assist the United States in the difficult procedural negotiations ahead. He appealed to her patriotism, to her self-interest, and at last invoked again the Haddon decision. For all I know, that thing is still sitting in your safe unread. Read it, he urged. She tried again, unsuccessfully, to reach Der Heer. First, the man turns up everywhere in the Argus facility like a bad penny. He moves in with you in your apartment, you're sure. For the first time in years, you're in love. The next minute, you can't even get him to answer the phone. She decided to attend the meeting, if only to see Ken face to face. Kitts was enthusiastically for building the machine. Drumlin cautiously in favor. Der Heer and Honeycutt at least outwardly uncommitted, and Peter Valerian in an agony of indecision. Kitts and Drumlin were even talking about where to build the thing. Freightage costs alone made manufacture or even assembly on the far side of the moon prohibitively expensive, as Xi had guessed. If we use aerodynamic braking, it's cheaper to send a kilogram to Phobos or Deimos than to the far side of the moon, Bobby Bowie volunteered. Where the hell is Phobos or Deimos, Kitts wanted to know. The moons of Mars. I was talking about aerodynamic braking in the Martian atmosphere. And how long does it take to get to Phobos or Deimos? Drumlin was stirring his cup of coffee. Maybe a year, but once we have a fleet of interplanetary transfer vehicles and the pipeline is full, compared with 3 days to the moon. Sputtered Drumlin. Bowie, stop wasting our time. It's only a suggestion, he protested. You know, just something to think about. Der Heer seemed impatient, distracted. He was clearly under great pressure, alternately avoiding her eyes and, she thought, making some unspoken appeal. She took it as a hopeful sign. If you want to worry about doomsday machines, Drumlin was saying, you have to worry about energy supplies. If it doesn't have access to an enormous amount of energy, it can't be a doomsday machine. So as long as the instructions don't ask for a gigawatt nuclear reactor, I don't think we have to worry about doomsday machines. Why are you guys in such a hurry to commit to construction? She asked Kitts and Drumlin collectively. They were sitting next to each other with a plate of croissants between them. Kitts looked from Honeycutt to Der Heer before answering, This is a classified meeting, he began. We all know you won't pass anything said here on to your Russian friends. It's like this. We don't know what the machine will do, but it's clear from Dave Drumlin's analysis that there's new technology in it, probably new industries. Constructing the machine is bound to have economic value. I mean, think of what we'd learn, and it might have military value. At least that's what the Russians are thinking. See, the Russians are in a box. Here's a whole new area of technology they're going to have to keep up with the U.S. on. Maybe there's instructions for some decisive weapon in the message, or some economic advantage. They can't be sure. They'll have to bust their economy trying. Did you notice how Broca kept referring to what was cost-effective? If all this message stuff went away, burn the data, destroy the telescopes, then the Russians could maintain military parity. That's why they're so cautious. So, of course, that's why we're gung-ho for it. He smiled. Temperamentally, Kitts was bloodless, she thought, but he was far from stupid. When he was cold and withdrawn, people tended not to like him, so he had developed an occasional veneer of urbane amiability. In Ellie's view, it was a molecular monolayer thick. Now let me ask you a question, he continued. Did you catch Baruda's remark about withholding some of the data? Is there any missing data? Only from very early on, she replied. Only from the first few weeks, I'd guess. There were a few holes in the Chinese coverage a little after that. There's still a small amount of data that hasn't been exchanged on all sides, but I don't see any signs of serious holding back. Anyway, we'll pick up any missing data swatches after the message recycles. If the message recycles, Drumlin growled. Der Heer moderated a discussion on contingency planning, what to do when the primer was received, which American, German, and Japanese industries to notify early about possible major development projects, how to identify key scientists and engineers for constructing the machine, if the decision was made to go ahead, and briefly, the need to build enthusiasm for the project in Congress and with the American public. Der Heer hastened to add that these would be contingency plans only, that no final decision was being made, and that no doubt Soviet concerns about a Trojan horse were at least partly genuine. Kitts asked about the composition of the crew. They're asking us to put people in 5 upholstered chairs. Which people? How do we decide? It'll probably have to be an international crew. How many Americans? How many Russians? Anybody else? We don't know what happens to those 5 people when they sit down in those chairs, but we want to have the best men for the job. Ellie did not rise to the bait, and he continued. Now, a major question is going to be who pays for what, who builds what, who's in charge of overall systems integration. I think we can do some real horse trading on this in exchange for significant American representation in the crew. But we still want to send the best possible people, Derehare noted, a little obviously. Sure, returned Kitts. But what do we mean by best? Scientists, people with military intelligence backgrounds, physical strength and endurance, patriotism. That's not a dirty word, you know. And then he looked up from buttering another croissant to glance directly at Ellie. There's the question of sex. Sexes, I mean. Do we send only men? If it's men and women, there has to be more of one sex than the other. There's 5 places, an odd number. Are all the crew members going to work together okay? If we go ahead with this project, there's going to be a lot of tough negotiation. This doesn't sound right to me, said Ellie. This isn't some ambassadorship you buy with a campaign contribution. This is serious business. Also, do you want some muscle-bound moron up there? Some kid in his 20s who knows nothing about how the world works? Just how to run a respectable 100-yard dash and how to obey orders? Or some political hack? That can't be what this trip is about. No, you're right. Kitts smiled. I think we'll find people who satisfy all our criteria. Derehare, the bags under his eyes making him look almost haggard, adjourned the meeting. He managed to give Ellie a small private smile, but it was all lips, no teeth. The embassy limousines were waiting to take them back to the Élysée Palace. I'll tell you why it would be better to send Russians, Vegay was saying. When you Americans were opening up your country, pioneers, trappers, Indian scouts, all that, you were unopposed, at least by anyone at your level of technology. You raced across your continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific. After a while, you expected everything would be easy. Our situation was different. We were conquered by the Mongols. Their horse technology was much superior to ours. When we expanded eastward, we were careful. We never crossed the wilderness and expected it would be easy. We're more adjusted to adversity than you are also. Americans are used to being ahead technologically. We're used to catching up technologically. Now, everybody on Earth is a Russian, you understand. I mean, in our historical position, this mission needs Soviets more than it needs Americans. Merely meeting with her alone entailed certain risks for Vegay, and for her as well, as Kitts had gone out of his way to remind her. Sometimes, during a scientific meeting in America or Europe, Vegay would be permitted to spend an afternoon with her. More often, he was accompanied by colleagues or a KGB babysitter who would be described as a translator, even when his English was clearly inferior to Vegay's, or as a scientist from the secretariat of this or that academy commission, except that his knowledge of the scientific matters often proved superficial. Vegay would shake his head when asked about them. But by and large, he considered the babysitters a part of the game, the price you must pay when they let you visit the West. And more than once she thought she detected a note of affection in Vegay's voice when he talked to the babysitter. To go to a foreign country and pretend to be expert in a subject you know poorly must be filled with anxiety. Perhaps in their heart of hearts the babysitters detested their assignment as much as Vegay did. They were seated at the same window table at Chaise Dieu. A distinct chill was in the air, a premonition of winter, and a young man wearing a long blue scarf as his only concession to the cold strode briskly past the tubs of chilled oysters outside the window. From Lunacharsky's continuing and uncharacteristically guarded remarks, she deduced disarray in the Soviet delegation. The Soviets were concerned that the machine might somehow redound to the strategic advantage of the United States in the 5-decade-old global competition. Vegay had in fact been shocked by Baruda's question about burning the data and destroying the radio telescopes. He had had no advance knowledge of Baruda's position. The Soviets had played a vital role in gathering the message, with the largest longitude coverage of any nation, Vegay stressed, and they had the only serious ocean-going radio telescopes. They would expect a major role in whatever came next. Ellie assured him that, as far as she was concerned, they should have such a role. Look, Vega, they know from our television transmissions that the Earth rotates, and that there are many different nations. The Olympic broadcast alone might have told them that subsequent transmissions from other nations would have nailed it down. So, if they're as good as we think, they could have phased the transmission with the Earth's rotation. So only one nation got the message. They chose not to do that. They want the message to be received by everybody on the planet. They're expecting the machine to be built by the whole planet. This can't be an all-American or an all-Russian project. It's not what our client wants, but she was not sure. She told him that she would be playing any role in decisions on machine construction or crew selection. She was returning to the United States the next day, mainly to get on top of the new radio data from the past few weeks. The consortium plenary sessions seemed interminable, and no closing date had been set. Vega had been asked by his people to stay on at least a little longer. The foreign minister had just arrived and was now leading the Soviet delegation. "I'm worried all this will end badly," he said. "There are so many things that can go wrong. Technological failures, political failures, human failures, and even if we get through all that, if we don't have a war because of the machine, if we build it correctly and without blowing ourselves up, I'm still worried about what." "How do you mean?" "The best that can happen is we will be made fools of." "Who will?" "Arroway, don't you understand?" A vein in Lunacharsky's neck throbbed. "I'm amazed you don't see it. The Earth is a ghetto. Yes, a ghetto. All human beings are trapped here. We have heard vaguely that there are big cities out there beyond the ghetto, with broad boulevards filled with droshkis and beautiful perfumed women in furs. But the cities are too far away, and we are too poor ever to go there, even the richest of us. Anyway, we know they don't want us. That's why they've left us in this pathetic little village in the first place. And now along comes an invitation, as she said. Fancy, elegant, they have sent us an engraved card and an empty droshky. We are to send 5 villagers, and the droshky will carry them to, who knows, Warsaw, or Moscow, maybe even Paris, of course, some are tempted to go. There will always be people who are flattered by the invitation or who think it is a way to escape our shabby village. And what do you think will happen when we get there? Do you think the Grand Duke will have us to dinner? Will the president of the Academy ask us interesting questions about daily life in our filthy shtetl? Do you imagine the Russian Orthodox Metropolitan will engage us in learned discourse on comparative religion? No, Arroway, we will gawk at the big city, and they will laugh at us behind their hands. They will exhibit us to the curious. The more backward we are, the better they'll feel, the more reassured they'll be. It's a quota system. Every few centuries, 5 of us get to spend a weekend on Vega, have pity on the provincials, and make sure they know who their betters are. Chapter 13. Babylon with the basest of companions. I walked the streets of Babylon. Augustine. Confessions. OAO 3. Cray 21 mainframe computer at Argus had been instructed to compare each day's harvest of data from Vega with the earliest records of level 3 of the palimpsest. In effect, one long and incomprehensible sequence of zeros and ones was being compared automatically with another, earlier, such sequence. This was part of a massive statistical intercomparison of various segments of the still undecrypted text. There were some short sequences of zeros and ones, words the analysts called them, hopefully, which were repeated again and again. Many sequences would appear only once in thousands of pages of text. This statistical approach to message decryption was familiar to Ellie since high school. But the subroutines supplied by the experts from the National Security Agency, made available only as a result of a presidential directive, and even then armed with instructions to self-destruct if examined closely, were brilliant. What prodigies of human inventiveness, Ellie reflected, were being directed to reading each other's mail. The global confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union, now to be sure easing somewhat, was still eating up the world. It was not just the financial resources dedicated to the military establishments of all nations. That was approaching $2 trillion a year, and by itself was ruinously expensive when there were so many other urgent human needs. But still worse, she knew, was the intellectual effort dedicated to the arms race. Almost half the scientists on the planet, it had been estimated, were employed by one or another of the almost 200 military establishments worldwide. And they were not the dregs of the doctoral programs in physics and mathematics. Some of her colleagues would console themselves with this thought when the awkward problem arose of what to tell a recent doctoral candidate being courted by, say, one of the weapons laboratories. If he was any good, he'd be offered an assistant professorship at Stanford, at least. She could recall Drumlin once saying, "No, a certain kind of mind and character was drawn to the military applications of science and mathematics. People who liked big explosions, for example, or those with no taste for personal combat who, to avenge some schoolyard injustice, aspired to military command, or inveterate puzzle solvers who longed to decrypt the most complex messages known." Occasionally, the spur was political, tracing back to international disputes, immigration policies, wartime horrors, police brutality, or national propaganda by this nation or that decades earlier. Many of these scientists had real ability, Ellie knew, whatever reservations she might have about their motivations. She tried to imagine that massed talent really dedicated to the well-being of the species and the planet. She pored over the studies that had accumulated during her absence. They were making almost no progress in decrypting the message, although the statistical analyses now stacked into a pile of paper a meter tall. It was all very discouraging. She wished there were someone, especially a close woman friend at Argus, to whom she could pour out her hurt and anger at Ken's behavior. But there was not, and she was disinclined even to use the telephone for this purpose. She did manage to spend a weekend with her college friend Becky Ellenbogen in Austin. But Becky, whose appraisals of men tended to be somewhere between wry and scathing, in this case was surprisingly mild in her criticism. "He is the president's science advisor, and this is only the most amazing discovery in the history of the world. Don't be so hard on him," Becky urged. "He'll come around." But Becky was another of those who found Ken charming. She had met him once at the dedication of the National Neutrino Observatory, and was perhaps too inclined to accommodate to power. Had Here treated Ellie in this shabby way while he was a mere professor of molecular biology somewhere, Becky would have marinated and skewered the man after returning from Paris. Here had mustered a regular campaign of apology and devotion. He had been overstressed, he told her, overwhelmed with a range of responsibilities, including difficult and unfamiliar political issues. His position as leader of the American delegation and co-chairman of the plenary might have been rendered less effective if there had been public knowledge of his and Ellie's relationship. Kit's had been insufferable. Ken had had too many consecutive nights with only a few hours' sleep. Altogether, Ellie judged, there were too many explanations. But she permitted the relationship to continue. When it happened, it was Willie once again, this time on the graveyard shift, who first noticed. Afterward, Willie would attribute the speed of the discovery less to the superconducting computer and the NSA programs than to the new Haddon context recognition chips. At any rate, Vega had been low in the sky an hour or so before dawn when the computer triggered an understated alarm. With some annoyance, Willie put down what he was reading. It was a new textbook on fast Fourier transform spectroscopy, and noticed these words being printed out on the screen: RPT. Text: PP 41607, that 41619. Bit mischarch 020271. Correlation coefficient 0.99 plus in as he watched. 41619 peak came 41620 and then 41621. The digits after the slash were increasing in a continuous blur. Both the number of pages and the correlation coefficient, a measure of the improbability that the correlation was by chance, increased as he watched. He gave it another 2 pages before picking up the direct line to Ellie's apartment. She had been in a deep sleep and was momentarily disoriented, but she quickly turned on the bedside light and after a moment gave instructions for senior Argus staff to be assembled. She would, she told him, locate Hare, who was somewhere on the facility. This proved not very difficult. She shook his shoulder. Ken, get up. There's word that we've repeated. What? The message has cycled back. Or at least that's what Willie says. I'm on my way there. Why don't you wait another 10 minutes so we can pretend you were in your room in BSQ? She was almost at the door before he shouted after her, How can we recycle? We haven't gotten the primer yet. Racing across the screens was a paired sequence of zeros and ones, a real-time comparison of the data just being received and the data from an early page of text received at Argus a year before. The program would have culled out any differences. So far, there were none. It reassured them that they had not mistranscribed, that there were no apparent transmission errors, and that if some small, dense interstellar cloud between Vega and the Earth was able to eat the occasional 0 or 1, this was an infrequent occurrence. Argus was by now in real-time communication with dozens of other telescopes that were part of the World Message Consortium, and the news of recycling was passed on to the next observing stations westward, to California, Hawaii, the Marshall Netherland, now in the South Pacific, and to Sydney. Had the discovery been made when Vega was over one of the other telescopes in the network, Argus would have been informed instantly. The absence of the primer was an agonizing disappointment. But it was not the only surprise. The message page numbers had jumped discontinuously from the 40,000s to the 10,000s, where recycling had been uncovered. Evidently, Argus had discovered the transmission from Vega almost at the moment it first arrived at Earth. It was a remarkably strong signal, and would have been picked up even by small omnidirectional telescopes. But it was a surprising coincidence that the broadcast should arrive at Earth at the very moment Argus was looking at Vega. Also, what did it mean for the text to begin on a page in the 10,000s? Were there 10,000 pages of text missing? Was it a backward practice of the provincial Earth to start numbering books on page 1? Were these sequential numbers, perhaps not page numbers, but something else? Or, and this worried Ellie the most, was there some fundamental and unexpected difference between how humans thought of things and how the aliens thought? If so, it would have worrisome implications about the ability of the consortium to understand the message, primer or no primer. The message repeated exactly. The gaps were all filled in and nobody could read a word of it. It seemed unlikely that the transmitting civilization, meticulous in all else, had simply overlooked the need for a primer. At least the Olympic broadcast and the interior design of the machine seemed to be tailored specifically for humans. They would hardly go to all this trouble to devise and transmit the message without making some provision for humans to read it. So humans must have overlooked something. It soon became generally agreed that somewhere was a fourth layer to the palimpsest.